Chapter 865. Ekong stood upon the platform, as unmoving as a statue. Ekong stood upon the platform, as unmoving as a statue. The wind blew upon his wounds, making him feel cold. He had come out strong, only to be defeated by some no-name from the barren state. Before this, no one had heard the naming before. However, his opponent could control many kinds of rule powers. He had a lot of power, as he had personally experienced. His defeat was not unfair. Just he had said of Yi Sheng before. He was simply not good enough. Countless gazes were fixed on Ekong as he stood there unmoving. The summer state was the strongest of the 9 states. The 4 top Holy Land forces of the summer state were all in the top 10 of the 9 states. The Yi clan was the same way. But today, when the Yi clan fought the Holy Ji Palace, they had lost twice. Many people looked at Ing again. His name would soon be well known. Ing, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. It could truly be said that this time the Yi clan had hurt their own reputation. Both battles had been open and above board, and they had been directly suppressed. What could they complain about? At this time, several figures descended quietly and landed in front of Yi Futian. It was the village chief, Qin Zhuang, and the others who had returned. They had escorted Yu Qi and the others to the herb garden and had just gotten back. They noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Did Saint Zhang Sr. promise to help? Yi Futian did not look at Ekong anymore as he questioned the village chief. Little Butterfly and the undying old man had not come back. They were probably in the herb garden looking after the wounded. Yeah. The village elder nodded slightly and Yi Futian relaxed. If Saint Jiang got involved, even if he got seriously injured again, he could be saved. Saint Jiang was a saint. The power of the divine path to heal sages naturally did not need to be mentioned. Many people heard the conversation between Yi Futian and the village chief. Although it was a simple inquiry, they all knew what Saint Jiang's attitude was like. He had already promised to treat him. With Saint Jiang's habit of not asking about outside affairs too much, it was only because he admired Yi Futian a little bit that he had agreed to help. Otherwise, Saint Jiang had no need to show compassion to anyone. The Holy Ji Palace, which had once been neglected and looked down upon, had quietly risen and entered the field of vision of the people of the 9 states. It was even possible to say that them sitting on an equal level with any of the other holy lands was not blasphemy. You still haven't withdrawn. A voice came towards Ekong, who still stood on the platform. Ekong trembled when he heard this voice. Even when he turned back to where the Yi clan was, he still did not calm down. After this battle, he would make a thorough inspection of his cultivation. I had heard that the barren state was number 1 in the 9-state forum, with the most overall strength. I see now that this reputation was well deserved. Yi Sheng was wildly arrogant and provoked Lord Yi. Lord Ye's man taught him a lesson as he should. The voice came out from the Yi clan once again, making everyone look uneasy. The one who would dare to speak like this was naturally an important figure in the Yi clan. It was the one who was generally acknowledged as the number 1 of the young generation, Yang. In his time, Yi Yang had defeated countless talents in the summer state. There were only a few people of the same generation who were as revered as him. One example was Lin Shubai, a contender to succeed the president of 9-state college. The 2 of them were of the same generation. Yi Yang was now on the sage plane. However, most people would not have thought that Yi Yang of the Yi clan would stand before Yi Futian and admit Yi Sheng's fault. Yi Futian also wore a different expression. He looked at Yi Yang. The Yi clan's attitude had changed. What was this man's intent? In the land of the 9 states, the barren state was quite weak and its name was almost expunged from the lists. However, ever since Lord Yi burst onto the scene, the power of the barren state has been revealed. His name is known throughout the 9 states, and he commands the wind and clouds with a wave of his hand. Now that Lord Yi has come to the summer state, many people, including my disciples of the Yi clan, are very curious about what kind of person Lord Yi is. Yi Yang continued, "At the Nine-State Forum, you instructed the prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Zhouya, and at Nine-State College you defeated the disciple Duan Qinghe. You have only personally gotten involved a few times, but every time you have, it has been astonishing. Now all of us from the Summer State happen to be here at just the right time. There are countless refined and tasteful characters here, and presumably they all want to see on the noble plane what level is this Lord Yi who has risen to become the leader of the Barren State's talent at." Yi Yang had unintentionally said what many people had held in their hearts. Many people of refinement had come from the four holy lands, but Yi Futian had not revealed his skill. Yu Sheng and then Ying had defeated the proud sons of heaven. Yi Futian, the true ruler of the Barren State, was not even 30. How strong was he really? How did he compare to the top talents of the four great holy lands? When Yi Yang finished speaking, many powerful figures looked at Yi Futian. They indeed wanted him to show his skills. "What do you all think?" Yi Yang looked indifferently at the people from the various holy lands. Obviously, it hadn't been Yang who had gotten tangled up with Yi Futian, because it had been Yi Sheng who had been unreasonable at first. And since he had lost both battles, what was there to say? Now he wanted to see what kind of person this palace lord who had revealed his talents was. As Yi Yang finished speaking, he saw a figure from the direction of Nine-State College say, "When Lord Yi descended upon the college, I was practicing outside, and so I missed that sparring match. If I have the opportunity today, I would like to spar with him." Many people looked towards Nine-State College. The speaker was a hallowed disciple of the divine path of the college, Su He. Although he was only on the sage plane, his reputation was great. The people of Nine-State College said that besides Tong He and Lin Shubai, he was the most talented in the college. And if he advanced just a little, he would have a chance to compete with Tong He. One could see Su He's talent by the fact that Duan Qinghe, who Yi Futian had defeated, was weaker than him. When cultivating the great path, to have an opponent of the same generation can be regarded as quite lucky. Another voice rang out. Many people looked towards the Summer State. A peerless, proud son of heaven was the one speaking. He was clearly also interested in Yi Futian. Xia Hong would also like to fight with Yi Futian. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Xia Hong was famous when he was on the noble plane. The Xia clan had high hopes for him, and he had not disappointed them. He had never met an enemy at the same level as him and lost. Now he was also on the sage plane. Otherwise, he would not have spoken. Today, these people all wanted to show their strength on the same stage. "If I have a chance, I'd like to learn from Lord Ye's power as well." A cultivator spoke from the direction of the Yu clan. Everyone looked at him and felt only a bit of numbness. He was also an extraordinary figure. Of course, would someone who was not an extraordinary figure who wanted to spar with Yi Futian have the courage to speak up? Even these top talents would have difficulty achieving victory against Yi Futian. But even so, they wanted to fight, no matter if they won or lost. People's hearts were beating fast. They had thought today Nine-States College would call its disciples to fight. In addition, it was possible that Sage Dozhan of the Barren State would break through the divine catastrophe, and therefore all eyes were fixed on Nine-State City. But no one had thought that before this there would be an astonishing interlude. Does everyone want me to show my hand so badly? Yi Futian saw a line of figures walking out of the crowd. He was ready to make trouble, but he still sat in his throne. He swept his gaze over all of them. Their words were putting pressure on him. No one said anything. They just walked towards the battle platform. There was nothing that could be said. Looking at those extremely famous figures, those surrounding the platform began to breathe rapidly. It seemed that they would force Yi Futian to fight. "They're here, Yi Futian. Are you going to fight?" An invisible pressure descended upon the Barren State's place. The disciples of the Barren State looked cold and detached and really quite impressive. They could naturally see that the cultivators from the various holy lands were putting pressure on Yi Futian with their challenges. But Yi Futian still smiled with his eyes, his expression as light as the breeze. He got up slowly and stepped forward, and everyone's eyes moved with him. His every step seemed to touch people's hearts. Would the legendary palace, lord of the Holy Ji Palace, fight? Looking at the powerful figures on the platform, even a legendary palace lord might feel a bit uneasy. Yi Futian walked out step by step and then stepped on the platform. He looked around at the warriors from the Holy Lands and slowly said, "Although I am of the same generation as you all, I am the palace lord of a holy land. That makes me a higher rank than you. If I were to fight you, it would be like the strong bullying the weak. Thus, anyone who wants to train can step out. Today, we will all train together." Everyone was shocked by his words. He would face them all alone. They looked at that proud figure that had left the world of men. He seemed to be saying that of everyone in his generation in the vast land of the 9 states, he stood on his own level. Everyone else was on a different level. Chapter 866. At that moment, on the battle platform, Yi Futian stood alone in one corner, while the other Holy Land's geniuses stood in another corner, all staring at him. Yi Futian's words had not been wrong. They were born in the same generation. But from their statuses, Yi Futian was a palace lord, so he was naturally their senior. As such, it was only to be expected that Yi Futian would not stoop down to battle with them. At that moment, on the battle platform, Yi Futian stood alone in one corner, while the other Holy Land's geniuses stood in another corner, all staring at him. Yi Futian's words had not been wrong. They were born in the same generation. But from their statuses, Yi Futian was a palace lord, so he was naturally their senior. As such, it was only to be expected that Yi Futian would not stoop down to battle with them. It would be demeaning to him. However, Yi Futian had proudly claimed that he would teach the geniuses today. That way, he could display the dignity of a Holy Land's leader. However, from the Holy Land's geniuses' perspectives, it was a display of insufferable arrogance. Xia Hong, the Xia clan's elite genius. Su He, the 9 state college's hallowed disciple. Yu Yunsheng, a peerless figure from the Yu clan. His great path-sealing rule power was matchless and had sealed off many geniuses from the same generation in the past, rendering them powerless. Yi Xing, a sage plain genius, also stepped out from the Yi clan. He was also a figurehead of the Yi clan's younger generation. Any one of these people would be enough to shake up a region. However, Yi Futian would spar with all of them by himself. As the strongest state in the 9 states, the summer states, 4 holy lands, all had one representative step out and stand before Yi Futian. Who else is there? Yi Futian looked around at the people from the various holy lands and said nonchalantly, "I have already said, since you want to see me in action, I will spar with you all at once. However, this is the last chance. I do not want to see anyone come forward after this battle." He would not bother to further partake in the Summer States' geniuses' charades. The 4 of them represent the Summer States' 4 Holy Lands' strongest sages. There is no need for anyone else, an expert from the Xia clan said. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. The 4 geniuses were enough to represent them. If Yi Futian could crush them, even if they sent people with higher cultivation levels into battle, it would just be the Holy Lands bullying him. Who does Palace Lord Yi wish to challenge first? The Xia clan's genius Xia Hong looked at Yi Futian and asked. His shirt puffed up as his aura was imposing. Yi Futian looked casually at Xia Hong and replied, "Since I started cultivating, I have been undefeated not just in my own cultivation level, but even one level higher. Now that I am an upper-level sage, it would be too much of a handicap to challenge sages one by one. Previously, I said that I will take you all on together. Don't worry too much about the result." The surrounding crowd all held their breaths in anticipation. Yi Futian was going to challenge all 4 geniuses from the Holy Lands by himself. What made them speechless was the confidence in his voice. Undefeated even by cultivators one level higher and not worrying about the result. He was hinting the 4 geniuses that even the 4 of them together stood no chance. He would teach them today that the outcome was already predetermined and they need not take it to heart. Their reputations all preceded them. As geniuses that dominated their generation, they were hard-pressed to even find an opponent. Even by standing there, they could stir the hearts of countless people. However, in Yi Futian's eyes, geniuses in the same generation were not even worthy of his attention. No matter how unparalleled and dominant over their generation they were in the summer state, they were all not worth mentioning before the holy Ji Palace Lord. He himself was the pinnacle. No person in his generation could stand alongside him. How many people in the 9 states could have the same pride that he had? Since Palace Lord Yi put it this way, there is no need for you all to be held down by your statuses. Go forth and unleash your greatest strength, Saintly also said calmly. As the leader of a holy land, Yu Sheng, Ing, and many other extraordinary figures were willing to take orders from him. The barren states was united, and even the Saint Plain Tombkeeper village chief was willing to follow by his side. It was a given that he was matchless in the barren state. Even within his generation, he would be hard-pressed to find an opponent in the 9 states. Since Yi Futian was already an upper-level sage, one person was probably not enough to deal with him. Although the 4 geniuses were unhappy, feeling the pride emitting from Yi Futian, they understood that they could not afford to underestimate him. The person before them was likely the strongest person on the same plane they would ever meet. Wisps of threatening aura erupted as the Yi clan's Yi Xing released his life spirit. Countless arrows appeared before him, and a terrifying aura locked onto Yi Futian. Before this, the Yi clan had lost both battles, so he could not afford to take this battle lightly. Golden dragon boas coiled around the bows like real blooded dragons. An entire area turned golden. As the bows vibrated, the arrows shot through the air, and the dragon arrows tore through everything, rushing towards Yi Futian. The golden dragon boas bared their sharp teeth and attempted to swallow Yi Futian in one gulp. Around Yi Futian, wisps of light flowed like starry brilliance. The golden dragon boas reached him in an instant, their giant bodies swallowing him up. However, Yi Futian stood there calmly as though he did not see anything. With a thunderous sound, the arrows shot through the air onto Yi Futian's body, the dragon boas drowning out his body. Many people's hearts pounded furiously. Did he just withstand it with his body? Was he out of his mind? Although they knew that Yi Futian was very strong, underestimating Yi Xing this much was being too overconfident. The destructive rule power overwhelmed Yi Futian in an instant. However, at that moment, there was light flowing around his body, and every part of his body contained a terrifying force, resisting the invasion of the rule power. It caused the rule power within his body to dissipate into nothingness, just like the time when he had tested medicine. A blinding light emitted as the arrows disappeared along with the golden dragon boas. In the brilliant golden light, a figure continued to stand silently with a glow around his body, looking like a god. Yi Futian originally cultivated in body enhancement techniques, and his body was already extremely strong. In the 81 days of testing medicine, he had gone through 9 rites of passage, and each time a different force tempered his body. His bone, flesh, and every atom in his body had been activated and contained extremely strong resistance and recovery abilities. Now, with his body, it was difficult for anyone to stand up to him in the same cultivation level. There was probably only one person in the 9 states who was his equal in physique, and that person would never battle against him. If the 3 of you don't strike now, you won't have another chance. Yi Futian looked at the other 3 geniuses and said indifferently. Around the battle platform, countless people were astonished. Was he really that strong? He had fended off Yi Xing's attacks with his body and completely ignored them. The other 3 experts were also shocked, but they were not shaken. As the elites of their holy land, their frame of mind was naturally very firm. The stronger Yi Futian was, the more meaningful this battle would be. The Yu clan's expert Yu Yunxing stepped forward and looked towards Yi Futian. In an instant, Yi Futian felt the scenery around him change, and everything in the world seemed to be flowing. Boundless spiritual qi gathered and roared at him, while 5 elemental gods of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared in the 5 major directions, surrounding him. In an instant, Yi Futian felt the spiritual qi around him being drained, while a layer of frost covered the earth. Giant mountains crashed down on him, and golden pillars trapped him in the 5 elements sealing techniques. The crowd was all in dismay as they mumbled. The area that Yi Futian was trapped in looked like an apocalypse, as all forces were sealed within it. Yu Yunsheng was already able to use the Yu clan's sealing techniques to such a terrifying extent. Not just that, but Yi Futian also felt the use of ice sorcery as the same image appeared in his brain. The opponent was attempting to seal his spiritual energy as well. A terrifying storm appeared in his eyes, as though there was a thunder raid going on. It pierced through the air, and Yu Yunqing's spiritual will was uneasy, and his eyes looked as though they were about to be swallowed by Yi Futian's eyes. He retracted his strength and did not continue using his will to attack. Yi Futian clenched his fists, and the light around his body flowed. The area around him started to slow down, as though everything was about to come to a halt. He stretched out his arm and clenched his fist. Instantly, a tremendous pressure swept in front of him, and without hesitation, Yi Futian punched out into the air. The great path's rule power fist fired in an arc, and every atom of light turned into a starry fist, heading towards every corner of the sealed area. The heavens trembled as the space exploded, and everything turned to dust. At that moment, the Xia clan's expert Xia Hong stepped forward with pure-blooded dragons surrounding him. He stretched out his arm and grabbed into the air. In an instant, a domineering, attracting rule power latched onto Yi Futian. The golden dragon rushed towards Yi Futian, tearing through the air. Yi Futian looked coldly at Xia Hong and did not resist the attraction rule power, allowing it to attract him and travel at rapid speeds towards Xia Hong. Seeing the divine dragon bellowing towards him, he struck out with his fist, and the dragon's body shattered while the divine aurora from the fist continued to head towards Xia Hong. Xia Hong's expression paled as a repelling rule power erupted, keeping Yi Futian at bay. At the same time, Yi Xing's arrows shot through the air again. The geniuses had finally started to attack together. In an instant, the entire area fell to a halt. The arrows became exceptionally slow, and Yi Futian's left hand stretched out towards Yi Xing, clenching his hand. The arrows were all buried within his starry brilliance. His right hand changed direction and moved towards the sealed area. It crashed into one of his stars, and a huge explosion happened in the air. A figure was sent flying by the impact, spurting out blood. It was Yi Xing turning around. Yi Futian looked at the other 3 experts, and they were all standing in one place. Seeing this, Yi Futian stepped forward, and an invisible pressure engulfed the area. "Imprison," Xia Hong said coldly. The attracting and repelling rule powers erupted at the same time on Yi Futian's body. In that instant, Yi Futian felt his body being imprisoned and found it hard to even move. At the same time, the hallowed disciple, Su, he let out a formidable glow from his eyes. Yi Futian felt a godlike figure standing before him, putting immense pressure on him and trying to stop his movements. It was a spiritual attack. Yu Yunqing's sealing techniques activated once again and sealed off the area Yi Futian was in. The 3 experts had struck at the same time to keep Yi Futian rooted to his location. Yi Futian was too overbearing. His physique and offensive ability were all matchless. However, at that moment, a blinding light shot out from Yi Futian's eyes, and he looked towards the 3 of them. In an instant, they felt as though a god had appeared in their heads. It was dignified, tall, and arrogant. They needed to prostrate themselves as though they were facing an emperor. A terrifying spiritual will attack rushed into their heads and clashed with their spiritual wills, causing their expressions to pale. Next, Yi Futian, who was supposed to be frozen in place, stepped forward. Just that one step was enough to cause their hearts to pound furiously. Yi Futian continued stepping forward, and the three of them felt an immense pressure crushing down on them. In the 9 states, heroes are born in every generation, and geniuses are aplenty. Every generation has its figures that are famous throughout the world. I look forward to seeing who will be able to leave their name throughout the 9 states in this generation and stand above his generation to enter the Saint Plane, Yi Futian said calmly, then continued stepping forward. He then said in a loud voice, "These geniuses, I wonder which state, which holy land they will come from. The Xia clan, the 9-state college, or my barren state. I will witness all this as the barren states, Holy Ji Palace Lord." As his voice landed, he took another step forward and punched out into the air. It landed on the sealed area, and the heavens shook and transformed into a terrifying wave, sweeping across the air. The 3 geniuses humphed and coughed up a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying. The vast area fell silent. The 4 geniuses were no match for Yi Futian. If they were truly battling, they would definitely be crushed. The 3 of them had joined forces, but had been imprisoned by Yi Futian and injured with one punch. Yi Futian had claimed that heroes were born in the 9 states every generation, and he would witness who they were as the Holy Ji Palace Lord. This meant that in the fight to see who could dominate their generation, he would only witness and not participate. What admirable spirit! Chapter 867. What did it mean to be a witness? What did it mean to be a witness? People like Saint Li, Saint Xia, and the great Zhou Sacred King, who had entered the Saint Plane and controlled the Holy Land. They were fit to be witnesses, to watch the ever-changing world and witness the rising up of geniuses in the generation. Although Yi Futian was the palace lord of a holy land, he had yet to enter the Saint Plane and was considered part of the younger generation. If it was the former, he would be a witness. If it was the latter, he would be competing against his generation. Evidently, the majority of the people in the 9 states saw Yi Futian as the latter and not the palace lord of a holy land. As such, they had incited Yi Futian to spar. The geniuses wanted to personally spar with Yi Futian, and the older generation wanted to see how strong Yi Futian was compared to the geniuses from their holy lands. Everyone had treated Yi Futian as part of the younger generation. However, at that moment, Yi Futian was proclaiming to them that he was the lord of a holy land and only needed to watch the changes and watch the geniuses battle it out. He was a generation by himself, so he did not need to duke it out with the 9 states geniuses. Around the battle platform, countless gazes fixed on Yi Futian. There was a light flowing around him, and he looked unparalleled, as though nobody could rival him. There were many geniuses who felt that Yi Futian was too arrogant, but they had no way to disprove him. It was true that he was the palace lord of a holy land. When he took over the reins of the barren state's Holy Ji Palace, it had been weak, and Jisheng cliffs could easily push it around. Now, facing the great Zhou sacred dynasty, they went into a sacred war, and in their 2 confrontations, had fought them off once and obtained victory in the other. He had made his claim as the Holy Ji Palace Lord, so who could refute him? Moreover, he had swept the 4 Holy Lands geniuses by himself. Who could match that? If fighting Zhou on the 9-state forum was not proof enough, he had shown his mastery in the Matrix in the Nether Sword Mound, and today, on the 9-state platform, Yi Futian had shown the world that he had what it took to stand at the pinnacle of the 9 states. How many people in the 9 states could stand up to him? Today's battles had seen the uprising of 2 other prodigies in the 9 states, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Evening had earned himself that right as well. Yi Futian turned around and went back to the barren tablet throne. The 4 geniuses also stepped back into their own holy lands. Previously, Yi Futian had given them all a chance and agreed to one battle. Since nobody stood out, there would naturally be no one else who would challenge him today. The 9-state platform was a huge event for the 9-state college to take in disciples, but it had helped Yi Futian and Yu Sheng to attain fame instead. The barren state had once again shown its incredible potential. At that moment, the barren state's experts all stood around the throne with solemn expressions, sharing in the glory. In the past, the barren state was alienated from the 9 states. When facing people from other holy states in the 9 states, they would not have confidence. This was evident back then when the Jisheng Cliffs Kong Yao brought Qin Zhong to the Holy Ji Palace. However, at present, no matter where they were, they could confidently say where they were from. Although there would be a fierce battle coming up in the near future, the barren states people were not afraid. With their current lineup of cultivators under the Saint Plain, the Holy Ji Palace was confident that they would not be weaker than the great Zhou sacred dynasty. No longer would they have the panic they had before the Sacred War. They had an extremely strong belief that the barren state would definitely win the Sacred War. At that moment, their greatest crisis was Sage Dozhan. The great Zhou sacred king was already keeping a close watch on them. Now the Holy Ji Palace was standing out so much as well. The great Zhou sacred king would definitely not let them go and would definitely aim to kill Sage Dozhan. However, even if misfortune befell Sage Dozhan, the Holy Ji Palace would not collapse. It would rise up one day under Yi Futian's leadership and trample the great Zhou sacred dynasty. In the 2 battles of the Sacred War, how many people died? Who could be sure that they would not die? Even people as strong as Yu Qi and Sage Jingang had been seriously injured. They naturally hoped that the barren state would have a second saint to watch over the palace. However, even if things turned out for the worst, it would not waver their conviction. Sage Dozhan must have had the same conviction. Back then in the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace, he had said something along these lines. Around the battle platform, all the Holy Lands looked towards the barren state's direction. The figures beside Yi Futian all had determined expressions. War was sometimes the best motivation. The Sacred War had caused a transformation in the barren state. Their wills had united, and everyone fought for a common belief. The experts around the 9-state platform could feel the atmosphere around the people from the barren state. Saint Li opened his mouth and said, "Today has come to an end. You may leave now." As Saint Li's voice landed, there was a slight bustle among the crowd, but many people continued sitting there, as though waiting for something. In the outer regions, many experts moved towards the center like an army, heading towards where the great Zhou sacred king was. A subtle mood was spreading, signaling the coming of a storm. Many experts stepped back and vacated their positions. In the barren state's direction, there were people moving as well. Many experts started to move into position, gathering near Yi Futian. The elite figures stood beside Yi Futian and Sage Dozhan, taking precautions against the great Zhou sacred dynasty's experts. Saint Li had already announced that the 9-state college's matters had ended. What would happen next would be the grudge between the 2 holy lands. "Master, if you want to return to the palace before summoning the divine catastrophe, we will escort you back," Yi Futian said in a soft voice. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had received news that his master had come to the 9-state college. So the great Zhou sacred king had personally led his men and moved his army to the 9-state city, evidently trying to keep them all here. Therefore, everything after that had happened. The village chief and Qin Zhuang had gone to the great Zhou sacred dynasty to impede them, and the Holy Ji Palace had sent troops to ambush them. All his plans had been for today. Now, they all knew his master's condition. He was unable to use any strength. Once he used any rule power, the divine catastrophe would be summoned. Since the great Zhou sacred king had set up an inescapable net, he naturally wanted to force Sage Dozhan to summon the divine catastrophe and enter the Saint Plain to kill him. "No need. Since they want to see it, I'll do it here," Sage Dozhan replied. With the great Zhou sacred king keeping watch, clashing was inevitable. There would be no point in stalling. Moreover, Once they stalled, the opponent's two saints would gather, and the situation would become worse. Therefore, there was no need to. He would summon the divine catastrophe right here, right now. If the divine catastrophe was destined to be his downfall, he would have no complaints. However, before that, he had some things to do. Okay. Futian nodded, and his expression became exceptionally determined. No harm would befall his master. At that moment, Qin Zhuang walked up to Dojan and handed a sane instrument to him, saying, Yu Qi took this off and asked me to pass it to you. Sage Dojan looked at the saint instrument armor with a solemn expression, then took it and stepped forward onto the central region of the 9-state platform. In an instant, countless gazes turned towards him. Was the Holy Ji Palace's Battle Sage Palace, Lord Sage Dojan, going to summon the divine catastrophe and enter the saint plane? Senior. At that moment, Yi Futian looked toward Saint Li and asked, Could you ask everyone to leave this area? Saint Li knew what Yi Futian meant. He looked around and said, All uninvolved people, step back 50 kilometers. The sacred war was about to erupt here. Everyone started to leave the area. They also knew that what was happening next would impact a huge radius. Those with lower cultivation levels could die just by being hit by the residual attacks. Even the experts from the Summer States' Holy Lands also stepped back, away from the 9-state platform. They stopped in the distance and set up camp in midair, looking towards the 9-state platform. Saint Li waved his hand and personally brought the 9-state colleges people to retreat. Soon, two factions could be distinctly seen around the 9-state platform. They were the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Holy Ji Palace. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army that had descended upon the 9-state city finally showed themselves. The Great Zhou Sacred King's strongest army, the Golden Phoenix Army, had arrived. Apart from that, there was also the army led by the sage-ranking expert Negai. These were the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's two strongest armies. These two armies were prepared for Yi Futian in attempts of killing them all in the 9-state city. Other than that, the people who had been ambushed by Qin Zhuang and Yu Qi had also made their way to the 9-state city. At that moment, they were regrouping with the Great Zhou Sacred King. Although they suffered heavy losses, they still gathered together to form a huge army. Form the matrix, Yi Futian said. Instantly, the Barren States experts all started to move and form their matrices. In the center of the battle platform, Sage Dojan took a deep breath, then looked up towards the sky. His arm shuddered as he clenched his fists. In an instant, a terrifying force appeared on his body. The wind billowed as the force on Sage Dojan's body gradually became stronger. The wind echoed and became wilder. In the sky, the wind bellowed and a fearsome great path rule power streamed in the area. Soon, all the experts around the battle platform could feel the suffocating aura, as though it could crush all of them. Thud! An imposing aura emitted from Sage Dojan and headed straight for the heavens. The elements circulated in the heavens, and the great path rule power was created. In that instant, countless people from the 9-state city raised their heads and looked at the brewing storm in the sky, as though the heavens was crushing down on the mortal realm. Is this the divine catastrophe? Countless people thought in astonishment. Just the pressure was enough to make people want to grovel and worship it. It was too strong. No wonder the Saint Plane experts detached themselves from the mortal world, away from the masses. They were not on the same level. That was why they were called saints. Bring it on. Sage Dojan raised his head and shouted out. The skies shook as air currents engulfed him. His body became towering like a war god. He did not wear the saint instrument before summoning the divine catastrophe, but was topless instead. His bronze-colored skin felt full of power. Within the terrifying storm, a ray of light descended from the sky. The great path's pressure descended, and many people felt suffocated. Among the experts who had backed off, some of the people with lower cultivation levels felt their legs shaking. Crash! The light of the divine catastrophe struck down, causing the light around Sage Dojan's body to become even more dazzling. Around his body, an immeasurable amount of light circulated around him, and an alarming force rushed into his body. However, this time, Sage Dojan felt boundless energy in every part of his body. Even the light of the divine catastrophe could not move him. The great Zhou sacred king stared at Sage Dojan. He knew what Dojan wanted to do the moment he heard that he had come to the 9-state college. The barren state wanted to create another saint, but it would not be that simple. The eventual outcome of the sacred war would be determined by the strongest people. So, each time the barren state's holy Ji palace had a saint, he would kill that saint. So what if the barren state's disciples all had exceptional potential? He would be the gatekeeper, keeping them away from the saint plane. Once they entered, they would die. Yi Futian was also looking at Sage Dojan. Today, his master would enter the saint plane, and nobody would be able to stop him. Convey my command, surround them. Yi Futian stepped forward and ordered the army. Chapter 868, Matrix Formation. Yi Futian commanded, and the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace marched forwards in formation. Matrix Formation. Yi Futian commanded, and the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace marched forwards in formation. Sage Dojan was in the midst of passing over the catastrophe, but naturally it was Yuan Hong leading the heavenly battle matrix. With the mighty and powerful cultivators marching forwards, a horrible air of war swept through the space. At the same time, the cultivators from the sovereign family and the ice temple were all taking part in the battle matrix. They had long been practicing it in the Holy Ji Palace. Great Zhou Sacred King still sat on the throne, his demeanor authoritative. His eyes surveyed the powerful cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace who surrounded him. His gaze went to Yi Futian, and the eyes of great Zhou Sacred King reflected strong murderous intent. "Get back!" The great Zhou Sacred King commanded indifferently, and the cultivators of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty withdrew accordingly. All who were observing the battle were surprised. It seemed that the great Zhou Sacred King was uneasy with the assemblage from the barren state, and chose not to have a head-on confrontation. Within the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, all the cultivators of the Golden Phoenix army levitated with their golden wings opened, shielding the sky. The battle matrix formed by the Golden Phoenix army turned into a gigantic Golden Phoenix, crossing the boundless void, manned by Zhou Mian and Zhou Huang, who were cultivators on the Sage and Saint ranking. The giant wings of the Golden Phoenix battle matrix flapped, setting off a strong gust of wind, and then smashed down as to split open the void. In the heavenly battle matrix, Yuan Hong held a divine implement, the battle axe of judgment, and smashed towards the wings that swooped down. The sound of a violent collision was heard. Immediately afterward, the wings of the Golden Phoenix army fluttered and drew an arc in the sky as it retreated. The army, led by Nye Gai, also retreated simultaneously. Still, great Zhou Sacred King sat on the throne alone. The purpose of the army to enter 9-state city was Yi Futian and his party. But what he was truly afraid of was not Yi Futian and his cohort. It was Sage Dojan, who was in the midst of passing through the catastrophe of the divine path. Before Sage Dojan was even sanctified, he already had the ability to counter the Golden Phoenix army. Sage Dojan's strength, combined with the army of the Holy Ji Palace, would be a great threat, so he ordered a temporary withdrawal. After Sage Dojan had passed through the catastrophe of the divine path, he could then be the one to deal with him. If it was Sage Dojan alone, the Golden Phoenix army and the army led by Nye Gai was sufficient to counter him. But the situation had changed with the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace arriving as reinforcement and intercepting their people. The great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had experienced a total loss at the border of the Summer State, which made the support of the other side even more obviously at an advantage. So he could only choose evasion for now. In the center of the 9-state platform, Sage Dojan's spirit transformed into battle form and blended into one with it. The massive body, boundlessly stalwart, was amazing. Above the firmament, the rules of the great path fell, turning into countless catastrophes of the divine path that landed on his body, madly impacting it, which made his body tremble. If this was before he had the medicinal baths, before he arrived at the 9-state college, or even in his prime, such terrifying attack of the great path was enough to cause a considerable threat to his body. With a swipe of his sight, Sage Dojan looked toward the Golden Phoenix army, and a chilling intent to kill flashed through his eyes. He was not yet a saint, not until the catastrophe of the great path was behind him. Boom! His footstep landed on the ground and instantly shook the entire 9-state platform. A violent torso straddled the void and headed toward the retreating Golden Phoenix army. Sage Dojan is making his move. The hearts of many trembled. Before, outside of the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Dojan had lent a hand in saving the palace despite the fact he was facing the catastrophe of the great path himself. This time he had the chance to successfully pass the catastrophe. But would he really choose not to concentrate on that task, but rather to attack again? If he made a move to counter the Golden Phoenix army, he would inevitably lose the power to resist the divine catastrophe. Above the sky, the authoritative pressure of the great path slammed down, and Sage Dojan stepped into the void. With every step, he crossed the space and came to the place above the Golden Phoenix army, so that all the cultivators of the Golden Phoenix army looked up, their looks frosty. They too felt the authority of the great path. Come on. Sage Dojan abruptly tightened both fists, and then his majestic body descended from the sky as a god of war. The heaven and the earth roared, the rule power of the great path pursuing him as if intending to destroy and kill him. Zhou Mian looked up and swept a cold glance at that godlike figure descending from the void. His look was extremely frosty. This time, the Golden Phoenix army had deployed its most elite members and coalesced into the strongest Golden Phoenix battle matrix yet. If Sage Dojan thought that he could destroy them like the last time, it would be pure nonsense. As long as he had not yet finished the catastrophe of the great path, he was not a saint. Hacking. Seeing Sage Dojan's mighty body descending, Zhou Mian commanded the divine implement. Suddenly within the battle matrix, countless flaming golden wings slashing toward the sky. The boundless brilliance seemed to split the void into countless segments, but Sage Dojan continued the momentum downwards as if he had not seen it, descending as a god. With a loud bang, the light of the wings broke apart in a frenzy, and the body of Sage Dojan rushed into the wings that had hacked apart the void. Both legs erupted with horrifying power, trampling it underfoot. A pair of even more dazzling wings came forwards, like two flaming golden swords, slashing toward his body. There was a terrible power exploding from the body of Sage Dojan. All his 7-star acupoints were opened, and a brilliant light emitted between his chest and abdomen. With a roar, both hands that were clad in battle saint gauntlets directly grabbed toward the incoming wings, smashing them under. As both of Sage Dojan's hands buckled the wings down, the catastrophe of the great path that was above the sky descended, causing his body to tremble. The horror of the catastrophe of the great path even attacked the wings, and then moved toward the Golden Phoenix army, causing many to tremble violently. Just as if the catastrophe of the great path also descended on them, many people vomited blood. The humongous Golden Phoenix danced above the firmament, and an infinitely beautiful Golden Phoenix sword flew out, aimed toward Sage Dojan. The void seemed to be split open. Sage Dojan slapped both wings, and his body shot to the sky. Boom! Along with several loud booms, the endless light of catastrophe continued to descend, penetrating his body, which bathed under the light of the catastrophe of the great path. There seemed to be a force of infinite horror generating within his body. He trembled in the void. Endless brilliance exploded from both his legs and fists. Then the body suddenly tilted, The arms shook and the fists pierced through the sky. In an instant, above the sky, the endless fists of the Golden War god smashed down. Each shadow of a fist seemed to contain the might of Great Path, piercing through heaven and earth, rushing toward the Golden Phoenix battle matrix. The Golden Phoenix, sword madly slashed out and split open the aura of the fist. But the aura of the fist was endless and covered the sky and buried the space. Bang! 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 Consecutive loud bangs were heard, and bystanders who watched the battle from afar saw the endless Golden War god's fists piercing through the void, blasting on the body of the phoenix that was swaying above the void. The body of the phoenix shook violently, and several figures separated from the battle matrix and fell to certain death. Using his own strength to fight against the most elite Golden Phoenix battle matrix of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, while he was still in the midst of the catastrophe of divine path. It was indeed too frightening. After the catastrophe was over, the Golden Phoenix battle matrix most likely would not be able to withstand his attack. No one could have imagined that a mere cultivator from the barren sky ranking of the barren state could perform with such skill. The sacred war had given Sage Dojan his opportunity, but at the same time it was also a great catastrophe. Boom! A loud noise, the clouds above the sky changed. The rules of the great path in this void madly impacted the body of Sage Dojan, so that he was heard making a sound in the midst of battle, likewise spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Dojan, enough!" Sword Demon said to Sage Dojan, who was in the void. If this continued, it would affect his ability to pass the catastrophe. Sage Dojan's body was bathed in holy light. After the baptism of the divine catastrophe, the light of the great path coursed around his entire body. Clearly, this time, he fared much better than the last. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Many who saw this revealed a look of surprise. Great Zhou Sacred King looked extremely cold. The medicine must have been prepared for him by Saint Jiang. Very soon, the body of Sage Dojan became more crystalline, as if every part of the body was burning, inspiring all his potential. Above the sky, more terrible lights of the great path catastrophe fell down. As long as the body had not been completely forged into the body of a saint, the catastrophe would not dissipate. It was either become a saint or die. An incomparably sharp ray exploded in his eyes, and Sage Dojan said to Sword Demon, "I will breach the battle matrix. You can handle the rest." His voice faded as both of his arms stretched out to welcome the catastrophe of the great path. There was a terrible storm of catastrophe over the sky, piercing throughout heaven and earth, descending on Sage Dojan. An unparalleled force exploded from his body, and at this moment he stepped into the void and went for the Golden Phoenix battle matrix. What was even more frightening was that behind Sage Dojan, the catastrophe of the great path was still falling, chasing after him and descending with him. In the midst of the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, countless people trembled in their hearts and were extremely unsettled. "Ready!" Sage Dojan shouted. Sword Demon, Qin Zhuang, and the others waited solemnly, knew that those words were for them. Sage Dojan would breach the matrix, and then rely on them to prevent the matrix to form again. Countless people looking above the firmament at Sage Dojan, who was bathed in the destructive light of the great path catastrophe, surrounded by shadows of illusion and countless auras of the fist of a war god, sheltering the sky and blasting toward the battle matrix below, covering it all. Who would dare to resist such an attack head-on? Even cultivators of the sage and saint ranking would be annihilated. The Golden Phoenix battle matrix entered a defensive mode. In an instant, it was like a boundlessly radiant armor had covered the sky and shielded the battle matrix. Boom, 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 boom. The infinite aurora of the fist covered the entire matrix, blasting it. The battle matrix rocked violently and many spat out blood. Bang! Another loud crash came from the middle of the battle matrix. Sage Dojan descended from above the battle matrix, along with the catastrophe of the great path rushing through his body and pouring into his fistwill. At this moment, a horrific light of the rules of the great path swept through the golden phoenix battle matrix, accompanied by a loud bang, and the battle matrix collapsed from the middle. Countless people spat out blood, and many others were killed instantly by the shock. Attack! Qin Zhuang and the others were already prepared. The sword slashed across the void and chopped forwards, and the cultivators led by Yu Hong, Huang Shi, and the others also launched the attack. At this time, Sage Dojan, who was in the void, also spat out a mouthful of blood, his face slightly pale, but his body like a god of war. He was still standing straight in the sky, welcoming the catastrophe of the great path. Chapter 869. Relentless. Relentless. Countless gazes fixed on that mighty figure in the void. People across the 9 states had all heard of the battle at the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Dojan employed the power of the heavenly battle matrix, burning his body to release all its potential to the limit, thus attracting the divine catastrophe that almost killed him. It was because of countless people in the barren state who had banded together to shoulder the catastrophe for him that the divine catastrophe dissipated. Although Sage Dojan had made great progress, passing the divine catastrophe was still a difficult task, and he was even turning his attention towards breaching the golden phoenix battle matrix to alleviate the pressure of the battle for the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Dojan had done everything he could for the Holy Ji Palace. He was indeed a person worthy of respect, whose belief was so strong it was no wonder that he could impact the divine path. In the vast 9 states, among the sage and saint ranking, there were merely 72 saints. Above the sky the storm was growing stronger, as if to cover thousands of miles of space, just like an apocalypse. The endless storm contained the indomitable power of the rules of the great path. Although this force would not attack the bystanders, by standing on the ground beneath one could still experience the frightening feeling of the authority of heaven. Countless members of the 9-state city looked up toward the sky. They seemed to have no interest in the great battle that was taking place next to them. Although the sacred war was fierce, the divine catastrophe could be the only one that they would ever witness in their lifetime. For the sages, even though the catastrophe of the great path was horrific, it was their lifelong pursuit. Feeling the power of catastrophe above the sky, they were even somewhat envious of Dojan and held some expectations, hoping that one day they would also be able to attract that change of the world. For the rules of the great path descending from the sky to refine their bodies, transcending them so they could become saints. Under the horror of the authority of heaven, the great Zhou sacred king still sat there, as if he had never moved since the beginning. He stared at Sage Dojan coldly, and that gaze was as if he was watching a dead man. Proving holiness was such a rare chance, but for Dojan to become saint would be his undoing. Boom! Even more horrible great path rules descended. This time Sage Dojan was no longer distracted and attempted to leverage the power of the catastrophe to fight, but instead endured all of it with his body, allowing it to wash over his body. There was no shortcut to the catastrophe of the divine path. Only by bearing enough catastrophe could transformation be possible. For his body to be sanctified, it must first undergo the true test of the divine path. If he relied on borrowing the power of battle instead of the true strength of the body, then he would continue to suffer from the catastrophe in the future, which meant that all the many tests before were born in vain. Divine light was shining all over the body of Dojan. The rules of the great path entered the body, refining it, impacting all the organs and limbs of Dojan. He could clearly feel every part of his body bursting as they withstood the impact of the terrible rules of the great path and metamorphosed at the same time. Sage Dojan thought that the medicinal baths prescribed by Saint Jiang those days in the herb garden were not only to heal his injuries, but also to strengthen his body. At the same time, it was more as if the medicinal bath was preparing him for this sacred cleansing. Saint Jiang's understanding of the divine catastrophe was frightening, especially with such strong ability to target. Even if he was ranked 12th on the sage and saint ranking, It was not something that could have been done in a short time. As if from the beginning, Saint Jiang knew what to do. Without thinking too much, Dozhan concentrated all his energy for the catastrophe of the great path above the 7-star acupoints, with even more terrible power flowing and rays of light running through his body. He let out a great shout, stepped into the void, his body went toward the catastrophe of the great path and rose into the sky. He had already died once under the divine catastrophe. He had nothing else to fear. Boom! Under the impact of even more terrifying forces, Sage Dozhan shot to the sky against the divine catastrophe, like a god of war with shocking impact. Although his body was gigantic and stood proudly above the sky, compared to the divine catastrophe, he still appeared small and insubstantial. The authority of heaven was too strong. Sage Dozhan already felt that many parts inside his body had already been torn apart by the rule's power, but his eyes still conveyed total determination without any hesitation. He looked up to the void and continued to step into the sky. For him to be able to experience the catastrophe in person in this lifetime, he had no more regret. What was more, putting his life or death aside, the Holy Ji Palace was no longer the palace of the past. With the saint, it could compete as equals with the great Zhou dynasty. Even if he really died this day, the Holy Ji Palace would still exist, and his 2 disciples already had their names known in the land of 9 states. In the future, their names would make 9 states shudder. If so, what else did he have to fear? He could consider himself to have lived his entire life, spirited and to its fullest. Raising his head, proudly surveying the great path of the firmament, his arms trembled, and lights coursed all around. He rushed to meet the catastrophe, allowing the endless great path to impact his flesh. His heart was calm without waves, his spiritual was strong and unshaken. Terrible rays circulated above his body, and there were faint blood stains as his skin and muscles broke open. Even with the strength of his body, it was still unbearable for Sage Dozhan at the moment, and the body seemed to be on the verge of complete destruction. However, Sage Dozhan was resolute in his determination and could not be swayed. Without regret in his heart, fully complete without blemishes, and with a will as strong as the Rock of Ages, he would welcome the catastrophe of the great path in his best state, so long as he had breath within him. The rules of the great path continued falling and kept shaking the body of Sage Dozhan. He looked as if on the verge of crumbling, but his eyes were determined as ever and continued staring at the storm. This catastrophe is terrible, many sages were appalled. Even those at the peak of Sage Plain felt the same way. They all wanted to step into the Saint Plain, but seeing the scenes before them, they understood that if they were facing the catastrophe of the divine path at the moment themselves, their chances were not much better. This meant that they were not yet strong enough, and the plain was yet beyond their reach. Perhaps the first few on the sage and saint ranking of 9 states were infinitely closer than the others. Sage Dozhan was not as strong as before, but he was still holding on, no matter what he would be facing after the catastrophe of the great path. However, there was the ancient saying that if one had known the way in the morning, then there would be no regretting death in the evening. Since he had no regrets in his heart, he would give his greatest to do everything he could to follow his heart. As to the ending, no matter what it turned out to be, he would have no regrets. The power of the catastrophe is weakening, many were shocked. Not only that, the brilliance that was coursing above the body of Sage Dozhan was becoming more and more dazzling. The bronze skin seemed to be washed by the divine light and faintly reflected a crystalline luster as if he had been re-sculpted. Dozhan may be about to succeed. The hearts of many people were beating. The land of 9 states would soon have one more saint. However, great Zhou's sacred king watched closely. It was still a question whether this saint could leave with his life intact. It was highly probable that Sage Dozhan would be the shortest-lived saint in the history of 9 states. Great Zhou's sacred king had the intention of killing him. Between the saints, there was still matters of levels within the plane. The great Zhou sacred king had been in the Saint Plain for many years. Even if Sage Dozhan entered the Saint Plain, he would not be in a position of contention. It was very perilous. He's about to succeed. Saint Li looked up at the void, and he already felt that Sage Dozhan was only a step away from being a saint. Not only him, but all notable figures were watching at the moment as well, including Saint Jiang, who was at the 9 State College. They looked up to the sky, a place of infinite changes, to see Dozhan standing above the sky. His stature, like a god of war, could be clearly seen. Little Butterfly stood by his side. In the herb garden, many people, including the injured Yu Qi, Undying Sage, were all looking up, watching Dozhan, who was above the void. Master, if the great Zhou sacred king wants to kill Sage Dozhan, would he have a chance to block it? Little Butterfly asked. Saint Jiang shook his head and said mildly, Great Zhou sacred king's ranking is also on the top of the list. For the Saint Plain, the difference of one plane can mean a world of difference. If it's just the two of them, there is no doubt that Dozhan will definitely die. But we don't yet know at what level the other saint from Barren State is. However, it will probably be difficult to stop the great Zhou sacred king from killing Dozhan. Little Butterfly looked a little pale, saying, Master, you helped Sage Dozhan cross the most difficult hurdle. Could you help him again? Her master, Saint Jiang, ranked number 12 on the Sage and Saint ranking, before the great Zhou sacred king would be capable of helping Sage Dozhan. Saint Jiang casted a glance at Little Butterfly and shook his head. The sacred war between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace was permitted by Emperor Xia and personally monitored by the 9 States Supervising Inspector. Moreover, the 9 States Supervising Inspector was located at the 9 State Guard, and it was likely to be located around the 9 States platform. After all, 9 states were under the rule of Emperor Xia. His power could be everywhere. Both sides have suffered heavy casualties in the sacred war. What reason did he have to intervene? Furthermore, Sage Dozhan and he were neither friends nor relatives. He granted Yi Futian's request to help Sage Dozhan pass the divine catastrophe. Now it was not possible for him to intervene in the sacred war at will. Little Butterfly's eyes revealed some disappointment. She knew that her request was a little overboard. The master had no reason to grant it. Now, one could only hope that Sage Dozhan would be able to survive the next catastrophe. At this moment, in the area below Sage Dozhan, on the area of the 9 State platform area, the sound of a guqin could be heard. The sound of the guqin was magnificent, revealing a sense of pride, but also concealed within it a sense of heroics. Many looked toward it and saw that it was Yi Futian playing in the void. Hua Jiu stood behind him, while Yun Shang and many other cultivators formed a battle matrix beside him and lent their spiritual energy to Yi Futian. The sound of the guqin pierced the void, resounded between heaven and earth. There was a great battle taking place in front of them that under this atmosphere appeared extremely solemn. At this time, among the disintegrated army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, many cultivators now marched towards him, their attention fixed on him to try to take him down. However, when they came to the battle matrix, they felt the terrible rule's power descending, shrouding their bodies as if this space was frozen. Time and space seemed to have stopped. The fingers plucked the strings, and in an instant the sound of guqin turned into sparkles of light that swept out. In a moment, brilliant rays of light rushed toward those people, emitting violent sounds of collision. The skulls of some were shattered while the bodies of others were smashed. It was impossible to get close to Yi Futian. At this time, Yi Futian looked up slightly and glanced towards his master. A brilliant light erupted from the master, and holy lights coursed around his entire body and chased away the light of catastrophe that was between heaven and earth. The storm that was within the void disappeared, the might of heaven nowhere to be found. And Sage Dozhan, whose body was as if resculpted, bloomed with endless brilliance in the sky above. With the divine catastrophe behind him, the sacred body was now complete. Sage Dojan had entered the divine path. Chapter 870. A Saint. A Saint. Countless looked up at the sky. Holy light coursed Dojan's body, a sign of him breaking into Saint Plane. There were 72 recorded saints throughout the 9 states. The chess saint perished, and the village chief of the tombkeeper status as a saint was exposed, which even the score eventually. As such, there were still 72 saints up till that point. However, with Dojan becoming a saint at the moment, he became the 73rd saint throughout the entire 9 states. It was actually a very bad timing for Dojan to become a saint. However, everyone knew that if he were to make it past his divine catastrophe and become a saint, he needed Saint Zhang's help, which was why they came to the 9-state college. The Zhou sacred king arrived at the college later and kept a close eye on him. If Dojan refused to advance further, the sacred king would have brought his army to bear, forcing Dojan to advance and become a saint. Dojan had no choice in the matter. The sacred king did all he could to take Dojan's life. Qiyu, Sage Jingang, and the others in the herb garden, Huang Yi, Yun Shang, and other mighty ones in the battlefield, all turned to look at Dojan, who was suspended in midair. With Dojan becoming a saint, it meant that the barren state finally had a saint emerging from their ranks after many years, and it was one that truly emerged from the barren state. While the village chief was a saint, but he originated from the Tombkeeper village and had only joined the Holy Ji Palace later. The 2 palace lords all those years ago practically did everything in their power and paid a hefty cost, all for the sake of having a saint emerging from the ranks of the barren state. At that moment, the very first saint had truly emerged from their ranks. However, it was not a joyous occasion. Everyone only felt a heavy burden being put in their minds. Dojan had only made it through his first catastrophe. The ones that he were about to face in the future might have actually been worse than the divine catastrophe. A figure in the Xia clan's direction, among the onlookers of the battle, was staring at Dojan. There was yet another saint emerging in the 9 states. It was a difficult thing to achieve, but since Emperor Xia had agreed for the sacred war to commence, then it was only natural for him to not interfere. The figure was no other a mighty one from the 9-state guard who mingled among the mighty ones from the Xia clan to monitor the sacred war. An extremely powerful might of the great path was sensed, shrouding the air around them. The sacred king who had been sitting at the throne at the 9-state platform stood and took to the air. He, who had been sitting quietly all along before, burst with true might of the great path. He gleamed with dazzling holy light, like a supreme emperor of the entire humanity itself. The sacred king had truly came to look like a being befitting his status, standing tall in the sky overlooking the people beneath. The holy brilliance emanating from him alone shrouded the entire space around. Countless felt their breaths getting heavy as the might of the great path showered below, making them feel as if they needed to kneel and worship him. Many shuddered, seeing the incredibly dazzling figure. The rules of the sacred war were put in place to avoid the powers and forces of both holy lands from being eradicated by the other. Emperor Xia forbade saints from acting against anyone below Saint Plane, and the sacred king had probably felt tired of holding himself back. Now that Dojan became a saint, he finally had the opportunity to bring his might to bear and cut down Dojan, who had just become a saint, establishing the supremacy of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. A boundlessly huge golden phoenix appeared in the air, which truly blocked out the sky. Countless eyes looked up and saw the face of a phoenix bearing incredibly sharp and cold eyes. Immensely fearsome rules of the great path coursed in the sky, enveloping everywhere the eye could see. Many shuddered somewhat at the scene. Is this the true might of saints? A thought was what it took to command the skies and their surroundings, rendering all powers between the heavens and the earth under their control. All below Saint Plane were mortals, and they were able to do nothing but worship those at Saint Plane. Everyone knew why Emperor Xia set the rules of the sacred war as they had been. The powers of Saint needed to be kept in check, as their powers were simply too devastating. Countless cultivators from both holy lands would have been eliminated, and it would have been a calamity like no other, affecting the entire 9 states, as all were under the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia after all. Teacher Yi Futian, who was fighting below, looked up at the scene in the sky, and his mind was washed with immense worry. The sacred king ranked high on the sage and saint ranking, which meant that his powers were beyond doubt. As one who had been training for many years, he naturally understood that the higher one's plane was, the greater the power difference within said plane. His teacher had only broke into saint plane, which meant that there was no way he could have rivaled the sacred king in terms of powers. As a result, Yi Futian's tune became enraged and unsettling. The weather changed around him as terrifying spiritual powers coalesced, enveloping the space he occupied and everyone within the battle matrix. Hua, Jiu, and Yi Futian were spiritually connected enough to enable her to understand his thoughts. He was cranking up his own will to the limit like he last did, turning himself into an ancient god to do battle. The action that the sacred king just took made Yi Futian felt an intense sense of danger. Shuffling noises were heard within Yi Futian's life palace. Boundlessly dazzling light shone within his body. His imperial burned and cranked his powers to the limit, sealing all spiritual powers that he had borrowed within his will. A regal, godly ape figure appeared, looking like a true demon god, standing tall between the heavens and the earth. Yi Futian and all with him were buried within, turning into a single being, as if they have all turned into the divine ape. The eyes of the divine ape was incredibly fearsome. Its imposing, violent body turned to face all those opposite it, and then stepped forward to walk in the air, charging at the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army. Dozhan's arms shuddered, and holy light coursed about him high in the sky. His towering body turned to look like a god of war. He took one step in the air, and everything around him trembled. It was then that Dozhan truly felt the might of a saint. His body became the rules of the Great Path, which enabled him to resonate with the powers of Great Path between the heavens and the earth. Every single action he took was a manifestation of the Great Path. Such power was beyond the comprehension of mortals and had reached a whole new level. Such beings no longer borrowed from the rules of the world around them, as they themselves became manifestations of the rules of the Great Path. Dozhan lifted his arm, and he felt as if the powers of the worldly Great Path were all embodied in his fist. He shouted and punched with the fist clad in battle saint gauntlets. The air around him resonated strongly in an instant, as if his fist had tore through the space before him as it headed for the sacred king. That one punch carried boundless powers of the worldly Great Path, which seemed to be out to crush the sacred king once and for all. Know your place. The sacred king took a bland look at Dozhan. You just got into Saint Plain, and you want to fight me already? You really are reckless and thoughtless. It was entirely possible that Dozhan knew nothing of the Saint Plain and how terrifyingly different power levels between saints could be. He extended his arms and slapped at the air before him. The air shook in an instant, tearing the punch of the Great Path thrown at him to bits and pieces. The space in between shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. A cry of the phoenix was heard in the air at that moment. The golden phoenix, which was huge enough to literally block out the sky, lashed out with its golden phoenix claws. The entire sky seemed to have shrouded within. Countless who were watching the battle trembled at the scene. Their minds shuddered violently. The claws were literally the sky striking down. Dozhan was tall and regal like a god, but he looked hopeless small before their claws. Dozhan looked up at the attack, striking downward as if to tear the sky apart, and lifted his arm, shooting out with another punch. The fist of the Great Path tore through the air before him and shot at the claws. The two attacks clashed, and the punch was torn to shreds in an instant, while the claws continued coming down at Dozhan. A figure appeared right above Dojan's body at that very moment. A dazzling sword diagram appeared in the air, breathing towering beams of swords. The figure was none other than the village chief. He waved his arms, and the sword diagram at the air behind him turned incredibly brilliant. Sword will course throughout the skies, completely in control by the sword diagram. The holy sword was sticking right at the middle of the sword diagram, pulsing with sword will out to tear the sky apart. Go. His finger pointed at the sky. Boundless sword aura currents controlled by the sword diagram flushed at the claws in the air. The boundless claws clashed onto the sword diagram, cracking it, while the claws were similarly torn. The claws dissipated, and the sword diagram crumbled with a loud boom. The holy sword returned to its place behind the village chief. 3 saints. Many felt their hearts pumping uncontrollably. Everyone was watching the battle. There was hardly anyone paying any attention to the battle between the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army and the Holy Ji Palace. The battle between saints were something that many would have gotten to witness once in their lifetimes. The battle between saints in the air was far above the ground, yet it felt that the battle was happening right before their eyes, so much so that everyone was able to see it if they were to just look up. Untold numbers of people in the 9-state city looked up in the sky. The sacred king's holy light shone brightly in the sky like an unparalleled sacred king he was supposed to be. His sharp eyes held tinges of contempt in them as he said, "If the sword saint of the void was still in this world, I'd admit that I'm the inferior one. But you, a mere sword servant, dare to actually stand against me?" He stepped forward as soon as he finished. The power of the great path shrouded the air, and the sky was tightly wound, as if it would have crumbled at any given moment. Sage Dojan felt the might of the great path and felt immensely that he no longer had any regrets, as he had been able to break into Saint Plain. However, he was nonetheless truly able to feel that the power difference within Saint Plain was frighteningly huge. People would have given anything to reach ever greater heights in the great path. Their minds of the path were indomitable as they all yearned for the promised supreme power. Why did the chess saint risk it all to enter the nether sword mound? Why did the sacred king went so far as to wage a sacred war? I might be a sword servant, and I still am able to stand before you, sacred king. Are you trying to insult yourself? The village chief said plainly. He waved both of his arms, and great path flowed between the heavens and the earth. An incredibly dazzling image hovered in the sky, appearing right behind the old village chief. Voom, voom, voom. Swords zipped about as they were fused within the image, which spun about the air, breathing sword beams capable of tearing space apart. Kill! The village chief pointed at the sacred king, and the spinning image disappeared altogether in an instant. At the same time, tremendously fearsome sword beams of destruction came right before the sacred king. Huge figures of golden phoenixes appeared right before the sacred king, which stacked in layers and fused with the world around them, shining with tower golden light as the sword aura continued to crumble around it. The sacred king basked in boundless golden light as he stepped out, freely letting the destructive sword attacks destroy the golden phoenixes, as if none of that had any effect on him. His body continued to pass through the sword matrix's killing light one step at a time. He turned to look like a god once he passed through all that. The holy light on the sacred king's body looked even more dazzling and towering in comparison to the village chief's. The might of the great path shrouded the sky, as if to declare to all in the world that he was the great Zhou sacred king. Chapter 871. At a place very, very far from the 9-state city, a place at the border of 4 states, Summer, Eastern, Qi and Feng led a tranquil, quiet village, free from disturbance from anyone else. At a place very, very far from the 9-state city, a place at the border of 4 states, Summer, Eastern, Qi and Feng led a tranquil, quiet village, free from disturbance from anyone else. That village was none other than the Tombkeeper village. What differed between then and now with the place was that all dwellers of the village had moved out and settled in the Holiji Palace instead. After the incident with the village, previously, many from Holy Lands attempted to explore the Nether Sword Mound still, yet none of them were able to achieve anything as they were reluctant to risk themselves going deep with the place. At the moment, with the exception of some who would occasionally visit the place just to check things out, the Tombkeeper village had essentially been thoroughly rendered a ghost village. Countless graves lied within the forbidden ground that was the Nether Sword Mound, nested within the quiet mountains at the end of the village. Swords were stabbed throughout the graveyard, symbolizing the entire place itself being buried. The depths of the mysterious forbidden ground was where the chess saint perished. There seemed to be a terrifying fissure in the sky with a pair of blood-colored sword eyes seen there. Immensely terrifying sword aura seeped from within the pair of eyes, basking a frail body sitting cross-legged beneath. The frail body belonged to a girl who looked to be 16 years of age. Sword will course throughout her body, and holy light of swords emanated from her. The swords all over the place stayed motionless for her alone. The girl was none other than Yaya, who had elected to stay behind in the Nether Sword Mound, to watch over her parents' grave. Her appearance seemed to have changed somewhat throughout the past year. There were fewer hints of childishness on her, and her plain looks had turned to become more chiseled. All that, coupled with the light of swords coursing about her, made her shine with a mystical gleam, causing her to look rather holy. Her appearance and bearing changed considerably. However, the most apparent change about her was her plane. Within the short span of a year, she had actually advanced considerably, breaking through from her pinnacle noble plane state into near the level of a magi, as indicated by her aura. The speed of her advancement was unnaturally quick, just like how she came to be at the pinnacle of noble plane at 15 years old, a fact that went against conventions. Her eyelashes twitched, as if she had sensed something at the moment. Her eyes opened, and light of the sword streaked past, turning into a screen, and an image manifested before her eyes. A war was seen happening within the image, the war that had erupted at the 9-state platform at the moment. The image seemed to have been delivered by the village chief's holy sword. She first saw the village chief, and then the target of her vengeance, the sacred king in the image. Her eyes turned bone-chilling cold at the sight of him. The number of people grew within the image, and she seemed to catch sight of Futian among the crowd, who had turned into an enormous demon ape. However, she was none the less able to see the ape for what it was despite its form. "Brother," Yaya muttered silently. Her eyes went cold seeing how imposing and regal the sacred king looked. Boundless sword will shuddered within the space she occupied. Tens of thousands of swords rang in resonance, and the air howled, as if the swords were attempting to break free of their shackles. Countless at the 9-state city looked up at the sacred king, who looked impossibly sharp and intimidating. The sacred king was the sovereign of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and held the title of sacred king, which naturally meant that his powers were beyond mortal comprehension and far above the old village chief and dojan. "Do you think you could stop me?" the sacred king asked with cold eyes, glaring at the village chief. The golden phoenix shone brilliantly high in the sky. The sacred king had been training for ages and had climbed the sacred ladder once. He was no longer at the first plane of Saint Plane. The power difference between a single plane level at Sage Plane had already been one near impossible to bridge. It was more so in the case of saints. Furthermore, his talents had already been unervingly exceptional, which meant that he was definitely above the village chief in terms of powers. The village chief, on the other hand, had only been a sword servant who had been following the sword saint of the void. What he was at the moment, he probably owed it all to the sword saint of the void. As for Dojan, he had only broke into Saint Plane mere moments ago, meaning that there was definitely no way he could have rivaled the sacred king. Dojan, leave. The village chief knew how powerful his opponent was when he saw the sacred king walking out of the sword matrix completely unscathed. He was only able to buy time to have Sage Dojan leave. He was versed in the art of space manipulation. Even if there was no way for him to win against the Sacred King, he would probably have had no problems getting out in one piece. That was so long as he was able to last until Sage Dojan left. Leave. A sarcastic look was seen in the Sacred King's eyes. He had been there at 9 State City to eliminate Dojan, Futian, and all who were with them, so as to destroy the Barren State once and for all. However, he fell into the trap laid by Futian and ended up having many of his forces crushed instead. The great Zhou sacred dynasty was at a disadvantage in the battle fought between the sages. There was simply no way the Sacred King would have allowed Dojan to leave under such state of affairs. The Sacred King shook his arms, and slivers of boundlessly dazzling, holy light shot from behind him. A dazzling, elegant, and huge demonic beast shot into the air. It was a true golden phoenix, shooting for the skies and merging with the shadow of Phoenix high in the air, which had been a manifestation of his life spirit. His life spirit took a very solid form at the moment. The Sacred King lashed out all of a sudden. He grasped at the air and boundless, terrifying rules of the great path's power flowed about. He manifested right before the village chief, and an enormous golden phoenix emerged, lashing out with its claws and shrouding the surrounding air with its impervious might. The village chief burst with a strong, blinding light, disappearing from where he stood right there, and then. It was the power of the great path rules of space. His silhouette appeared right beside Dojan, intending to leave the battlefield with the former sage. Yet at that very moment the golden phoenix in the sky cried and lashed out with a pair of claws below. A storm of rules of the great path whipped up right there and then, with the air seemed to be at verge of collapse as destructive powers were everywhere around them. The holy sword hovered in the air and rang. The sword diagram appeared and sword aura in the air coursed in a frenzy as they filled the sky with maniacal offensive powers out to tear everything apart. Boom! The enormous golden phoenix flapped its wings and boundless golden feathers shot at the space below in an instant. Great path rules shot down together with the feathers. Every single feather turned to beams harboring immensely destructive powers. The Sacred King stepped forward, appearing before the phoenix, and he extended his arm, attempting to lock both of his targets in the storm. The village chief grew worried as swords in the air rang in resonance. He saw the attack from above and evaded. In an instant, the swords in the sky zipped above and clashed with the incoming attack, crushing the killing feathers raining downwards. He took the sword diagram and headed straight for the sky, charging at the phoenix's shadow and intending to penetrate its body. The golden phoenix closed its wings and opened again. Every single feather unleashed turned into the sharpest blade to be found in the world, as they cut through space and headed for the swords. The phoenix's claws were lashed out straight at the village chief's head as well. While there was no doubt that the great path powers of space were powerful, but being of inferior level meant that the village chief was doomed to lose in a straight-up fight against the Sacred King. At that moment, the Sacred King himself walked and headed towards Dojan. Blazing fire rules of great path manifested and shrouded the entire place, burning the space they occupied up. He glared at Dojan and said coldly, "If you had refused to make it past your divine catastrophe, you wouldn't this catastrophe in your hands to deal with now." He extended his hand as soon as he finished, with frightening powers coursing in his hand. Dojan's eyes were completely calm as great path rules coursed about him. His physical body had become saintly, and the battle form he took was that of the great path. Even the Sacred King's flames of the great path were unable to easily singe him. My mind is whole, and therefore I am able to become a saint. Regardless if I end up surviving the war or perishing in it, the Barren State would emerge as victors in this war, and the great Zhou sacred dynasty would become history. He burned his battle form of the great path as soon as he finished, bringing all the potential he had within his body, unleashing all powers within as he stepped forward and walked towards the sacred king. One had nothing to fear once one held their beliefs firm. The calamity outside the Holy Ji Palace determined the course of the latter half of the sacred war, and the barren state was able to turn the tables. A blinding light was seen bursting in the air. Dojan's regal, god of warlike battle form charged at the sacred king, making all who witnessed it shudder. Dojan stayed true to his title. He had once been known as Sage Dojan. Now that he had become a saint, he could be named Saint Dojan instead. Indomitable and unwavering, Dojan's body charged straight at the sacred king. He became incredibly regal and imposing, throwing a punch that tore through space and made their surroundings tremble as it headed for the sacred king. The terrifying great path rules in his hand coalesced and turned into a boundlessly huge golden phoenix's shadow, heading straight for Dojan. Both individuals clashed head-on, making the heavens tremble, and all everyone was able to see was a blinding light. Both sides shone brilliantly with the holy light of saints. A ring of light appeared around Dojan's body, making him look like a god dedicating itself to war. The sky trembled as both arms were brought to bear on the sacred king with thousands of light of the fist. The sacred king became basked in boundless glitter of the saints at that very moment. The light coursing about his body turned fiery and brimming as the golden phoenix assimilated with him. Both individuals clashed over and over within a single moment. All the spectators saw was the repeated attacks the tall, regal, imposing body of Dojan was enduring, with every clash bringing about a terrifying tremble. Even if he had been clad in holy armor, but the attacks he was withstand came from a saint nonetheless. Eventually, both individuals separated as a blinding flash of light was seen. Everything saw a tearing boom in the air. The holy armor was broken and blood spluttered from Dojan's body. However, the great path rules coursing about his body quickly mended his injuries. The sacred king's breath was unsettling as well, as he glared at Dojan. "You're not afraid to die, are you? You'd still die regardless." The extremely sharp beam coursing about the sacred king seemed to be shooting up at the sky. The golden phoenix wings behind him spread wide open, while he shot at Dojan like meteor. Dojan did not back down. He glared at the beam while steadying himself in the air. His battle form of rules seemed to have burned, and all of his powers were focused on his arm. When the meteor got near, he stepped forward and did not bother to defend, throwing a straight jab at the attack instead. Crack! A terrifying tearing sound was heard. Boom! A terrible clashing sound was heard. Both sides separated from each other in an instant. Many saw Dojan's battle form crumbled and blood dripping from it. However, it did not get destroyed outright. His body had been elevated to sainthood and became a battle form of the great path. His body was nigh invincible. If it had not been for the sacred king's level being higher than his, it would have been more difficult to damage him to such extent. The sacred king coughed and felt fluids about to spurt from his throat, but he gulped it back down. The bones at his torso fractured and his internal organs rattled. The punch, which Dojan gave everything to throw, had actually managed to damage him. Teacher. At that moment within another battlefield, the fights taking place were just as intense. Futian had turned the battle matrix he commanded into a boundless, huge, and violent, godly ape, charging straight at the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army and going on a killing spree. He had been paying attention to the battle at the other side while he was at it, and his mind shuddered. We still couldn't beat the sacred king, even with the village chief added to the fray? Boom! The ape took a heavy step all of a sudden, and many sages spit blood right there and then, as if their bodies had been suppressed by extremely fearsome power of the great path, making it near impossible for them to move. Futian continued to charge at high speed, and many mighty ones charged at him as well, intending to stop him dead in his tracks. He extended his hand, and the power of the space-freezing rules was unleashed. The surrounding space-time seemed to have grinded to a halt while he lifted his fist and continued to charge forward. Streaks of flashes of the fist rained down like stars, and many were thrown off. They were spitting blood, and some even died right there and then from completely destroyed innards. Some power indeed. The spectators watched with a terrifying fear as the extremely violent ape went on a rampage against all those who would stop it, heading in a single direction, one step at a time. That was where the core of the sacred dynasty's army was. Zhou Huang, Zhouya, and other offsprings of the sacred king were all there. They were all Yi Futian's targets. Any who dare stands in my way dies. Yi Futian's voice was bone-chilling cold, as if he hailed from hell. The space around him was put in a lockdown with every step he took. The steps he had taken in the air seemed to become stars capable of crushing everything. Chapter 872. There was chaos all over the battlefield, but the divine ape who strode forward through the armies like a beast of war suppressed all the cultivators. There was chaos all over the battlefield, but the divine ape who strode forward through the armies like a beast of war suppressed all the cultivators. Many people trembled with shock. Yi Futian had once used the power of the battle matrix to transform into the rock, and that was incredibly strong. Now the aura that burst forth from him was all strength and no weakness. After all, last time when Yi Futian had helped Dozhan bear the divine catastrophe, he had been seriously wounded. And as far as the great Zhou sacred dynasty cultivators who had gotten involved had been concerned, he was a spent arrow at the end of its flight. But this time he was at full power, and the great Zhou golden phoenix battle matrix had been destroyed by Dozhan, so they could only form a small matrix. Zhou Huang stood in the army, looking cold and indifferent as he stared in Yi Futian's direction. They had been obeying his father's orders to withdraw the army, but they had been interrupted by Dozhan, Qin Zhuang, and the others' attack. They had completely destroyed their formation. Retreating as a whole group would be nearly impossible. They were forced to fight. He swept his gaze over the vast battlefield. Zhou Mian wielded a divine implement as he battled with Qin Zhuang. The army that Nie Gai was leading was resisting Yuan Hong's heavenly battle array. He was the only one that was available, and he was feeling a strong threat from the divine ape body that Yi Futian had transformed into. Form up. The cultivators around Zhou Huang gathered together. All of them were all scions of the Zhou family. They could clearly see Futian coming towards them. "Kill him, no matter the cost," Zhou Huang ordered the cultivators beside him. A brilliant radiance flashed by, like a golden phoenix, had split the void in two, and rushed wildly towards Yi Futian's divine ape. As long as they killed Yi Futian, Dozhan would also die, and the Holy Ji Palace would be destroyed. Thus, as far as the great Zhou sacred dynasty was concerned, killing Yi Futian was worth any price. They would have never thought that, in one short year, their thinking could have changed so much. The cultivators of the great Zhou sacred dynasty had once thought that killing Yi Futian would be like crushing an ant. What was the difference between daring to face the great Zhou sacred king and his followers and seeking one's own death? But now they were willing to pay any price as long as they killed Yi Futian. Watching many cultivators rushing towards him, a huge starry polearm appeared in the divine ape's hands. Radiance bloomed from it. It was a ritual implement of destruction. It was like it was meant to be wielded by the divine ape. He stepped across the void and slashed with the polearm of divine destruction. The void trembled. Thousands of shadows of the polearm swept out. Boundless power appeared, destroying everything. It was like a star had actually fallen to earth and swept out over everything. Bang! 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 Loud noises rang out as the phoenix figures were smashed. The polearm's shadow smashed into many cultivators, and blood rained from the sky. Even top-level sages suffered the polearm's power as they fell helplessly from the sky. "Refined by fire!" A scream rang out as golden fire burned the earth and the sky. burying the divine ape's body within it. However, the divine ape continued forward as it was bathed in flames, looking even wilder. Every step it took across the void brought it closer, and the polearm of divine destruction continued to slash forward, killing many cultivators with its forceful pressure. This violent battle made many people turn their attention away from the battle at the palace. They saw the army being constantly battered. Everywhere the divine ape went, devastation followed. It seemed to want to kill the commander of the opposing army. So strong, many people's hearts trembled. Although they had the power of a battle matrix, this was Yi Futian, one of the top-level sages. When he truly set foot on this field, he could probably wipe away the entire army by himself. As a gatekeeper, he was more than a match for thousands of men. If he really can take down Zhou Huang, many people could guess what Yi Futian wanted to do. Once he was successful, he could directly hinder the battle at the palace. Numerous cultivators were still charging at Yi Futian, but it was no use. The divine ape that he had turned into could not be stopped. Every cultivator who tried to stop him was completely put down by the polearm of divine destruction. If they were not killed, they were seriously injured. Soon, Yi Futian had smashed a bloody road through the army and appeared before Zhou Huang. Zhou Huang and his men were already standing in full battle array. A line of nobles gathered together to form a battle matrix that hung in the sky. Many golden phoenixes flapped their wings. Suddenly the figure of a huge phoenix broke through and flew across the sky. Zhou Huang still wielded the golden phoenix sword, and he stared coldly at the towering divine ape. The divine ape's eyes were extremely cold. It had been Zhou Mian, Zhou Huang, and Sage Wuliang who had nearly hounded the master to death. The desire to kill them had grown in him outside the palace. He had already ordered Qin Zhuang to kill Sage Wuliang. The two who were left, Zhou Mian and Zhou Huang, would certainly die too. Boom! The beast of war stepped forward and the sky trembled. The divine ape's arms were filled with limitless power, and the radiance of the starry laws filled heaven and earth as it followed the polearm of divine destruction. When the polearm of divine destruction descended from the sky, it seemed to carry with it the light of the stars. Each individual star's light was insignificant, but they all seemed to contain the full power of the starry laws. Each particle seemed like an entire star. Zhou Huang felt Yi Futian's attack and his heart trembled, but his gaze was still cold and severe. The golden phoenix sword swallowed up the brilliant radiance. Upon the blade of light, a figure of a phoenix broke through the void and rushed forward. The sky thrust forward, and the sky seemed about to split. Many of the star particles that were rushing forward were smashed by the sword and turned into a terrible storm. But the particles seemed endless. Zhou Huang and the others had a strange feeling, as if they were in the starry sky and countless meteors were falling towards them. Even so, his sword kept moving forward. Even if a starry sky was pressing down on him, he would still shatter it. Finally, the polearm of divine destruction collided with the sword, giving off a loud bang. The golden phoenix sword trembled fiercely. Zhou Huang and the others retreated, and one of them even coughed up blood. This attack was too fierce. It would collapse all the heavens. The divine ape stared coldly at its opponent. It extended its giant left hand, grabbed something from the void. In an instant, a horrible storm of stars spread out. Space seemed to be still, and Zhou Huang and the others felt that time and space had come to a stop. Everything was getting slow, but at the same time, the terrible stars were trying to bury them. It was a spell created by the fusion of two rule powers, the star prison. This spell's power lay in the fact that it incorporated the rules of space solidification. There was no way to escape it, as it directly imprisoned you within the stars. Zhou Huang and the others released unbelievable amounts of rule power towards the golden phoenix sword, making it swallow up the incomparable brilliance. It broke through the rule power released by their opponent and rushed towards it, but they saw the huge divine ape body wielding its polearm. It descended from the sky, shocking them. Hee, the star prison was broken, and the polearm filled the sky as it rushed down. It covered everything, and the golden phoenix sword could not intercept all of it. The terrible attack hit the back of the golden phoenix, and the horrendous power shocked the cultivators within the battle matrix until they spat up blood. Zhou Huang's body also fell from the sky. Everyone who saw the battlefield was shaken. Zhou Huang had certainly suffered a disaster. The divine ape descended from the sky, and its polearm slashed out again with a violent sound. The golden phoenix that was guarding the battle matrix broke apart, and the battle matrix was destroyed. Many people were sent flying and spat up blood. Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu were also among them. The two of them were extremely weak compared to the rest of the army, but they still played a role in the battle matrix. However, since they were hidden in the center of the matrix, they suffered the least amount of force from the attack. When they saw the beast of war that was like a god descended to the world of man, Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu felt a little bit hopeless. The polearm covered the sky again, and Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu stood under it, only feeling their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and someone as strong as Zhou Huang still trembled and coughed up blood. His body fell from the sky, but the divine ape still did not stop. The polearm descended once again, and many people felt their courage fail. It slammed down, and Zhou Huang dropped his golden phoenix sword. His arm bones shattered, and his golden phoenix body was seriously damaged. He spat up blood wildly. In the next moment, he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He looked up and saw a beast of war before him. It stretched out its huge hand, grabbed his head, and pinched it. This sage, ranking cultivator of the sages and saints ranking, had his head pinched, and whether he lived or died was no longer up to him to control. Everyone on the battlefield looked over at him and felt hopeless. How could the beast be so strong? Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu went pale. They didn't have time to worry about Zhou Huang. The divine ape was descending from the sky, and its other hand grabbed them. They had no power to resist it as it lifted them into the air. Everyone stopped fighting. A loud voice came from the divine ape, shaking the endless void. Everyone who was fighting separated, and soon the battle stopped. Everyone looked at Futian. The cultivators of the great Zhou sacred dynasty were a bit hopeless. Their army had been completely suppressed by the army of the barren state. Zhou Huang, the eldest son of the sacred king, a sage of the sages and saints ranking, and the deputy commander of the Golden Phoenix army, had his head pinched by Futian, and Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu, both of them princes, were captured. What did this mean? It meant that even though both sides had brought the forces stationed in the palace and in the holy capital to this battle, the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army had still been defeated by the barren state. At the very least, it would not be like it had been 1 year ago. Great Zhou sacred king. Another cold voice shook the earth and sky. The great Zhou sacred king, who was fighting in the most violent part of the battlefield, stopped. His perception was so strong that he saw everything Futian was doing over there, and now his face was gloomy to the extreme. For the first time, he truly felt embarrassed. Chapter 873. At that moment, the void suddenly quieted down, not seeming at all like a terrible battle had just happened there. But the area was still filled with terrible rule power, and the corpses on the ground were like a testimony that this had indeed been a battlefield. At that moment, the void suddenly quieted down, not seeming at all like a terrible battle had just happened there. But the area was still filled with terrible rule power, and the corpses on the ground were like a testimony that this had indeed been a battlefield. Although Dozhan was still standing proudly, and his stalwart body seemed like it would never fall. In fact, his actual situation was only known to himself. He had used a great deal of his inner strength in his battle with the great Zhou sacred king, and now his body was overwhelmed. If it wasn't for the divine light that flowed over him, one would be able to see that his body was now riddled with holes. although Yi Futian had rushed toward Zhou Huang in such a short time. The great Zhou sacred king had still been able to launch countless attacks on him. When he saw Yi Futian capture Zhou Huang, Douzhan understood why his disciple had arranged things the way he had these past few days. He had ordered the village chief and Qin Zhuang to pin down the great Zhou sacred dynasty and at the same time observe their movements. He had calculated a good time to have the village chief return and wait until he had finished things so the two of them could face the great Zhou sacred king. But before this, there had been no certainty that anyone could block the king. In fact, it was sure no one could. The village chief could use his command of space to escape, but he couldn't bring him with him. Thus, Yi Futian had ordered the army of the Holy Ji Palace to cut off the great Zhou sacred king's army. Yu Qi and the others had fought hard and achieved a brilliant victory, and this had laid the foundation for today's battle, allowing Yi Futian to grab Zhou Huang and deter the great Zhou sacred king. Ever since he had come to Nine State City seeking Saint Jiang, everything had been for his master. Yi Futian had used this kind of power last time outside the palace. After that fight, he had collapsed for a while before he had woken up. Today, he had once again relied on power beyond what he could bear. His counterattacking power was still quite formidable. He didn't know how a disciple like him could still be alive. According to common practice, he had forced himself to use more than his own spiritual energy. Although for a short time he had wielded incredible power, it was likely that his spiritual would collapse and he would either die or become disabled. Douzhan did not want him to pay any price like that. The great Zhou sacred king felt the same way. Why was Yi Futian able to mobilize such power twice? But now was obviously not the time to pursue this question. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Yi Futian. The great Zhou sacred king said nothing. In these circumstances, nothing he said would carry any weight. A threat? A command? They would all be meaningless. He waited for Yi Futian to speak. If you return to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, I will let them live. The divine ape spat in a cold voice. He could directly kill Zhou Huang and the others. Under Emperor Xia's rule, the great Zhou sacred king could not stop him. However, for Yi Futian, when comparing Zhou Huang and the others' lives to that of his master, there was no need to consider. Sooner or later, he would wipe out the great Zhou sacred king. But right now, he wanted the master to live, and not only to live, but to be completely sanctified. The great Zhou sacred king's expression was extremely cold. When he heard Yi Futian's words, he knew the place that Douzhan held in his heart. Are you afraid of death? The great Zhou sacred king swept his gaze over Zhou Huang, Zhouya and Zhouyu. Everyone went cold at the king's words. He had asked his own son if he feared death. Of course he was afraid. In this world, there was no one who was completely unafraid of death. If someone was so-called unafraid of death, it was because in their heart there was something more important than death that transcended their fear. But it was clear that there was nothing like this for Zhou Huang and the others, so they were very afraid. But when they saw the great Zhou sacred king's piercing golden eyes, they did not say that they were. The king had many sons. He was tyrannical and ruthless, but none of them could be unfilial to him. He would truly abandon any weak and incompetent son. If they also lose a cultivator of the sage plane, then this is no loss, said Zhouya coldly. Although he spoke courageously, his heart trembled slightly. The great Zhou sacred king had not said it clearly, but he was hailed as the one most likely to inherit the throne. He very keenly understood his father's intention. If his father acceded to Yi Futian's threats, then he would have truly lost. If anything happens to you, Douzhan and the people of the Barren State will be buried with you. The great Zhou sacred king's gaze swept over to where Yi Futian was. The rules of the great path flowed between heaven and earth, and a terrible aura burst out from him. He reached out towards Douzhan below him without any hesitation, and the radiance of the golden phoenix shined through the void. Dozhan roared and stepped into the sky as he launched his counterattack, but he saw the infinite light pierce through his body. His sturdy body trembled fiercely, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as the aura grew more fierce. The great Zhou Sacred King's pressure became even more terrible. It covered the heavens and the earth, and it wrapped Dozhan up within it. When Yi Futian saw this, his heart grew cold. The most ruthless of the imperial family, the great Zhou Sacred King, could even not care if his own son lived or died. And it wasn't just one son. Zhou Huang was a sage of the sages and saints ranking. Zhou Yu was known as the heir to the throne, and was thus highly regarded. These two sons could not have any value in his mind, and the great Zhou Sacred King had said that if one hair on their heads was harmed, he would destroy the master. This meant that the great Zhou Sacred King was not really ignoring them. It was just that he did not want to fall into passivity. The divine ape's hand suddenly clenched hard, and a crisp snapping sound rang out. The expression on the beast's face was Yi Futian's, cold and full of desire to kill. A few miserable cries came out. Zhou Ye and the others wanted to resist, but a force penetrated into their bodies and crushed their bones bit by bit, like the cruelest form of torture. Any attack that my master suffers, they will suffer twice as much. A cold voice once more came forth from the divine ape. Yi Futian had not given in. He had joined the game. The great Zhou Sacred King stared coldly at the demonic ape. Yi Futian was more troublesome than he had imagined, and more ruthless. If you come back to the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty with me, I'll let him go. The great Zhou Sacred King's radiance covered Dozhan as he raised this condition. If he had just directly agreed to Yi Futian's offer and gone back to the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, that would be completely passive. Who would be able to guarantee if Zhou Huang and the others would survive? And even if they did live, would they become disabled? How could he let Yi Futian threaten him? No. Before Yi Futian could answer, he heard Dozhan's categorical refusal. He looked over at Yi Futian. There will be no discussion about this. The great Zhou Sacred King had initiated this holy war to get Yi Futian. Could they now trade him for Yi Futian? He would rather die here. The great Zhou Sacred King glanced coldly at Dozhan. He had not really thought that Yi Futian would agree. He was just testing him. Then, I want that girl, and the sword matrix of the void, he said coldly. The girl that he was talking about was naturally Yaya. This condition was also very demanding. Yi Futian would probably not agree to this requirement. But that girl's position in Tombkeeper Village was a bit unusual. Plus, Tombkeeper Village had always guarded the sword matrix of the void. So if Yi Futian wavered on this point, it would undoubtedly cause a rift between him and Tombkeeper Village. At this time, the village chief of Tombkeeper Village was the most powerful force in the Barren State. If he let Dozhan go, but was able to split up his opponents, it would be even more to his advantage. I can't do that, spat the divine ape in a cold voice. Yi Futian did not hesitate. He really couldn't do it. This question did not need to be considered at all. The condition that the great Zhou Sacred King had raised was the reason why the village chief had followed him into the Holy Ji Palace. If he accepted the king's offer, would the village chief still be the holy elder? If he was afraid to directly oppose him, how could he let someone else? Moreover, even if it hadn't been for all that, trading Yaya for the master was not something he could do. So you want him to die? The great Zhou Sacred King's expression suddenly went cold, and his majesty filled the air. Master, your disciple is unfilial. If something happens to you, all I can do is destroy everyone here, and then mobilize all the forces of the Barren State and march them towards the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to avenge you. Yi Futian's voice rang out, revealing his solemn and stirring intentions. Everything he did these days was to help his master achieve the divine path and leave his body. But now he could not leave himself at the mercy of the great Zhou sacred king for him. He knew that the king was constantly testing him and playing with him. Good. Dozhan nodded in agreement. His aura soared into the sky. His back was still quite straight as he said, Futian, you've done all you can. As for me, I'm fortunate that I've been able to do all that I've done. I barely escaped death outside the palace, and moreover, now I fully understand the landscape of the divine path, so this is no loss. On the day when you level the great Zhou sacred dynasty, remember to offer a sacrifice to me. Of course, Yi Futian said coldly. The dialogue between the two of them was far more tragic and heroic than the one between the great Zhou sacred king and Zhouya. Dozhan and Zhouya were different. In this holy war, the one who had experienced the greatest harm was Dozhan. He had indeed put all thoughts of life and death aside. In his heart, persevering in his beliefs was more important than life. All was silent. In the vast space, everyone was in extremely low spirits. Countless people in 9-state city were watching the game between the two saints. The great game between the great Zhou sacred king and Yi Futian, lord of the holy Ji palace. The wind blew with a sorrowful feeling and a bit of coolness. Then another figure stepped out, making everyone in 9-state city look at him. He was a cultivator of the Xia clan. He looked at everyone in the void and said, The holy war has become so fierce, and you've come back to the same situation. Why don't you sit down and talk? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were at an impasse. They were sticking to their bottom lines and did not dare to break. They didn't want to pay the price. The price that the Holy Ji Palace would pay was Dozhan's life, and the price that the great Zhou sacred dynasty would have to pay was the lives of the king's son and many others. The great Zhou sacred king and Yi Futian said nothing, and the atmosphere was still tense. The holy lands of the 9 states all fight to the death under the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia, and countless people have been killed. The Xia clan is willing to mediate this holy war and, moreover, invite a 9-state supervising inspector to guarantee that everything is above board. Are you both willing to do this? The old man from the Xia clan continued. But in reality, everyone understood that since the holy war had reached this stage, mediation was useless. The situation between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace would never end. With the great Zhou sacred king's personality, he could not let Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace go, and Yi Futian's way of doing things was also very ruthless. Also, he had displayed his talent. If he one day entered the Saint Plain, anything could happen. Chapter 874. The Holy Lands from the 9 states all knew that the Xia clan surname had special meaning. Everyone had guessed that they might be related to Emperor Xia. The Xia clan's position in the 9 states was extremely special. As such, it was not abrupt for the people from the Xia clan to step out. The Holy Lands from the 9 states all knew that the Xia clan surname had special meaning. Everyone had guessed that they might be related to Emperor Xia. The Xia clan's position in the 9 states was extremely special. As such, it was not abrupt for the people from the Xia clan to step out. The 2 holy lands had entered a deadlock. Although the Xia clan elders' mediation did not have any part in ending the sacred war, it did not mean that both parties would not take a step back, unless they were willing to watch their master or children die in front of them. As long as my master is fine, I can stop here, but I will definitely not agree to any other conditions, Yi Futian said. He agreed to the mediation, but his stance was firm. Anyone could understand that this was only a temporary compromise, but only Yi Futian himself knew that he could not last in his current condition for much longer. Every moment was a huge burden on the people in the battle matrix. Moreover, what did he set up all this for? His master to enter the Saint Plain. As long as his master was safe, the barren state would have its second saint. He was not in a hurry to take Zhou Huang and the others' lives. After all, he had captured them to save his master. Everyone understood why Yi Futian agreed first. After all, they all knew what Yi Futian's objective was for coming to the Nine-State College. It was the great Zhou Sacred King who had led the Sacred Dynasty's army to pressure them, attempting to kill Dozhan and Yi Futian. However, the great Zhou Sacred King had not predicted what would happen afterward. As such, as long as Dozhan was able to become a saint and leave, it would be the Barren State's victory. Sacred King, what do you think? The Xia clan elder looked at the great Zhou Sacred King and asked. His name was Xia Xin, and he was one of the higher-ranked figures on the sage ranking, so he had quite an esteemed position. The great Zhou Sacred King's faint golden eyes had an extremely sharp look in them. Although Yi Futian's attitude was unyielding, he could still see his impatience. No matter how mature his frame of mind was, he was still a teenager. His emotions were naturally his weakness. Not agreeing to any added conditions? He would see about that. Go ahead and kill them. The great Zhou Sacred King looked coldly in Yi Futian's direction and said, his tone icy. He taunted Yi Futian to kill them. He wanted to see if Yi Futian dared to do it. Evidently, the great Zhou Sacred King was unwilling to accept Yi Futian's terms. On the divine ape, a violent killing intent emerged. Zhou Huang and the other two had pained expressions on their faces as their hearts fell cold. Their father was ruthless indeed, although they knew that the great Zhou Sacred King was only testing Yi Futian. What if Yi Futian really decided to do it? The great Zhou Sacred King was testing Yi Futian. At that moment, they were competing to see who cared less. The great Zhou Sacred King similarly released a savage aura that engulfed Dozhan. As though once Yi Futian struck, he would as well. The tense mood continued to remain. Yi Futian's heart fell as he saw the great Zhou Sacred King's emotionless expression. He knew that he had lost the battle. If you want me to agree to your two conditions, forget it, Yi Futian said. Neither he nor Yaya could be allowed to land into their hands. If he fell into the enemy's hands, he would not be the only person who died. He would implicate the entire Barren State, and his master would also not be able to live. This was not a simple one-for-one exchange. Sacred King, maintaining this deadlock is pointless, Xia Xin continued to say. In this sacred war, many of my great Zhou sacred dynasty's people died. Before this, the Holy Ji Palace sent men to assassinate the Infinite Palace and two other major factions, killing multiple elite sage plane figures from the sacred dynasty, including the sage ranking sage Wuliang. It's time to settle the score, the great Zhou Sacred King retorted. The palace will not use anyone as a bargaining chip. Sage Dozhan glared at the great Zhou Sacred King and said coldly, Then it shall end with your death. The great Zhou Sacred King looked mockingly at Dozhan and replied, In 3 months' time, Saint Xia will organize his birthday banquet in the Xia clan. Xia Xin suddenly said. This irrelevant information caused many people to be shocked. Saint Xia's position in the 9 states was extremely high and had a huge reputation. Today, I would like to take the opportunity to invite all of you to join us. How about the Sacred King and Palace? Lord Yi join us. Xia Shen continued. Since it is Senior Xia's birthday banquet, I will definitely be there, the great Zhou Sacred King replied. He had to give Saint Xia respect. I will definitely be there to pay my respects, Yi Futian replied. He would naturally not reject. An invitation from the Xia clan could not be rejected. Moreover, the host of the birthday banquet was Saint Xia, one of the people standing at the pinnacle of the 9 states. Okay. Xia Xin smiled as he nodded. Since that is so, today both parties are unable to come to an agreement. Why not sit down and have a discussion instead? I have previously said that the Xia clan is willing to mediate the sacred war. Why not both parties stop today and, 3 months later, Saint Xia will personally mediate the matter? How about it? If it had been someone else, the crowd would definitely scoff. However, the Xia clan had the makings to become the leader of the 9 states. As such, there was nothing wrong with them doing so. The great Zhou sacred king fell silent. Xia Shen had already said this much. If he continued to refute him, it would not be giving him face. Although Xia Shen was only an expert on the sage ranking, and he did not need to care, but he was apprehensive about the clan behind him. What about them and my master? Yi Futian asked. He was naturally referring to Zhou Huang and Dozhan. What would happen to them? Since both parties have previously stayed in the 9-state college, why not stay in the college for a while longer? I will ensure that both parties will not mistreat them in this period, and we can head towards the Xia clan together. I have not seen Saint Xia for a very long time as well. Saint Li also chipped in, stepping in as a guarantor. Yi Futian did not say anything else. If Saint Li personally guaranteed it, both parties would naturally be at ease. Both the great Zhou sacred king and Yi Futian did not have the courage to disrespect Saint Li. I'm okay with that, Yi Futian replied. He could only accept it for now. His sight turned towards his master's direction. He would put in his best effort to bring his master back to the barren state in one piece. Okay, since we have an agreement, let us stop here for today. Saint Li waved his hand and continued, Everyone, please return to the college. I will leave first. I have to go and report to Saint Xia and invite the other Holy Lands and the supervising inspector, Xia Shen said. He understood very well that this time's 9 states supervising inspector was different. Saint Xia's birthday banquet would invite all the Holy Lands in the 9 states. This was not Saint Xia's intention, but that person's. Okay, Saint Li nodded and replied. The great Zhou sacred king retracted his aura and stared at Dozhan, saying, Let's go! His life spirit returning to his body. The village chief looked at the great Zhou sacred king before moving in a flash to Yi Futian's side. Yi Futian also released Zhou Huang and the others and released the battle matrix. Many figures appeared in the air, and Hua Ji went up to support Yi Futian, seeing as he was a little pale. In reality, Hua Ji's current condition was not good as well. The great Zhou sacred king stared at Yi Futian. Seeing Yi Futian's condition, he instantly understood. As expected, it took Yi Futian a lot of effort to maintain the battle matrix, and he was unable to withstand it for much longer. Dozhan also looked at Yi Futian, and the two of them looked at each other and understood what they were thinking. Dozhan nodded lightly, then stepped forward boldly with no fear. Holy Elder, keep a tight watch on them, Yi Futian said in a soft voice. He then used his remaining strength to walk towards the 9-state college. A massive confrontation had faded to nothingness, but it had left a lasting impression on the people of the 9-state city, especially the Holy Ji Palace, Lord Yi Futian, a younger generation figure standing up against the great Zhou sacred king. He was probably the only person in the 9 states who dared to do so. If the great Zhou sacred king was unable to kill him, there would probably be another legendary figure in the 9 states in the future. This generation's barren state had shown signs of rising up. Now, the great Zhou sacred king was probably intimidated, or he would not have remained that headstrong even after his children had been captured. However, at that moment, a pair of brilliant, yet sharp eyes closed in the nether sword mound. The sword wheel in the air also stopped its humming, and the area fell to silence yet again. However, the sword wheel within the sword eyes appeared to be endlessly flowing through the young girl's body, tempering her body. Soon, news spread throughout the 9 states, causing a huge uproar. The barren state, Holy Ji Palace's sage Dozhan had become a saint. This was the first saint that had appeared in the barren state for many years. From now on, the barren state's Holy Ji Palace would have 2 saints. However, Sage Dozhan was still under the great Zhou sacred king's control and had yet to escape danger. Conversely, Zhou Huang and his 2 other sons were still in Yi Futian's hands. With Saint Xia mediating personally, it was very likely that both parties would take a step back and reach a compromise. Apart from Dozhan entering the Saint Plain, the masses focused more on the insinuation behind this battle. The once prosperous Great Zhou sacred dynasty, apart from the Great Zhou sacred king, seemed unable to suppress the barren state's Holy Ji palace any longer. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty that had once ruled the eastern state was weakening once again, while the Holy Ji palace was rising up within the storm. It was as though the 9 states was ushering in an era of change. The flow of history could not be stopped. When the news spread back to the barren state, countless people were excited and worried. They were excited to witness the rise of a new era, and the barren state was on an unstoppable streak. However, they were worried as their problems had yet to end. The people who had stayed in the Holy Ji Palace to stand guard were apprehensive. They were waiting for Yi Futian to bring the barren state's second saint back. Apart from that, another huge piece of news was spreading. Saint Xia was going to organize his birthday banquet, and the Xia clan's experts had headed to all the holy lands in the 9 states to send out invitations. They had invited people from every holy land to the summer state to join in the celebrations. Nobody knew why the Xia clan was going to such an extent, but regardless, Saint Xia had personally invited them to his birthday banquet, so no holy land would reject. Even if the Holy Land's lord was unable to attend, he would send a representative. For the time being, the summer state, central state of the 9 states, was bustling with activity, and not just because of the mediation between the sacred war between the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace. No matter what, the Xia clan had the entire 9 states' attention focused on them. Chapter 875. In the 9 state college's herb garden, it was quiet as always. In the 9 state college's herb garden, it was quiet as always. In the yard that Yi Futian had once lived in, a figure lay quietly on the bed, breathing regularly. Beside him, a figure sat watching his handsome face. The person sitting also had a beautiful face. It could even be called exquisite. Her eyes were like stars, but there was a tinge of sadness in its brilliance. There was a gentle smile on her face as her slim fingers slid across his handsome face. The tender movements contained countless happy memories. On the last day of the 9,999th year of the divine prefecture calendar, they had held hands and gotten together. Now, they had spent about 14 years together. His face was still as good-looking, but compared to his past juvenile-looking self, there were traces of maturity on it now. Of course, more of it was from the heavy responsibilities that he had taken up. After this year, he would only be 30. It was considered extremely young for a cultivator at Yi Futian's level, but he already carried the entire barren state's hopes on his shoulders. Moreover, her man would have even greater responsibilities and missions to fulfill in the future. She had once thought that the two of them would go on hand in hand forever, but after experiencing so much, she faintly understood how far forever was. She did not know how the wheels of fate operated, but at least they were together now, and she could see his face. That was enough to satisfy her. At that moment, Yi Futian's lashes moved, and he opened his bright and charming eyes. Seeing Hua Jiu sitting beside him, his eyes filled with warmth, and a faint smile appeared on his face, one that could capture any woman's heart. "What are you thinking about?" Yi Futian asked softly. "I was thinking about why some people look so good no matter how long I look at them." Hua Jiu also showed her most beautiful smile. When she smiled, although they were in the room, Yi Futian felt as though flowers were blooming. "That's because I already looked good to begin with," Yi Futian replied softly. The two of them stared at each other, as though they were able to feel how close their hearts were. "Is everyone all right?" After Yi Futian had fallen into a coma, he did not know what happened afterward. Although he knew that with Saint Li's guarantee, nothing should happen, he still asked. "Yes," Hua Jiu nodded her head gently and said, "With Saint Li's words, the great Zhou sacred king did not dare to do anything in the 9 state college. Senior Yu Qi and Uncle Master Jingang have recovered well and are all waiting for you to wake up." Yi Futian heaved a sigh of relief. These days he had been tense because of his master's issue. Now, with Saint Li's guarantee and Saint Xia's mediation, the outcome would probably not be that bad. He then looked around the surroundings, realized that they were in the herb garden. He asked, "Have I been in the herb garden the past few days?" "Yes," Hua Jiu answered. "Your issue is on the spiritual level, so Saint Jiang personally gave you some pills to recover. These few days, Miss Little Butterfly has also come by several times, but you did not wake up." "I owe Saint Jiang and Little Butterfly favors again," Yi Futian said. "Yes, Miss Little Butterfly was worried these past few days about why you were in a coma. She was more relieved after I told her that this was not the first time. I heard that Miss Little Butterfly has been preparing your medicated bath for the past few days." Hua Jiu smiled and said. Yi Futian felt a chill down his spine and looked at Hua Jiu, saying, "That was Senior Saint Jiang's intention." "I know." Hua Jiu smiled and looked at Yi Futian, continuing to say, "Miss Little Butterfly is kind and beautiful. How do you feel about her?" Yi Futian did a double take. This was a loaded question. "I seem to have not yet recovered. Let me rest a while more," Yi Futian said as he laid down. Hua Jiu looked at the fellow in front of her acting asleep and glared at him coquettishly. "Jiu." At that moment, a gentle voice sounded from outside. Hua Jiu smiled at Yi Futian and said, "Here she is." After she said that, she ignored Yi Futian and went out into the courtyard. Little Butterfly was dressed in a clean white dress and had a pleasant scent on her like a goddess. Everything about her made others feel comfortable. The two beauties standing together was like something out of a picture. "Jiu, I have boiled medicine for the two of you. It is useful in recovering spiritual energy. Try it." Little Butterfly lifted the medicine pot in her hand and said to Huaji. The two of them had become familiar over the past few days. He has already woken up, but he has not recovered completely and is still lying down. "The medicine will definitely work. Why don't you go in and give it to him?" "I'm sure he wants to thank you too," Huaji said softly. "Since he is still resting, I don't want to disturb him." "Jiu, you can give it to him," Little Butterfly replied with an innocent smile. "Then let's go together." Hua Jiu grabbed Little Butterfly's arm and walked towards the room. At that moment, Yi Futian coincidentally walked out and saw their intimate interaction and had a strange look on his face. This fox could even charm women? However, why did this image look so beautiful? What a sight for sore eyes. "You're finally awake." Little Butterfly saw Yi Futian walk out, and a smile appeared on her face. It seemed like he was recovering well. "Thank you, Little Butterfly," Yi Futian said. "I didn't do anything." Little Butterfly smiled and replied, "These few days, Jiu has been guarding by your side. Her own spiritual energy has also suffered injury, but she did not rest. Since you have woken up, take good care of her. This medicine was originally prepared for the two of you, but since it looks like you're fine, give it to Jiu." As she said that, she handed the medicine pot to Yi Futian, then smiled and said, "I won't disturb the two of you then." After saying that, she turned around and left. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiu angrily. She lowered her head like she had done something wrong, then smiled and said, "I recovered a long time ago." "Come over and drink the medicine," Yi Futian said. "Okay," Hua Jiu mumbled, then walked obediently to Yi Futian's side. Yi Futian made her sit, then retrieved a spoon to feed her. Hua Jiu looked at the handsome figure in front of her and felt a warm, fuzzy feeling in her heart. "Own up. What devilish plan do you have for dragging Little Butterfly along?" Yi Futian asked. Evidently, he knew what had happened outside. Hua Jiu tilted her head and blinked her eyes cutely, saying, "Little Butterfly is kind and beautiful. I like her a lot." Yi Futian glared at her and said, "You always have this expression whenever you are guilty. Although it is charming after so many years, I have seen all your expressions. It's useless." Hua Jiu blushed as she glared at Yi Futian, then lowered her head slightly and said, I'm not lying. Little Butterfly is not bad, and she's also Saint Zhang's disciple. Your emphasis should be on the last line, Yi Futian said as he put the spoon down, then put his hand on Hua Jiu's head, knocking it. He then said, What are you thinking in that brain of yours? I am the Baron State's Holy Ji Palace, Lord after all. Do I need to resort to these methods? That is also dishonoring Little Butterfly. You are not to have such thoughts in the future. Okay. Hua Jiu lowered her head like a little girl who had done something wrong. Yi Futian picked up the spoon again and said softly, Raise your head and open your mouth. Hua Jiu did so obediently. Yi Futian fed her the medicine again, then said softly, Although Little Butterfly is beautiful, my Jiu is the most beautiful. Hua Jiu's beautiful eyes brightened up and the bitter medicine became sweet as honey. In the 9 State Colleges pavilion, where the people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty were, Dozhan sat cross-legged, bathing in a golden glow. Rule power flowed around his body, and the divine light shone brilliantly. He had entered the saint plane through his body, so he had achieved the rule power body. When he cultivated, a divine light appeared on his body and looked dazzling. At that moment, a figure stood with his back facing Dozhan. Even standing there, he casually gave others immense pressure as he gave off a majestic aura. Will you not consider my words? Since you have already entered the saint plane, you should understand how strong a saint's strength is. No matter what happens during the sacred war, the strongest powers will determine everything. Even if I am bound by the rules, even if the people under the saint plane lose terribly, as long as I am around, anyone who enters the saint plane from the barren state will be suppressed. The great Zhou sacred king continued coldly, If you enter my great Zhou sacred dynasty, not only will you be able to stay safe, but I will also crown you as Lord. Dozhan ignored the voice and continued to close his eyes and cultivate. There was no way that his heart would waver. The higher our cultivation level, the clearer we see this world. The great path has no place for sentiment. Only by cutting off all obsessions from our heart can we forge the strongest will. Your emotions towards the barren state will only become an impediment that can even get you killed. Why not cut it off? Moreover, I have already stepped into the saint plane and can teach you how to cultivate after you enter the saint plane. The great Zhou sacred king continued to tempt him. The light around Dozhan continued to circulate without any pause. He had his own cultivation path. Everyone's path was different. Moreover, the great Zhou sacred king was very clear that it was impossible to waver a saint's cultivation, but he continued to tempt him anyways. He did not really want Dozhan to join him, but he was only trying to create a rift in his heart that could affect his cultivation in the future. As he saw that Dozhan did not react, the great Zhou sacred king turned around and shrouded Dozhan with an overbearing aura and walked towards him. He said coldly, I am speaking to you. Do you really think that I would not dare to deal with you? It was a mere accident for me to enter the saint plane. Outside the palace, I should have died in battle. Therefore, this life of mine was extended accidentally, and I entered the saint plane. Dozhan's eyes were still closed as he replied coldly, So you should know better than anyone that I don't really care about dying, just like how you do not care for your children. So, if you dare to touch me, I do not mind battling here in the college. As for the consequences, I do not care. As he said that, he opened his eyes. They were filled with determination and arrogance. He said, If you do not believe me, you can try it for yourself. The great Zhou sacred king looked at Dozhan with his golden eyes, staring at him with an expression as sharp as daggers, as though he was trying to look inside those arrogant eyes. When did he ever care about the barren state? Not to mention figures on the barren sky ranking. Dozhan was once the 7th on the barren sky ranking. However, he had personally seen Dozhan fight to the death outside the palace and enter the saint plane. The great Zhou sacred king had been prideful his entire life, but towards Douzhan, even though he was on the enemy's side, even though he wanted to kill him, it did not stop his heart from having a trace of admiration for Douzhan. When a person's belief was so strong that even death could not shake it, he indeed deserved the admiration of others. Douzhan was evidently that sort of person. Therefore, Douzhan had said that he had entered the Saint Plain by luck, by coincidence. However, it was also inevitable. Nobody in the world could enter the Saint Plain through luck. However, the great Zhou sacred king still wanted to kill Douzhan no matter what. Leaving only an icy gaze, the great Zhou sacred king left with a frigid aura around him. Sage Douzhan closed his eyes and continued his cultivation, as though the great Zhou sacred king's arrival had not affected him whatsoever. He felt that the only reason he was alive was that his value was higher than Zhou Huang and the others. The barren state had been dispirited and weak for many years. Now a leading figure had appeared. Yi Futian was destined to bring the barren state into an age of glory. He represented the future, and he represented hope. However, he was still too young. He needed time. The barren state also needed a saint that truly belonged to the barren state to appear now. It would become their belief going forward. So he was still alive. Chapter 876. A few months was a fairly short time for cultivators. It passed by in the blink of an eye. A few months was a fairly short time for cultivators. It passed by in the blink of an eye. The Battle of Nine State platform had spread throughout the territory of Summer State. Central Plain City in Summer State, one of the largest main cities of 9 states, was equally known as the 9-state city. Because it was located in the middle of the 9 states, it held the name Central Plains. In this glorious ancient city, there were many prestigious families and clans. Any random person in the city could be an extraordinary character. This city could be described as weather-stricken, having witnessed many families rising and falling. However, in the Central Plains, there was an ancient family that had a history of thousands of years. No matter how history evolved, it was always standing at the apex of the city and controlled the land of the Central Plains. Not only that, but this ancient family, even among all of 9 states, was still one of the most powerful families, so recognizable that even 1 or 2 words in its name could be removed. This family, of course, was the longest withstanding family of the land of 9 states, the Xia family. Saint Xia, the head of the Xia family, possessed a lofty status in the land of 9 states. The elder had lived for many years and was highly respected. He witnessed the rise and fall of history and had even experienced the glorious era of the unification of the divine prefectures a few hundred years ago. More than 300 years ago, Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing unified the lands, but the fact was that even before then, the divine prefectures had experienced a long period of war until it was finally unified. For the younger generation, the history of hundreds of years ago was far and seemed as if it had nothing to do with them because it was not their era. But perhaps to people ranked close to the elderly Saint Xia, he was considered a witness of history. Now, all holy lands of the 9 states were invited to attend Saint Xia's birthday banquet. So in a short time, the Central Plain city were trafficked with well-known figures and celebrities. Countless top families and clans were coming together in one place. The cultivators of all holy places also came under the leadership of commanders of the Saint Plain, crossing through boundless regions, even as remote as the 3 holy places of Ocean State, and arriving in succession into the Central Plain City. For the time being, Central Plain City was truly the gathering place of all the important figures of the holy lands of 9 states, making this ancient city more lively and prosperous. Even the 9-state forum did not have such a robust gathering. Even the 9-state forum, held once every 3 years, would not see the saints from other states other than the state where the host was located. But this time it was different. All the saints were arriving personally to celebrate the birthday banquet of Saint Xia. In this endless territory of 9 states, there were no more than 3 people who had such influence. Moreover, at the banquet of Saint Xia, There would also be mediation between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace regarding the sacred war. The battle 3 months ago shocked the Summer State, and the news quickly traveled to the central plain city in Summer State. Rumor had it that the palace lord of Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, was a truly impressive figure of the times. Many would also like to see for themselves just how dazzling this young legend was. Top clans aside, even those others from all the Holy Lands were looking forward to seeing him. At this time, in a pavilion in the central plain city, the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light in Qi State were resting. In that battle at the 9-State Forum, the Hall of Holy Light suffered a great loss in the front of the people from the Holy Ji Palace. Ji Hua was their shining star that they used to direct at the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. But later, he was humiliated and defeated by Yu Sheng, and his pride was shattered. Now that time had passed. In only a short period of 2 years, Yu Sheng's fame as the winner of the 9-States Forum grew, and he enjoyed an even greater reputation. The palace lord of Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, topped his peers in the 9 states. At this time, the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light sat and chatted together, and Ji Hua was also there. Although he was crushed by Yu Sheng, he was able to resolve it with his own extraordinary nature and entered the sage plane. Still, to him, Yu Sheng was a shadow of the past. I heard that 3 months ago on the stage of the 9-State platform, Yi Futian swept the 4 holy lands of Summer State of all their top geniuses of the same generation, and they were all sons and hallowed disciples of the divine path. But they were all defeated. Yi Futian then let it be known that he would witness the competitions of all the geniuses of the 9 states, see who would come out on top, but he would not participate, only witness. A cultivator sat in the upper position, said, "Any of you who went to the 9-State Forum and have seen him in action, how strong is this young one?" Some people who went to Shihua's sacred mountain to participate in the 9-State Forum in the eastern state recalled, "Zhou, you had provoked Yi Futian, but he had no power in front of Yi Futian to fight back, so it was hard to judge Yi Futian's true strength based on that. But he was able to vanquish those from the 4 holy lands. His power has to be considerable. The same generation of people of the 4 holy lands were suppressed. Yi Futian obviously has the talent to stand at the peak of 9 states. However, what he said was full of pride and arrogance." The cultivator occupying the upper position said quietly, his sight landing on a figure not far from his side. The man sat quietly, seemingly unaware of the conversation taking place. The Hall of Holy Light was placed within the top 5 holy lands of 9 states, so one could only imagine how powerful it was. The power of light rule was one of the most powerful rule forces, and he, as the most ingenious of the Hall of Holy Light, even in all of the 9 states, could only be matched by a few. Not only had the Hall of Holy Light arrived, but other holy places in the land of Qi State were also there. Jixia Holy Palace was stationed in another pavilion not far from the one occupied by Hall of Holy Light. This time, Jixia Holy Palace also had many powerful cultivators coming to participate. In the courtyard, an extremely handsome young man stood next to an ancient tree and looked into the distance pensively. "What are you thinking?" A beautiful woman walked toward him and asked softly. "I used to think that I would be the main player in this world. I was born to be different and shouldered different missions. However, one day, you suddenly discover that you are not so important. The world works according to its own rules. Sometimes an inconsequential person turns out to stand at the center of the stage one day. What exactly are we pursuing when we cultivate?" The young man said softly, "Although I don't know what you are trying to express, the world is a big place. There's no telling who can become an absolute main player, but at least in your world, I believe that you will be the most dazzling person." The girl's voice was soft, and she spoke with a smile. "But perhaps that's no longer what I want to pursue," the young man whispered. A wind gently blew past him, but he seemed to be in a state of deep thoughts. In a few days he might see familiar people from his past. Once he was the absolute focus amongst them, but now he was cultivating at Jixia Holy Palace. He thought that if he was to face the past, he could be completely undisturbed. But when that day really arrived, he found that it was still impossible to do. After all, it was still not enough. Perhaps cultivating was a process of seeking knowledge. Everyone had their own way of cultivating, and he was also seeking his own way. Yi Futian and company had already arrived in Central Plain City, and they came with the 9 States College, with Saint Li leading the group. After all, the friction between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace had not yet been resolved. With Saint Li as a personal guarantor, nothing could go wrong, and with him there, both sides would not be able to make unnecessary movements. Although great Zhou's sacred king was extremely proud in front of Saint Li, he was still obligated to show respect. After they had arrived, Yi Futian and his party settled in a pavilion. There were people visiting on and odd. Most of them came to visit Saint Li, who represented the 9 State College. Outside the pavilion, there were always many people gathering, wanting to meet the figures from the college and the other 2 holy lands, especially Yi Futian. At this time, Sage Wanxiang came to the courtyard where Yi Futian was and said, "Palace Lord, an envoy from the Yu clan is here." Yi Futian revealed a look of doubt. He and the Yu clan did not have any prior interaction. "Who is it?" asked Yi Futian. "Yu clan's Yu Jianglu," Sage Wanxiang replied. Yi Futian's eyes showed a look of surprise. He had heard of the name, Yu Jianglu, a sage on the sage and saint ranking. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. Even though he was a palace lord of a holy land, when a sage of the Yu clan personally came to visit, he was obligated to show respect. Otherwise, he would come across as rude and crass. Yu Jianglu was middle-aged, seemingly around 40. His body exuded an extraordinary temperament. His eyes smiled when he saw that Yi Futian personally came to welcome him, and he put his hands together to greet him in return. "I just visited Saint Li and thought that I would also pay a visit to Palace Lord Yi. Did I disturb Palace Lord Yi?" Saint Li's position was recognized by all, and it was only natural that he should be visited first. So Yi Futian did not mind that. He replied, "You are too courteous. Your visit is an honor for us. There is no disturbance whatsoever. Palace Lord Yi is the Lord of Holy Lands, renowned throughout the 9 states. I should visit you in person." Yu Jianglu sounded very humble, and his eyes remained focused on Yi Futian, full of joy. The Yi Futian at the moment and the one that was at the 9 states platform were different. He appeared humble and courteous, not at all like the sharp and jagged one at Zhongzhou City. "Please, formalities are not necessary." Yi Futian smiled and said, "Is there some way I could be of service?" It was nothing urgent. Yu Jianglu glanced at the person standing beside him. Yi Futian's eyes followed his and saw a woman wearing a long blue skirt. Her figure was graceful and her curves elegant. Even though she was not wearing makeup, her beauty was undeniable. "Ling Shuang, come and meet Palace Lord Yi," Yu Jianglu said. Yu Ling Shuang's eyes were a strange color, and her beautiful eyes that looked towards Yi Futian revealed some curiosity and shyness, which confused Yi Futian. "Yu Ling Shuang here, paying respect to Palace Lord Yi. Miss Yu is too polite." Yi Futian returned the greeting. Ling Shuang had heard many legends about Palace Lord Yi and always wanted to meet this legendary figure of 9 states. So I'm taking her to visit. Now that Palace Lord Yi is the ideal pursued by many of our peers in the 9 states, Ling Shuang has a lot more to learn from Palace Lord Yi. Yu Jianglu smiled. "Miss Yu is beautiful and refined, a most excellent figure among her peers and bound to be outstanding in her own right. There is no need to learn from the likes of me," Yi Futian replied politely. "Although her natural talent is fair, there is still left much to desire compared to Palace Lord Yi. If Palace Lord Yi does not mind, perhaps in the future, Ling Shuang could come to Palace Lord Yi for advice. Yu Jianglu continued, and many around Yi Futian showed a look of surprise. This suggestion was full of obvious hints. Chapter 877. The Yu clan was one of the 4 holy lands in Summer State, and it was a familial force with a history passed down by many generations. It had a deep-rooted foundation. Although not quite on the level of the Xia clan and 9 State College, it was definitely one of the top 10 powers of the Holy Lands in the 9 states. Its power was not inconsiderable. The Yu clan was one of the 4 holy lands in Summer State, and it was a familial force with a history passed down by many generations. It had a deep-rooted foundation. Although not quite on the level of the Xia clan and 9 State College, it was definitely one of the top 10 powers of the Holy Lands in the 9 states. Its power was not inconsiderable. When such a family of power engaged in talk, naturally there was always more hidden meaning than what met the eye. Why would a lady from the Yu clan, with such a prestigious background and whose clan had a number of cultivators of the Saint Plain, need to come to Yi Futian often for instruction? Looking at the age and beauty of Yu Lingshuang, it was easy to understand their intentions. Of course, in their position, it would be impossible for the Yu clan to make their intentions known the first time. Therefore, it was only hinted at that if Yi Futian was willing, he could try to contact them. If not, then there would be no harm done at all. Behind Yi Futian, Sage, Wanxiang, Sword Demon, and others looked at each other, and some thoughts started to materialize in their hearts. Obviously, the Yu clan had noticed Yi Futian's potential and wanted to use marriage to unite their powers by having one of their daughters marry into the Holy Ji Palace and become Yi Futian's woman, thus tightening the relationship of both parties. They assumed that the Yu clan knew Yi Futian already had a wife, so a marriage would only yield the position of a concubine. Therefore, Yu Lingshuang must not have been the most important daughter of the clan. After all, Yu clan had a status formed over the past thousands of years. Even so, the Holy Ji Palace was now famous in the 9 states and had the potential to rise. But compared to the Yu clan, at least presently, it was still insignificant. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had been difficult to deal with for the Holy Ji place, so the Yu clan was very sincere. It was obvious that they valued Yi Futian's future potential, so that they acted in this way, with cultivators in the Sage Plain visiting him in person. Naturally, Yi Futian understood Yu Jiangliu's hint. He looked at Yu Lingshuang. He had praised Yu Lingshuang's beauty as being outstanding, and it was no lie. She was indeed a very beautiful woman. He also detected curiosity and some shyness in those pretty eyes. Clearly, she was in the know, but she did not reject him. Perhaps a woman born into such a family knew that marriage was one of her fates. Yu Lingshuang understood that although she was resistant before, because, after all, although she was not the most excellent woman of the clan, she was within the top 3 among her peers and had her pride. If she was to be a wife, she would not have minded. After all, Yi Futian was now known throughout the lands, and he could be described as the most legendary figure in recent years. But everyone in the clan who had seen Yi Futian all agreed that he would become a peerless figure in the future, and that he was incredibly handsome and young. He would one day lord over many leaders of the Holy Land. When she thought about that, she was not so resistant. Many of the great men in the 9 states had wives and concubines, and those concubines were all outstanding women in their own right. Now that she had seen Yi Futian in person, he was indeed an incomparable gentleman, so the resistance in her heart was weakened and instead replaced by some coyness. There was a momentary silence in the courtyard, and many thoughts were swirling in the minds of everyone in such a short moment. Yi Futian was thinking about how to respond. Yu clan is a clan of a holy land with a long history, whose art of sealing is well known in the 9 states. There is no need to ask for my advice. Yi Futian smiled in reply. His tone was warm and let those who heard it feel very comfortable. People of the Yu clan looked a little surprised, but Yi Futian continued, "Of course, if Miss Lingshuang would like to ask questions regarding cultivation, I would happy to oblige, but I may return to the palace in barren state when things are finished here." Yi Futian's words were humble and courteous. Although it was a rejection, he was still polite. There was still a smile in Yu Jiangliu's eyes, and it was hard to decipher what he was really thinking and not revealing. In fact, he also understood Yi Futian's polite rejection. When Yu Lingshuang heard what Yi Futian had said, she felt a faint loss. She had put down her pride, but she did not expect Yi Futian to refuse, so it was inevitable that she felt disappointed. Of course, her self-esteem was not trampled just because of the rejection. The two had only met for the first time, and she was resistant before. How could she ask Yi Futian to accept her at first sight? Perhaps this was normal. As the most legendary genius in the barren state, it should not be so easy for him to be distracted by mere beauty. With Yi Futian's talent, position, and looks, it would not be difficult to procure any kind of beauty if he wanted to. The ways of cultivation all have their own strength. Palace Lord Yi single-handedly fought geniuses of all 4 holy lands of your generation. Naturally, there is much to learn from you. At this time, Yu Lingshuang smiled and said, "The barren state is far from the summer state. If there is an opportunity to visit in the future, we hope, Palace Lord, you would not avoid meeting again." Yu Lingshuang seemed not to have minded, and her smile was even more attractive. When Yu Jiangliu heard what she had said, he was silent and just smiled. If Yu Lingshuang was only a superficial girl with a pretty face, he would not have brought her. If Miss Lingshuang visits me at the Holy Ji place, I will definitely host her personally. Yi Futian smiled. It seems that you young people have much to talk about. Yu Jiangliu smiled at the two. I will not tarry further. If you have time, Palace Lord, you can come to our place to chat. For sure. Yi Futian nodded. Farewell. Yu Jiangliu put his hands together, bowing to leave. Yi Futian returned the gesture with equal courtesy. After the departure of the Yu clan, everyone's attention turned to Yi Futian. Su Shang smiled lazily. It is a pity that the feelings were not mutual. Yi Futian gave Su Shang a dirty look and replied, "We just met for the first time. What feelings are there to speak of? It's just first impressions and the obedience to family arrangements." The purpose of marriage was ultimately a consideration of interests. The timing of the Yu clan's proposition is just right. For us, this is extremely beneficial. From the perspective of the Holy Ji Palace, I actually hoped you would consent, the sword demon said. Within the context of the Sacred War, the proposition of marriage by the Yu clan would mean that as long as Yi Futian consented to the marriage, the Yu clan would help Yi Futian, which would help the Holy Ji Palace overcome this difficulty. They might even protect Yi Futian going forward and witness him step into the divine path. Yu actually turned down this kind of wonderful proposition. Su Shang shrugged. To acquire a beauty as a concubine and also empower the Holy Ji Palace, no matter how one looked at it, was a great deal. At least until Yi Futian was strong enough, to a certain extent. However, Yi Futian was his own person. If no such idea existed in his mind, they could make a joke or two about it. "Why don't you agree?" At this moment, a voice came from behind, and suddenly the space became quiet. Everyone turned around and saw a beautiful figure appear, like a beautiful landscape, pleasing to the eye. However, everyone was keen enough to leave the two of them alone, leaving only Yi Futian there. Hua Ji walked to Yi Futian and tilted her head up slightly. Those delicate and beautiful eyes looked into Yi Futian's and said, "You know their intentions perfectly well, and since the matter with the master has not yet been settled, if you agree, the Yu clan would lend a helping hand. Not to mention, she is very beautiful." Yi Futian looked at the perfect face that was so close to him. They could feel each other's breathing. Ju very rarely talked to him so seriously. Previously, when she took Little Butterfly in the herb garden, even though she was in a joking mood, Yi Futian could not understand what was on her mind. Little Butterfly was the disciple of Saint Jiang, and Saint Jiang was ranked 12th on the sage and saint ranking. There was a little selfishness on her part. Ever since they left the barren state, although they now enjoyed fame in the lands, it was a long and difficult journey, especially the sacred war. Several times Yi Futian faced a crisis, and twice he had fallen into a coma for many days, and he even took the risk to test out medicines, all of which Hua Jiu had watched with tears and heartache. However, with her cultivation level, even if she had fully committed to stimulating power that did not belong to her, it was still just a drop in the bucket, completely powerless to those who were in the Saint Plane. Therefore, she did not want Yi Futian to be so tired and often encounter life-threatening dangers. Previously, she did not know whether or not Little Butterfly was interested in Yi Futian, but since Yi Futian did not express interest, she had let it go. Now that the Yu clan had come forward preemptively, and Yi Futian once again refused, she would come forward and discuss it seriously. Judging from the attitude of the great Zhou sacred king, he did not want to lose everything. Otherwise, he would have already done it that day. Now the Xia clan has come forward to mediate. As long as the great Zhou sacred king proposes conditions that do not go past the bottom line, I am willing to agree. Yi Futian said, not to mention, this is the sacred war. It is impossible for Yu clan to directly interfere with great Zhou sacred king's decision. At most, they could only affect it, but certainly not make a definite decision. But Hua Jiu still wanted to say something, but Yi Futian covered her mouth, smiled, and said, "This is you allowing me to have concubines and girlfriends. Don't regret it." Hua Jiu stepped hard on Yi Futian's foot. How could this guy be in the mood to make jokes? However, the arrival of the Yu clan did remind me that this time, all the Holy Lands are here in the Central Plain City. Let's take the opportunity to visit some principalities. Yi Futian said, "Jiu, come with me." Hua Jiu could not say anything, but nodded gently in agreement. The next day, Yi Futian and Hua Jiu led many notable people from the Holy Ji place and went to visit the pavilion where the Yu clan was residing. The cultivators of the Saint Plain of the Yu clan had personally set up the banquet. Yu Lingshuang was also in attendance. When she saw Hua Jiu next to Yi Futian, like an elven nymph, she vaguely understood in her heart why Yi Futian did not agree to the proposition. Even though she was also considered a rare beauty, when Yi Futian and Hua Jiu sat together, they looked like a golden couple. Yi Futian did not talk about the matter regarding Yu Lingshuang, keeping the intention of the visit as purely paying respect to the elders of the clan. Yi Futian's humility was much appreciated by the Yu clan. After leaving the Yu clan, Yi Futian went on to visit the Sky Saint. He had already had his people inquire about the whereabouts of where all the people of the Holy Lands were staying. This time, Sky Saint and his disciple Han Yu had also arrived. During the 9-state forum, Sky Saint and Glass Saint of the Eastern State gave him a great feeling, and they had expressed their care in words, so he decided to visit. After Sky Saint, it was time to visit Glass Saint where the people from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple were staying. It was not until evening time when Yi Futian finally returned with Hua Jiu. Rumor has it that when he was young, the great Zhou sacred king once pursued the Glass Saint. "We don't whether this is true or not," Yi Futian whispered. In truth, the great Zhou sacred king had good taste. In the land of 9 states, he had seen many beautiful women. However, in terms of appearance and temperament, Glass Saint was the #1 beauty of the Eastern State and was definitely the most outstanding. After all, having cultivated to the Saint Plain, she possessed a unique allure that was also holy and pure, so that no one dared to dishonor her. Of course it's true. A beautiful woman, such as the Glass Saint, would naturally incite similar thoughts in all the top geniuses of the Eastern State at the time. Hua Jiu said, "Even today, the Glass Saint still looks like a girl. The years have not left any traces on her. You cultivate so fast, you will soon be the same as the Glass Saint." Yi Futian smiled. "Who do you think is better looking, me or Glass Saint?" Hua, Jiu said with a smile, and looked at Yi Futian, her beautiful eyes concealing a hint of playfulness. Glass Saint is the first beauty of the Eastern state, but looking at all of the 9 states, I am afraid it is difficult to find a second, Yi Futian said with a smile. Of course, the premise is that the present company is excluded. A sweet smile came onto Hua Jiu's face, but she whispered in Yi Futian's ear, If you could win the heart of the Glass Saint, do you think the great Zhou Sacred King would have his heart broken? Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiu with a shocked look. This girl was getting naughtier, and even dared to have such an idea? This was Glass Saint they were talking about, the lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Blinking, Yi Futian seemed to consider the matter seriously for a moment, then nodded. What a good idea. Go die. Hua Jiu gave Yi Futian a look of faint irritation. This guy had actually dared to consider it. That was your idea. Yi Futian was a little surprised. Was this change in opinion a bit too fast? Yes, I said it, but would you dare? Hua Jiu looked at Yi Futian with a smile, and Yi Futian suddenly shuddered for no reason. Thoughts and no action might be the best route. If the Glass Saint knew what the two of them talked about, she would probably kill them with a single slap. Chapter 878. Saint Xia's birthday banquet was finally here. Saint Xia's birthday banquet was finally here. Countless gathered outside the Xia clan at early morning that day, waiting somewhere far outside their gates. They knew that legendary figures throughout the 9 states' holy lands would be there to attend the event that day. The Xia clan was the most powerful holy land belonging to a clan in the entire 9 states. Their territory was sprawling, so much so that even the clan's outer walls looked like that of a city's, grand and magnificent. Many servant girls were busy receiving guests from all over the 9 states at the moment. Mighty ones continued to descend from the sky afar, landing near the outskirts of the clan before walking up to their gates and handing up their invitations, which allowed them passage into the Xia clan. Most of those who arrived hailed from top-notch forces from Central Plain City. While the city itself was not a holy land, the city was nonetheless second only to holy lands in terms of power, as it was attached to the Xia clan. However, while the attendees all hailed from top-notch forces, they themselves were probably not very powerful individuals. Everyone knew that the banquet was mainly held for the holy lands throughout the 9 states. Look over there. Someone looked up far away at that moment. A group of incredibly dazzling people was seen walking over. The sky seemed to be dominated by 4 distinct camps. There was a camp with dragons pulling carriages, and another basked in dazzling light and looking impeccably regal. All 4 camps exuded a thick, magnificent bearing. When they came near that area, many who were watching outside felt rather compelled to worship them, and they responded subconsciously by slightly bowing their heads, not daring to look in the eyes of those above. The 4 major holy lands of the Qi state, the Qi clan, the Jixia Holy Palace, the Yu House, and the Hall of Holy Light are all here. Many were trembling within. The entourage from the 4 major holy lands of the Qi state was unspeakably grand, which was why they were able to emanate such terrifying pressure on those below. Every single holy land had saints arriving. That is Saint Qi. Many looked at the figure sitting on the dragon, behaving regally and imposingly like an emperor. The Qi clan from the Qi state had once been the sovereign ruling over the entire Qi state, like a nation after all. Saint Qi. Some looked at the other direction and saw a figure standing at the center of the entourage from the Hall of Holy Light. His entire body seemed to be shimmering with holy light, making him look like a god, and many grew wary of looking at him directly. It seemed that the surname, Ji, had a privileged status at the Hall of Holy Light. The head saint of the Hall of Holy Light all went by that title. The 2 remaining forces were naturally the Jixia Holy Palace and the Yu House. As expected, both the palace lord and the chief of both holy lands attended the event personally. Many core members of the Xia clan received the combined entourage consisting of 4 holy lands from the Qi state personally, in order to show their respect. It was a treatment that those top-notch forces never received. It was something specifically reserved from those hailing from Holy Lands. Shortly after they were invited into the clan's territory, representatives from Holy Lands of the Feng state arrived. Mighty ones from the Sea clan, the Fengdu House, and the Daluo Sacred Mountain arrived together. Holy Lands from the Cloud State and the War State followed suit. Some representatives from different Holy Lands came together, while some others arrived after one another. More than half of the mighty ones ranked on the sage and saint ranking were expected to gather there that day. It had been quite a while since a grand event of such scale was held in the 9 states. "Which holy land is that one?" someone asked. "Shihua Sacred Mountain. And Saint Shihua is here personally," someone answered. The mighty ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain were in no hurry to enter the Xia clan and waited for a while outside instead. Whipping noises of the wind were soon heard, and many pairs of eyes froze at the sight of an even greater entourage coming their way. The ones from the 9 State College is here, as well as those from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace. Many looked sharp as they stared at the figures who had just arrived. Saint Li and the Great Zhou Sacred King both stood out from the crowd. They caught sight of Yi Futian from the Barren State shortly after. While most people saw him for the first time that day, and he was not a saint, they were able to tell him apart from the others very quickly. It was something one could have easily deduced from their position and the bearing emanated. Furthermore, Yi Futian was extremely good-looking, and Hua Ji was standing right beside him, which made them all the more recognizable. While Yi Futian was not a saint, the attention he drew was definitely on par with those who had achieved sainthood. Some even said that he drew more attention than some saints. After all people from the 9 states saw saints to be supreme beings, no longer treated as mere citizens. Yi Futian, on the other hand, was still growing, and many wanted to be there to witness the birth of a legendary figure of their generation. Saint Shihua saw the others land and cupped his hands in Saint Li's direction, saying, "Greetings, Saint Li." "There is no need for formalities, Saint Shihua." Saint Li nodded slightly. While all of them were saints, seniority was still being taken into consideration. Saint Li was a high-ranking figure both in seniority and his rank on the sage and saint ranking, which was 10th. Furthermore, he was the college chief of the 9 State College, which made him all the more revered by others. "Greetings, Sacred King." Saint Shihua looked at the Sacred King, then smiled as he nodded. The Sacred King nodded in return as a sign of courtesy. Saint Shihua then turned to look at the Barren State. Yi Futian saw the saint looking in their direction, which prompted him to cup his hands. He said, "Greetings, Saint Shihua." Saint Shihua looked as if he was pondering something. Yi Futian seemed to have little liking for Shihua Sacred Mountain. It was quite a considerable surprise to Saint Shihua that Yi Futian had actually been able to corner the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to such extent in the Sacred War. No one batted an eye at the Barren State when Shihua Sacred Mountain was holding the 9 State Forum back then. The same went with Saint Shihua, the host of the event. "It seems like your reputation has grown to precede you throughout the 9 states since we last met," Saint Shihua smiled and said. "You're too kind, Saint Shihua." Yi Futian behaved politely, though his eyes lacked sincerity. "Are you waiting for someone else, Saint Shihua? Shall we enter together?" Saint Li asked Saint Shihua. "Let us go in together then." Saint Shihua gestured and said to Saint Li, "After you." Saint Li did not hesitate and walked at the front, heading towards the Xia clan. Many who came to greet him bowed slightly and exchanged greetings before leading the way. Yi Futian continued to walk forward after entering with the Xia clan, arriving at the vast, sprawling place where the banquet was held. Many from other holy lands arrived by then. Several notable figures came to greet Saint Li and his entourage personally when they caught sight of him, before leading them to their seats. Yi Futian instructed some of his people, and the mighty ones from the holy Ji palace took their seats without giving too much heed to anything. Yi Futian and Huajiu, on the other hand, followed the saints from the Holy Lands to sit at privileged areas at the front. It was the day when the birthday banquet of Saint Xia was to be held, and guests from all over the 9 states were received. The area where the banquet was held was incredibly huge. There were 2 rows of seats after climbing the steps, and guests seated at such seats were led by mighty ones from the Xia clan. Yi Futian and Huajiu were to be seated at the end corner. But Yi Futian did not feel anything to be out of place that day, which differed from the treatment he received back at Xihua Sacred Mountain. When the 9-state forum was held back then by Xihua Sacred Mountain, only saints from the holy lands of the eastern state were there. Yi Futian was the odd one out, as all the other holy lands from other states sent representatives. Furthermore, the barren state was arranged to be seated near the servants. In contrast, that day was one where leaders of the attending holy lands arrived personally, and all of them were saints, with him being the odd one out again, as he was not a saint. As such, it was only natural for him to be seated in the corner. Yi Futian eyed many who were seated after he had taken his seat. While there were many who had yet to arrive, he nonetheless was able to sense that the seats above the steps seemed to be arranged according to the ranking on the sage and saint ranking. For example, Saint Xihua and the Rain Saint from Xihua Sacred Mountain had both arrived, yet the Rain Saint did not sit with Saint Xihua. The Rain Saint sat quite a distance away instead. The saints from the various holy lands made small talk. Many came to receive Saint Li when he arrived, something which spoke volume of his status in the 9 states. While Yi Futian had become renowned throughout the 9 states, he was practically non-existent in a place filled with saints. The Moon Saint from the Yu clan was the only one who nodded and smiled at Yi Futian, while he simply returned the courtesy by bowing slightly. Neither of them spoke to each other. The sacred king caught sight of what transpired, and he knew that the people of the Yu clan had paid a visit to Yi Futian before. His expression turned rather cold, but he dared not make a move against the Moon Saint. A gray-robed figure looked up slightly at that moment and took a look at Yi Futian, which was more than enough to make him sense danger like no other lurking about. He turned his eyes at the gray-robed figure, who was seen to harbor a faint smile. However, that did nothing to alleviate the tension he came to feel. "Greetings, Senior Sea Saint." Yi Futian bowed slightly and was able to guess the identity of the figure. He was none other than the head of the Sea clan of the Feng state, Siming, who was known as the Saint of Killers. He was an incredibly dangerous figure and an object of worship among the assassins. Su Shang and Su Ke below both turned to look at the Sea Saint. Admiration was seen from their eyes. "Good job for being able to guess at my identity," Sea Saint smiled and said. The saint did not emit any aura at all, but Yi Futian was still able to sense the danger coming from the saint, as if it was a kind of pressure that the saint was born with. "Your signature is rather apparent after all, Senior," Yi Futian smiled and said. While he looked calm, he still shuddered inside. The highest leaders of the holy lands of the 9 states were gathered that day at one place, and he was the only one who was not a saint. Despite the saints doing little but making small talk with each other, the aura emanating from them was more than enough to make anyone feel tense after all. But then again, it was a sign of privilege to be able to sit where he was sitting at the moment, a sign that the saints of holy lands of the 9 states acknowledged him. More came, and the saints of the major holy lands took their seats one after another. The Sky Saint was there as well. He and Yi Futian shared eye contact, and both nodded to each other as a gesture of respect. When the Glass Saint arrived, the chatter dimmed noticeably, and many turned to look at the Glass Saint. While the Glass Saint was not considerably eye-catching for her rank on the sage and saint ranking, she was the only woman who was the leader of a holy land, and she was also known as the #1 beauty in the eastern state. Her looks were such that she ranked at the top among beauties throughout the entire 9 states considered. All that, coupled with her status, made her stand out considerably. Thoughts welled in the sacred king's mind when he saw the beautiful saint walk in his direction. He picked up his glass and took a sip, yet his eyes never left the glass saint. Yi Futian was seated at the corner, and so the glass saint walked past him before everyone else. She smiled at him before walking past soon after. However, Yi Futian still seemed dazed at the encounter as his eyes lingered on her silhouette. Hua Jiu smiled sheepishly at him, and he felt a strain soon after. Yi Futian took a cold, deep breath, and Hua Jiu asked him telepathically, "Very nice to look at, isn't she?" "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded in all honesty, while his eyes looked at her rather exasperatedly and thought, "Weren't you the one who proposed this in the first place?" Chapter 879. Mighty ones from holy lands all over the 9 states arrived one after another, and leaders all took their seats above the steps, looking down from above and enabling them to see the guests from the 9 states very clearly. Mighty ones from holy lands all over the 9 states arrived one after another, and leaders all took their seats above the steps, looking down from above and enabling them to see the guests from the 9 states very clearly. Yi Futian caught sight of some familiar faces, such as Kong Yao and Qin Zhong from Jisheng Cliffs, as well as many mighty ones from said holy land who participated in the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace. Kong Yao and Qin Zhong naturally saw Yi Futian as well. They took their seats, and Kong Yao's eyes looked cold. Yi Futian was actually able to sit above with the saints. There was a time where he never bothered even looking at Yi Futian. Qin Zhong felt rather curious as well. However, he held no enmity against Yi Futian, while he had once lost at Yi Futian's hands. The ordeal simply stimulated him to move forward. But then again, he quickly found another brutal truth. The harder he tried, the further the gap between him and Yi Futian became. Qin Zhong had grown to become a mid-level sage. Yet rumor had it Yi Futian was able to overpower 4 upper-level sage all on his own at the 9-state platform stage. Furthermore, all 4 of them were top-notch geniuses from 4 different holy lands. He felt rather dejected. The harder he tried to catch up, the further away Yi Futian became. Time was able to change everything. Kong Yao and Qin Zhong were not alone in having such thoughts. The truth was, even the ones from the barren state felt restless, seeing how Yi Futian was seated in such a privileged seat, surrounded by saints. Our little brother has grown to become someone of considerable status indeed. Zhuge Mingyue, who was among the crowd from the barren state, smiled as she looked at Yi Futian. Time could really change a person's bearing. The young, rough kid back in the day had truly grown to look and feel like a palace lord. Our little brother is someone that our teacher was waiting for after all, Gu Donglu added softly. He turned to look at Yi Futian whenever the students of the cottage were mentioned. The 3rd brother was quite a blind worshipper of their teacher, and his respect was genuine. The sword saint looked unfettered and simply sat down quietly. Only he knew that their little brother was more than just a person that their teacher had been waiting for. He still remembered the time when his teacher told the young boy that he would witness the creation of an era. The sword saint came to wonder what said era would be like. Of course, all that was something that only he knew. He had to hide it even from his younger brothers and sisters in training. Well, he's good, I give him that much, but he really knows how to put on airs nonetheless, Luo Fan mumbled. Gu Donglu took a look at him, which prompted him to shut up right there and then. While he too had become a sage, he still deemed their 2nd sister and 3rd brother people that he would rather not tick off. Hey, Fatso, you were once someone close to our little brother here, but how did the gap between you and him get so wide? Luo Fan turned his attention to Yi Shaoshi. Yi Shaoshi seemed to be the only one he could bully. Yi Shaoshi took a look at Luo Fan, and a somewhat condescending expression was seen on the fat guy's face. The looks Yi Shaoshi gave Luo Fan made the latter feel rather pissed, but then he quickly recalled that the fat guy was on par with him level-wise. Fine. I'm the grown-up here, and I shall not be petty with my juniors. Yi Futian turned to eye the saints around him. from the positions and air emanating from each and every one of them. He was able to roughly deduce the identities of every saint seated around him. The seats were divided into two sides, and he was sitting at the end of the right side. The chief seat at the left was left empty, and Yi Futian wondered who was that seat reserved for. He had looked into the rankings before and deduced that number 1 would not bother showing up, and number 2 would probably not show up either. Number 3 on the ranking was none other than Saint Saga, the celebrated master of the event. As such, according to logic and convention, that seat was likely reserved for number 4, which was Saint Li of the 9-State College. However, Saint Li was seated in the first seat to the left. As such, it was only within reason that it was a seat reserved for an extremely important figure, a figure whom Saint Saga held in greater regard than even Saint Li. The figure sitting in the second seat to the left was incredibly exceptional, so much so that Yi Futian knew of his identity with just a single look. The figure was none other than Saint Ji, the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light of Qi State, who was ranked 5th. According to what he had studied, the Qi State was once the Qi Kingdom, which was ruled by a sovereign power, which in turn was what the Qi clan once was. The Jixia Holy Palace was established by said sovereign as well, which held the explicit importance of fostering geniuses of Qi State. Both forces had great histories behind them. However, there was yet another extremely renowned figure in Qi State who went on to establish the Hall of Holy Light, adept in wielding the rules of light. Said figure had single-handedly brought the Hall of Holy Light to glory, becoming a supreme force in all of the 9 states. Presently, the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light was ranked 5th on the Sage and Saint ranking. While there were few students in the Hall of Holy Light, being able to be ranked among the top 5 throughout the entire 9 states meant that he was someone very formidable. Saint Ji seemed to have sensed Yi Futian's gaze, and he turned around to look at Yi Futian, who, in an instant, felt as if a blinding light had punched through him, rendering him temporarily blind, with nothing but blinding light before his eyes. He averted his gaze, and it took quite a while to regain his composure, but he quickly found that Saint Ji had become the one eyeing him instead. While the blinding light was no longer around, Saint Ji's eyes were still something one dared not look at directly. It was probably the prestige of being ranked 5th on the Saint rankings. You went about eyeing someone with no hesitation at all. Have you no shame? Saint Ji's voice was very calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet those words rendered the place completely silent. The people seated below turned to look up at the seats taken by the saints above. It's Saint Ji. Many sported peculiar looks on their faces. Saint Ji was questioning Yi Futian. It's a rare opportunity for me to see so many saints from the 9 states gathered around today. As such, I was unable to help but stare. For that, I sincerely apologize, Yi Futian replied with a smile, behaving appropriately, neither aloof nor subservient. However, he was feeling rather displeased about the treatment he received. While Saint Ji was indeed number 5 on the saint rankings, Yi Futian deemed it ridiculous to need to avert his eyes given that there were so many sitting around him. Everyone was sitting so close together that they would catch sight of someone just so long as they kept their head up. Are you saying that we all should just keep our heads down all the time? Saint Ji, do you have to be concerned with something so petty? Saint Li said plainly, and it was only then that Saint Ji rescinded his sight and sat quietly as if nothing happened before. However, the atmosphere of the banquet became rather awkward and weird. What did Yi Futian do to offend Saint Ji so much that he needed to put Yi Futian in his place like that? Saint Ji, who was ranked 5th on the saint rankings, snuffed out Yi Futian's bearing somewhat with just 2 lines. The people of the Hall of Holy Light watched the scene unfold without saying anything. Yi Futian was all the rage during the 9-state form back then. The Hall of Holy Light became their target of retaliation, and things ended on a bad note for them. On the other hand, Yi Futian continued to become even more renowned, so much so that he became known to all in the 9 states. With him sitting in the seats of saints now, He probably has forgotten that he is but a low-level sage. Regardless of how exceptional his talents were and how he was able to sit at such seats despite his status, he was unable to do more than admire those sitting around him. Saint Ji is indeed, as the rumors say, unapproachable and very, very imposing indeed. That thought welled up in the minds of many. Even saints came to think so as well. However, the motive of his earlier actions remained ambiguous, as it was impossible to tell if he had something against Yi Futian from just those 2 lines. Yi Futian did not pursue the matter after Saint Ji stopped, while a self-deprecating smile was seen at his lips. What is talent before absolute power indeed? He did not say anything more, as he deemed doing otherwise to be pointless. His name became known throughout the 9 states for quite some time. The war he was having against the great Zhou sacred dynasty was such that even though he was sitting in a seat reserved for a saint, he remained gleaming with an unbelievable light about him. However, Saint Ji used little more than 2 lines that probably did not mean much to him to completely wipe the aura that he had been gathering about himself all along. Those 2 lines were the right amount. Anything more would have reflected badly on Saint Ji for losing composure and being petty with his junior. Saint Ji has an extremely aloof temperament and has been this way since young. No one could get near him, and he has little to no friends. Furthermore, he has an unbelievable amount of confidence in the powers that he trains in and is very defensive with things, thinking that the way of the Hall of Holy Lights training is the most powerful there is. A voice was heard in Yi Futian's ear. The Moon Saint was talking to him telepathically. "Have you offended him in any way?" the Moon Saint asked discreetly. Yi Futian took a look at the Moon Saint and replied telepathically, "This is the first time we met. If you're talking about me offending him, I guess that would probably be the students of the Barren State fighting with the students of the Hall of Holy Light back in the 9-State Forum. But then again, a saint probably wouldn't mind something so petty to begin with." The Moon Saint continued to talk to him telepathically. Maybe Saint Ji wasn't concerned about winning or losing, but how the power of rules of the students of Hall of Holy Light were defeated by other powers of rules of the Barren State. Yi Futian nodded slightly and dropped the subject. It was impossible for him to guess what was going through Saint Ji's mind after all. However, the Moon Saint had bothered taking the effort to talk to Yi Futian telepathically, so it seemed that the Moon Saint intended to pull Yi Futian to his side. "Saint Xia is here." Subdued murmurs were heard at the moment. Everyone turned their eyes and saw Saint Xia walking in their direction. A surreal bearing emanated from him, and many mighty ones from the Xia clan followed closely behind. However, there was a youth at Saint Xia's side who sported an unbelievably good-looking face, which looked like that of a man, yet the skin was so supple that it rivaled that of a woman. A woman! Cultivators had keen eyes, especially when trained to a certain plane. In this case, it allowed them to tell that the youth was a woman, yet one who was dressed like a man from head to toe. "Is that seat reserved for her?" Many looked at the clean, flawless face and asked. That young woman was walking side by side with Saint Xia, which spoke volume of her status. A 9-state supervising inspector, then. Many were able to guess the identity of the woman. There were few who were able to walk next to Saint Xia, and if someone was deemed qualified to do so, it would have either been those other 2 saints who were of higher rank, or someone who was from Saint Xia's side. It was apparent that she was not one of those 2 saints. As such, it seemed that it was none other than the 9-state supervising inspector. The saints all got up one after another, cupping their hands and congratulating Saint Xia. It was his birthday banquet, after all, and customary wishes were deemed necessary at times like that. Saint Xia was smiling and cupping his hands at the others. "I have lived long enough to not bother with such customs. Please, just take your seats and relax." However, none sat and everyone gestured at him, waiting for him to take his seat. "Please." He did not sit and had gestured at the youth beside him instead, which caused many to be taken aback deep down, guessing the background of the supervising inspector. The youth did not return the pleasantries, and simply took the chief seat at the left. Only then did Saint Xia take his seat. Everyone took their seats afterward and looked at Saint Xia. "Today is my birthday, and it is my honor to have all of you here." Saint Xia smiled and said. It was the first time many who were sitting saw the figure who was ranked third on the saint rankings. They thought he would have been a solemn, imposing figure, but the Saint Xia who everyone saw was instead an amicable old man who put many present at ease. The first reason why I've invited you all from all over the 9 states here today is, first of all, to catch up with all my old friends, and then to see what the younger generations of the 9 states are capable of. The second reason is that the war between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace has put a tremendous toll on both sides. I heard that both sides suffered immense casualties, so much so that even Dozhan, who just became a saint, as well as Zhou Huang and the others, faced life and death situations at the 9-state college. Saint Xia took a look at everyone and continued, "The life of a cultivator is an arduous one, and it is of great fortune that one is able to attain sainthood. Zhuang Huang, son of the sacred king, is also one who is ranked on the sage rankings. Furthermore, he is but a step away from attaining sainthood. There is simply no need for fight-to-the-death scenarios to play out." Chapter 880. Saint Xia enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect within the 9 states. The Xia clan also had the prestige of having the number 1 holy land in the 9 states. Therefore, even if there was a sacred war between 2 holy lands, Saint Xia was still qualified to mediate between them. Saint Xia enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect within the 9 states. The Xia clan also had the prestige of having the number 1 holy land in the 9 states. Therefore, even if there was a sacred war between 2 holy lands, Saint Xia was still qualified to mediate between them. Of course, in many people's eyes, even if Saint Xia personally came forward, at most, the 2 sides would take a step back from the current stalemate. It would be basically impossible to write off all the grievances of the holy war at one stroke. Saint Xia continued, "Since both the great Zhou sacred king and Lord Yi are sitting here today, why not talk things out and see if you can resolve this grudge so as to avoid any more bloodshed?" After he said this, he looked at both Yi Futian and the great Zhou sacred king. The great Zhou sacred king put down his wine but did not say anything. No one could tell what he was thinking. Yi Futian also sat quietly. A brief silence once again descended over the banquet. Many people thought that with the great Zhou sacred king's strong and proud personality, he could not tolerate everything that Yi Futian had done. At the same time, with the decisiveness and ruthlessness that Yi Futian had displayed in the sacred war, it would probably be impossible for him to pretend like nothing had happened. Of course it was impossible. This was what both Yi Futian and the great Zhou sacred king were thinking at the same time. The great Zhou sacred king could not allow his pride to be trampled by a junior, and Yi Futian could not abandon those righteous men who had died for the barren state. If they agreed to resolve their differences, how could he explain it to them? Did they die merely to let the palace rest easy? Right. Let me introduce to you the 9-state supervising inspector, Xia Qingyuan. Saint Xia pointed to the first woman to his left and continued, "The 9-state supervisor is here today and will witness the agreement that the 2 of you reach, resolving it on behalf of Emperor Xia." Many people trembled in their hearts at Saint Xia's introduction. Even those who were cultivators of the Saint Plain felt uneasy. What he had said was very meaningful. Saint Xia had told them, intentionally or unintentionally, that the 9-state supervising inspector sitting there had a background that was much more important than they had thought. A 9-state supervising inspector with the surname Xia, who was empowered to resolve issues on behalf of Emperor Xia. Knowing that the 9-state supervising inspector came from Emperor Xia and was surnamed Xia was enough to set their minds racing. No wonder that number 4 on the sages and saints ranking, Saint Li was only sitting in the first place to the right. In the 9 states, The left side was more respected. Many people wondered if today was not a feast held by Saint Xia, would he be sitting in the main seat? The turmoil of this sacred war was started because of Nether Sword Mound. In the past, many people of the 9 states were led to the forbidden land of Nether Sword Mound due to Yi Futian's decision. Afterward, a sacred war broke out, and many of the top forces of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, including the Infinite Palace, were wiped out. Even a figure on the sage ranking, Sage Wuliang, fell. The great Zhou sacred king spoke slowly as he looked at Saint Xia. "You are being considerate to us, however. Our losses in the sacred war have been so terrible. We cannot let this go so easily unless Yi Futian comes to the great Zhou sacred dynasty to make amends to all those who died and hands over some things." Many holy lands had participated in the events at Nether Sword Mound. Although there hadn't been any figures of the Saint Plain present, they had interrogated their juniors and thus knew some things about it. Many people had indeed lost their lives there, but they could not lay the blame for this on Yi Futian. It was said that Chess Saint was the one who had arranged things. Speaking of that, there were indeed many people who lost their lives in the Nether Sword Mound. "Shihua Sacred Mountain also lost many of our proud disciples," said Saint Shihua calmly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. "On the Nether Sword Mound, you could stimulate the sword matrix of the void, so you had the ability to bring out many people all along." Saint Ji's eyes were sharp and fell upon Yi Futian. This was the second thing he had said, and it still put a lot of pressure on others. Yi Futian seemed to have thought of this. On the Nether Sword Mound, the people of the Hall of Holy Light had been miserable. He faintly understood where Saint Ji's dissatisfaction with him came from. Did he blame him both for the affair with the 9-state forum and the one on Nether Sword Mound? Moreover, Saint Shihua's casual words seemed to no longer disguise his unfriendliness towards him. The people below looked at the places where the saints were sitting up on the stairs. There seemed to be a lot of saints who were dissatisfied with Yi Futian. The people of the barren state were extremely uneasy. To be the tallest tree standing out in the forest was not a good thing. Today, Yi Futian was sitting in a saint's seat, and the pressure he was facing came from saints. Yi Futian nodded slightly and looked straight at the great Zhou sacred king as he said, "When I entered Nether Sword Mound, it was not only I that was able to break through the matrix. Someone who had received Chess Saint's inheritance could have done it as well. Moreover, the deaths of many people of the great Zhou sacred dynasty seemed to be because they had offered themselves up as sacrifices to free Chess Saint. Perhaps you are blaming the wrong person for this matter?" Many people looked at Lu Zong sitting below with the people from Shihua Sacred Mountain. They all knew about the affair where Chess Saint had chosen Lu Zong in the mountain village. Sang Shihua bowed his head and took a sip of wine so his face could not be seen. Yi Futian could not see it, but since Saint Shihua had subtly targeted him, he would not be polite. After solving the problem of the master, he had planned to shut himself up in the Holy Ji Palace for a while. Now that Yang Shao had laid out a huge matrix around the palace, defending against any attack below the Saint Plain would be no problem. Even if Saint Shihua was secretly scheming, it made no difference. The great Zhou sacred king launched this sacred war and wanted to level the Holy Ji Palace. And now he wants those who fell in the war to be my responsibility? Should we give up our resistance and let the great Zhou sacred king slaughter us? Yi Futian's eyes were sharp. Everyone listened quietly. It was just as they had guessed. They wanted to calm the sacred war, but the two sides could not agree. "I am alone. I only have one disciple, and I did not participate in the journey to the Nether Sword Mound. However, if I had entered the Forbidden Land to seize treasure with trickery and had fought with you on equal terms, it would be ridiculous of me to blame you for not protecting my own people." At this time Sky Saint smiled and spoke lightly. He continued, "Moreover, it seems meaningless to speak of right and wrong now. It is off topic. Let's return to talking about the terms." Saint Xia nodded slightly. Tracing this affair back to its source is indeed meaningless now. "So, Do you agree to the terms that the great Zhou sacred king put forth, Lord Yi? Yi Futian looked at Saint Xia and bowed slightly. I thank you for your kindness, but ending the sacred war is not something that we can discuss. Saint Xia looked at the great Zhou sacred king again and nodded slightly. In that case, I won't force the issue. Unfortunately, although we won't mention the sacred war, for the time being, the 9-state form struggle is deadlocked. This needs to be solved. If you are still not willing to talk about it, then be clear about it, and I won't ask about it. The atmosphere became more serious at Saint Xia's words. Yi Futian said, I've already agreed to exchange people, but the great Zhou sacred king refuses to give up. What do you think, great Zhou sacred king? Asked Saint Xia. You surely must understand the intentions of someone on the Saint Plane. Previously, Yi Futian rejected all my proposals. Since you are here today, I will take another step back. I want the sword matrix of the void and the divine sword. The great Zhou sacred king's voice was cold. Many people looked uneasy. Everyone knew of the sword matrix of the void. It was the reason the great Zhou sacred king had started this sacred war. Seeing Saint Xia looking at him, Yi Futian said, At the Nether Sword Mound, I used the power of the sword to crack the mystery of the matrix, which ignited the sword matrix of the void. With my current level, how could I use my own power to start up the number 1 matrix in the 9 states and take control of it? Although I would like to agree to the great Zhou sacred king's terms, I cannot. And moreover, are the king's sons' lives really so worthless? And one more thing, Yi Futian continued. Even if I agreed to these terms, once I let Zhou Huang go and he returned safely to the great Zhou sacred dynasty palace, the great Zhou sacred king can once again seek to kill my master. What should I do? Since you do not agree to the great Zhou sacred king's conditions, tell us your idea, said Saint Xia. In addition to letting Zhou Huang and the others return to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, I will also return the golden phoenix sword. But the great Zhou sacred king cannot make any moves against us in the next 10 years. And of course, the barren state will not make any moves against him either, Yi Futian continued. The great Zhou sacred king had already reached the 2nd level of the divine path. He would need some time to ensure his master's safety. Many people's eyes glimmered as he said this. Did Yi Futian want to remove the Saint Plane level battles from the sacred war? What do you all think? Saint Xia asked those beside him. But in reality, others couldn't decide if they didn't know what Saint Xia was thinking. I think Lord Yi is quite sincere, said Moon Saint with a smile. A prince who is of the Sage Plane and has the ability to enter the Saint Plane in addition to 2 others and a divine implement, all to ensure his master's safety. Great Zhou sacred king, you are an elder. Why be so pushy? Sky Saint said indifferently, speaking for Yi Futian. Obviously, Yi Futian's visit was still bringing him advantages. Even this cultivator of the Saint Plane was willing to maintain friendly relations with him. Why don't you take a step back, great Zhou sacred king? After all, both sides are at an impasse. It's not like you have the advantage. If you continue like this, you will lose your demeanor, said Glass Saint with a smile. The great Zhou sacred king glanced at Glass Saint. He knew of Yi Futian's visit. 3 saints were willing to speak for him. They obviously all valued his potential. Although he was only a low-ranking sage, Yi Futian was still a threat. Since you say so, Glass Saint, I will take a step back. The great Zhou sacred king looked at Glass Saint and then turned his gaze back to Yi Futian. The infinite ruler of the infinite palace is also ours, and it must be returned as well, in addition to the divine sword from Nether Sword Mound. Also, 10 years is too long. I will give you only 3. You will not be allowed to intervene and influence the state of the war. I have one more condition. All fighting below the Saint Plane cannot rely on battle matrices. Otherwise, I will be able to directly intervene. Yi Futian could wield enormous power with a battle matrix and was a serious threat. and if the village chief had the divine sword, he could force a collision. If Qin Zhuang and the others formed a battle matrix, and he wielded the divine sword, they could snap him like bamboo and destroy every top force of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. If he destroyed his opponent's advantages like this, then he could directly kill Yi Futian in the sacred war. The great Zhou sacred dynasty still had 3 great cultivators of the sage ranking. Yi Futian obviously understood what the great Zhou sacred king was trying to do. Their battle arrays were now no weaker than the great Zhou sacred dynasties below the Saint Plain, and so the great Zhou sacred king wanted to destroy his 2 strongest trump cards. Even now, in terms of pure quantity, the great Zhou sacred dynasty was still much stronger than them. The infinite ruler was seized by my palace. And not only do you want the infinite ruler and the golden phoenix sword, but also the divine sword? This is taking a step back? Asked Yi Futian sarcastically. Since there are still points of contention, why don't I make a suggestion based on what you have already said? Said Saint Xia. In addition to both sides agreeing not to harm Dozhan, Zhou Huang and the others, the infinite ruler and the golden phoenix sword, all things that belong to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, will be returned. The Saint Plain cultivators of both sides will not be able to make any moves. With the Saint Plain of the great Zhou sacred dynasty making this concession, the Holy Ji Palace must also agree to the great Zhou sacred king's suggestion that both sides not be able to use battle matrices in the war. How about that? Many people nodded, slightly. Saint Xia's proposal was indeed relatively fair. Zhou Huang and the great Zhou sacred dynasty's sacred implements would be traded for Dozhan, and the great Zhou sacred dynasty would concede their Saint Plain power, while the Holy Ji Palace would concede their Sage Plain power. Moreover, this was in line with what both sides wanted to achieve. The great Zhou sacred king wanted to kill Yi Futian more than he wanted to kill Dozhan, and Yi Futian wanted to protect his master. I basically agree, but I need to change it a little bit. I can do without the infinite ruler, and I would like to instead get the divine sword, said the great Zhou sacred king. The divine sword came from Nether Sword Mound and was clearly more precious than the infinite ruler. Moreover, it was more useful to the barren state. What do you think, Lord Yi? Asked Saint Xia. Yi Futian hesitated. Although he had been the one to bring the divine sword out of Nether Sword Mound, in some sense, the village chief was more suited to wield it. If it had been the infinite ruler, he could have agreed straight away. Agree. At that time, the village chief's voice reached Yi Futian's ears. He turned his gaze towards where he was sitting. 5 years is enough. Give the sword to him, and see if he can wield it or not, continued the village chief. His voice was very calm. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. 5 years was enough? What did he mean by that? He had a faint feeling that this had to do with Nether Sword Mound and Yaya. Since the village chief had no objections, Yi Futian made a quick decision and nodded. I agree. Many people's eyes flashed as Yi Futian nodded. The 2 sides had reached an agreement for the time being. Chapter 881. Saint Xia saw that they both agreed and nodded with a smile, saying, My original intention was to calm the sacred war. After all, a continuous battle will only hurt both sides. But since the 2 sides can't see eye to eye, you'll have to abide by the agreement you just reached. Saint Xia saw that they both agreed and nodded with a smile, saying, My original intention was to calm the sacred war. After all, a continuous battle will only hurt both sides. But since the 2 sides can't see eye to eye, you'll have to abide by the agreement you just reached. He looked to Xia Qingyuan sitting beside him and said, Do you have any objections, supervising inspector? Xia Qingyuan had been sitting there quietly all along. Seeing that Saint Xia had asked her opinion, she remained very calm, without the least bit of perturbation. Since both sides have agreed, you will be given a chance to amend the rules of the sacred war. The rules of the sacred war will be re-established according to what you have said, and they cannot be changed in the future. If anyone violates them, the 9 State Guard will arrest them, said Xia Qingyuan calmly. Her voice was clear, cold, and feminine. Although she was dressed as a man, she did not hide the fact that she was a woman, and indeed she could not hide it. She had not said that she was going to report to Emperor Xia. She had directly made the decision on his behalf. Everyone looked at her. Her face was unsurpassed in its delicateness, without a single blemish. But she gave people a feeling of an unapproachable coldness. It was a kind of extreme pride. She was definitely quite young. But sitting before the saints, there was no trace of disturbance from her. She was so calm it was frightening. It seemed she was already very used to this kind of situation. This was by no means something that ordinary people could do. The auras of people at the Saint Plain were so strong that even Yi Futian felt the pressure when Saint Ji spoke. The implications of Xia Qingyuan being able to sit there calmly were self-evident. The great Zhou sacred king nodded. Although he was extremely arrogant, he still did not dare to violate the will of Emperor Xia. As the king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, he naturally had a deep understanding of the world of cultivators. And the more he knew, the more reverence he felt for them. Yi Futian was the least reverent person he had ever seen. It was just 5 years. The village chief of Toonkeeper Village had been one of the people who followed him into Nether Sword Mound. He had cultivated for years, but his potential was limited to this. Unless there was an opportunity to defy the natural order, he would never reach the level he was at now. As for Dozhan, it was said that even in 50 years he wouldn't even reach the steps of the divine path. The reason he had not agreed to 10 years was that he was impatient. He couldn't wait that long. Other than that, as far as he was concerned, there was no difference between 5 years and 10 years. Once the 5 years were up, he would grab Dozhan and sacrifice him to those of the great Zhou sacred dynasty who had fallen. And once Yi Futian lost the divine sword and his battle matrix, he would be able to kill him within 5 years. Unless Yi Futian hid within the Holy Ji Palace and did not come out, he would kill him in 5 years, if not sooner. So, from any perspective, he was the winner in this trade. Yi Futian waved his hand, and suddenly the golden phoenix sword went towards the great Zhou sacred king. At the same time, the village chief down below also waved his hand, and the divine sword flew towards him, swallowing up the powerful sword will. The great Zhou sacred king grabbed it, and it seemed like the image of a phoenix appeared in his hand. It trapped the divine sword that was swallowing up the sword will, and then accepted it. "Get out of here," the village chief said coldly. Zhou Huang and the other two looked embarrassed as they moved over to the group of people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. As for Sage Dozhan, he had not been sitting with the great Zhou sacred dynasty. He had been beside the Holy Ji Palace people all along. Which of the great Zhou sacred dynasty people could have bound him beside the great Zhou sacred king? And the great Zhou sacred king had no need to guard him. With Saint Li's guarantee and Saint Xia mediating, the great Zhou sacred king was not worried that Dozhan would dare to escape. And now there was, of course, no need to worry. Seeing the solution, Saint Xia said, "Then let us end the affair between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace here. I have sent invitations to people from all the Holy Lands. Should I tell them all one more thing?" "Are you referring to bringing the talents from the younger generations?" a saint asked. "MHM." Saint Xia nodded. "Yes, tell them. They naturally will not forget." The saints nodded one by one. This time, when they came, they would bring their young talents. At this banquet, there would not only be cultivators from the Saint Plain, but also almost all of the top talents from the Holy Lands. It could be said that the people coming to the banquet represented both the present and the future of the 9 states. The only thing was the people of the Holy Lands did not understand why Saint Xia had done this. The elders of the 9 states had the 9-state forum to exchange their training and views. As for the top talents of the Sage Plain, there was the battle of proving holiness. Would Saint Xia really arrange a battle at his banquet? No, there must be another reason. Everyone gazed at Saint Xia. They would probably find out soon. I'm sure everyone would like to know where the supervising inspector has come from, said Saint Xia. The saints all nodded one by one. As cultivators of the Saint Plain, they naturally knew where Emperor Xia was. It wasn't a secret, but people would rarely speak of it out of respect. Yi Futian sat there quietly. When he was palace lord, he had asked that same question. Later, he had learned a little bit. Thus, he also knew a little bit about where Emperor Xia was. The world was bigger and crueler than he had imagined. Why don't you tell us? Supervising inspector, said Saint Xia. Suddenly, everyone looked at her delicate and flawless face. Many people imagined how beautiful she would be if she put on women's clothing. Xia Qingyuan stood up and stepped away from her seat. She faced away from Saint Xia and walked step by step out of the group of people. Even though the people on both sides of her were saints, she was still very indifferent. She quietly walked to the edge of the steps and looked out at the crowd. Many powerful people from the 9 states were there, and now their gazes all fell on Xia Qingyuan. Her eyes were as cold as frost as she swept them over everyone. At that moment, all the supernatural figures had a wonderful feeling, as if the woman there before them was the most outstanding figure in the Holy Lands and that they must lower their proud heads. She seemed to have been born with this disposition. Xia Qingyuan waved her hand and a brilliant light shone. A pagoda appeared before her and flew into the air. At this banquet, the saints sat in a ring shape below the steps. There was an empty area in between them, and it seemed that Xia Qingyuan had arranged for it to be there. The pagoda kept expanding until it was 30 meters high. An incomparable brilliance bloomed from within it like a holy light. The will of the great path seemed to spill out from it, enveloping everything. There seemed to be a glazed lamp within that illuminated the pagoda, a divine implement. Everyone's eyes flashed. This glazed pagoda was a divine implement. This is the lapis lazuli pagoda. As long as you are standing beneath it, it can sense your breath and release a repressive power. Any 9 states cultivator of the saint or sage plane who can light up the pagoda will be able to undergo a special assessment. Those who pass the assessment can enter upper-level cultivation. Xia Qingyuan spoke calmly, but when they heard her words, the saints' hearts trembled fiercely. As saint-level cultivators, they naturally understood the import of Xia Qingyuan's words. And it was not only them. Many powerful figures from the various holy lands' eyes flashed brilliantly. They obviously understood as well. This was a qualification possessed only by cultivators of the Saint Plain. In the land of the 9 states, what did Emperor Xia's orthodoxy and the orthodox battles of proving holiness amount to? The common folk of the 9 states did not understand. But how could the people of the Holy Lands not understand? The world of cultivators was far sterner than common people could imagine, and far crueler. In particular, saints who had lived for many years knew this very clearly. They had experienced an entire era. It was rumored that centuries ago, Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing wanted to change something, and so launched a sacred war. The divine prefectures of the East experienced unprecedented turmoil. Afterward, the world was unified, but there were some things that could not be changed. When he heard this, Yi Futian's heart was also in turmoil. The youth who came out of the city of Qingzhou had cultivated himself and raised a status, and had gradually begun to come into contact with the world of cultivators. The 9 states were all under Emperor Xia's orthodoxy, but Emperor Xia did not cultivate in the land of the 9 states. Once he had thought to go and see for himself, but due to the sacred war he had not had time. But in the future, he would probably have the opportunity. Many of the cultivators' eyes flashed. They knew that this was an opportunity to change their destiny. Xia Qingyuan had provided them with another means other than battles of proving holiness to change their fate. Was this Emperor Xia's command? Who was Xia Qingyuan? She clearly had fearsome power. At this moment, a line of figures walked out from both sides. They wore extremely beautiful golden robes. They came to the area under the lapis lazuli pagoda. They looked at everyone, and one of them said, "Who is first?" Chapter 882. The people from the 9 states did not walk out immediately, although they were extremely taken back after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words. All the people present were extraordinary figures with a strong frame of mind. They were all thinking about it. The people from the 9 states did not walk out immediately, although they were extremely taken back after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words. All the people present were extraordinary figures with a strong frame of mind. They were all thinking about it. I would like to ask the supervising inspector if lighting up the lapis lazuli pagoda only gives us the right to take the test. Where will the test be held? A handsome teen asked. The person was the 9 State College's prodigy Lin Shubai, St. Li's disciple. It will not be in the 9 states, Xia Qingyuan replied. If we pass, will we still be able to return to the 9 states? What happens if we fail? Lin Shubai asked again. The questions he was asking were questions that many people had wanted to ask. If you pass the test, you can cultivate in the upper worlds, and you can return to the 9 states. As for failure, you are asking how dangerous it will be? Xia Qingyuan stared at Lin Shubai with a deep expression and replied nonchalantly, I will not force you. Everyone had a glint in their eyes. The nonchalant attitude contained an extremely proud attitude. What Xia Qingyuan meant was it was up to them whether to participate. How long will the test be? Another person asked. I don't know. It could be 1 year, it could be 5. Xia Qingyuan's voice was still calm as she replied. Many people were taken aback and looked at their elders. All of you decide for yourselves, Saintly said from the same seat. His words meant that he allowed the disciples of the 9 State College to go try. He naturally understood more about the cultivation world than his disciples. Entering the upper worlds to cultivate was a right given to those who had entered the Saint Plane. Now, Xia Qingyuan was giving the younger generation such an opportunity. The real prodigies should not miss it. This was a huge opportunity. If they were able to enter the upper worlds to cultivate, their chances of entering the Saint Plane would increase greatly. After they entered the Saint Plane, they would have more choices. Master, I wish to try, Lin Shubai said to Saint Li, then stood up and walked towards the lapis lazuli pagoda. Stand underneath it, the person in golden armor said to him. Lin Shubai knew that the other person was a 9 State guard. He walked underneath the lapis lazuli pagoda and released his aura. In an instant, wisps of light landed on his body as though the lapis lazuli pagoda could feel his aura. At that moment, Lin Shubai felt his entire body jerking violently, and a horrific force attempted to pull out his soul from his body. His spiritual will moved uncontrollably towards the lapis lazuli pagoda. Ah! A voice filled with agony sounded, and many people felt chills go down their spine. Lin Shubai was extremely strong, but he was in such a terrible state under the lapis lazuli pagoda. Soon, everyone saw the pagoda above Lin Shubai let out rays of light, turning into an illusion of Lin Shubai. His face contorted wildly as though he was suffering unbearable pain. He released his life spirit involuntarily, as though he was not the one who had released it and it had been dragged out from his body. The lapis lazuli pagoda spun in the air, and many people stared attentively at the scene. Many people from the 9 State College were extremely worried, but nobody interrupted it. Even Saint Li stared intently at the scene without attempting to stop it. Finally, a tragic cry was heard as the light in the lapis lazuli pagoda lit up. 3 zhang lit up in the 9 Zhanghai pagoda. Then Lin Shubai's illusion shattered and the light went out. A terrifying light ray shot through Lin Shubai's body and shook him away from the lapis lazuli pagoda. This, many people thought, surprised. What a terrifying lapis lazuli pagoda. Name, the person in golden armor at the side asked. 9 State College, Lin Shubai. Lin Shubai replied after catching his breath. At that moment, everyone saw the 9 State guard at the side wave his hand. Instantly, an empty piece of parchment appeared, and he used spiritual qi to inscribe Lin Shubai's name on it. He opened his mouth and said, Lapis lazuli pagoda, 3 zhang. You have obtained the right to take the test. Lin Shubai nodded and returned to his position, his mind still thinking about what had happened. The lapis lazuli pagoda was 9 zhang tall, but he had only lit up 3 zhang. If he had prepared beforehand, he would probably do better. What had happened just now was too sudden, and he did not have time to think. Next, another hallowed disciple from the 9 State College stepped forward. This time, only 2 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda lit up. The hallowed disciple was dejected as he knew how much of the lapis lazuli pagoda lighting up had its purpose. People from the 9 State College walked out in succession to try. However, when Tong he stepped out, everyone became more serious. Tong, he and Lin Shubai were the 2 people who were acknowledged to have the highest potential in the 9 State College. They wondered how far Tong he could go. When Tong he stepped underneath the lapis lazuli pagoda, his life spirit moved up into the lapis lazuli pagoda. At the same time, an illusion of him appeared, as though his spiritual will had been extracted from his body. However, with the experience of those before him, Tong he appeared calm. Although he was suffering extreme pain, he did not waver in the slightest. The light lit up higher and higher, rushing past 3 zhang, then 4, 5, and when it reached 6 zhang, it seemed as though it could not go any further. However, Tong he did not give up and continued pushing. Finally, the light on the 7th zhang lit up and he reached his limit. The light went out and the glow dimmed. Tong he's body convulsed and he stepped out. Lin Shubai's expression became pale. The people from the 9 State College had compared him with Tong he many times. They were the iconic figures of the 9 State College, but today he had been crushed by Tong he in the lapis lazuli pagoda's test. Of course, this was also because of him being first to take the test, but others would not think about it that way. Congratulations, little brother. Seeing Tong he walked back, Lin Shubai smiled and nodded at him, calming his emotions. If brother had been more prepared, you would definitely have fared better. Tong he nodded at Lin Shubai, then took a seat. The people from the Holy Lands then stepped forward. Xia Qingyuan had not replied to them how dangerous the test would be, and had only replied that she would not force them. However, the geniuses from the Holy Lands continued to step forward, wanting to grab hold of the rare opportunity. Of those who had walked out, only about half of them could light up the lapis lazuli pagoda. This caused many people from the Holy Lands to be shocked. The people that had come this time were carefully selected by the Holy Lands. All those who dared to take the test were people with extraordinary potential. Even so, only half of them could light up the lapis lazuli pagoda. Moreover, lighting up the lapis lazuli pagoda would merely give them the right to participate in the test. Nobody knew what they would experience later on, but it would probably be extremely difficult. Yi Futian quietly watched the Holy Land's prodigies taking the test. Tong, he had lit up 7 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda, and nobody had surpassed him after that. Even the strongest person had only obtained the same result as him. That was probably the limit of the 9 states, Holy Land's prodigies. What surprised Yi Futian was that Lu Zong had also managed to light up 7 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda. Evidently, the genius of the Xihua sacred mountain really was outstanding. Even though Yi Futian did not like Lu Zong's hypocrisy, he had to acknowledge his talent. Apart from that, the Hall of Holy Light, Battle Sage Palace, and other holy lands also had geniuses who caused the lapis lazuli pagoda to light up 7 zhang. They were all the most outstanding figures in their own holy lands. The lapis lazuli pagoda seemed to be able to reflect one's potential on a certain level. At that moment, Hua Ji looked at Yi Futian and transmitted her voice to him, asking, "Are you going?" Yi Futian shook his head. There were too many details that Xia Qingyuan had refused to divulge. Where they were going for the test, how long they were going for. As long as he did not know this, he would not go. What if it took longer than 5 years? He was now the Holy Ji Palace Lord, so he could not just leave. Although he did not care about the daily activities of the palace, Leaving was another matter altogether. Moreover, apart from that reason, that same instrument seemed to be able to reveal one's life spirit. He did not want others to see all his life spirits. As for going to the upper worlds to cultivate, he did not really mind. No matter where he cultivated, it was the same. The saint plane could not constrict him. He would naturally go when he wanted to. There were too many unknowns if he followed Xia Qingyuan. When given the choice, he preferred to have control over everything instead of leaving the choice to others. Of course, he was considering for the others as well. Second sister, third brother, Yi Wuqin, Huang Jiuge, Su Ke, Yuan Zhan, and many others. Would they want to take the test? The sacred war between the two holy lands had yet to end. But in the future, they could not use battle matrices, so even if war were to break out in the future, they would be able to make a significant impact. Soon, Yi Futian came to a decision. He would let them make the choice. At that moment, Yi Futian saw a familiar figure walking out to the bottom of the lapis lazuli pagoda. Not just him, but many people from the Holy Ji Palace also saw the handsome teen. He was once the Baron State's chosen one by Luli. Yi Futian involuntarily looked towards him. However, Bai Luli only lit up one zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda before leaving. It seemed that he did not put in his best effort. Back then, Yi Futian had battled with Bai Luli as a noble plane cultivator against a sage plane cultivator. In reality, he had pushed his will of the emperor to its limit in that battle, and he had already comprehended many rule powers, including the spatial rule power back then. In actuality, the teen that had been held in high regard by the Baron State had outstanding potential. He did not expect that Bai Luli would go to the Jixia Holy Palace to cultivate after that battle. Perhaps his frame of mind changed after that battle, Yi Futian thought to himself. Back then, Bai Luli had been engaged to his second sister on Crouching Dragon Mountain, and he had been resentful of Bai Luli. However, times were different now. His third brother was with his second sister, and his frame of mind had changed. Compared to his younger brother, Bai Zhe, Bai Luli did not do anything wrong apart from wanting to marry his second sister. Back then, the palace's will was dedicated to helping him enter the Saint Plane. As such, Yi Futian could not bring himself to hate or admire Bai Luli. He only felt a slight surge in emotion when seeing him again. "Little brother, will you go?" A voice transmitted in Yi Futian's ear. Yi Futian looked down. It was Gu Donglu, transmitting a message to him. "Third brother, I still need to keep watch over the palace. I will not go, but if you wish to go, don't worry about the palace." Yi Futian transmitted a message back to him as a reply. After his third brother's battle with Bai Luli, his life spirit had transformed. As his cultivation level was not too high, the people from the 9 states did not notice that apart from Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, as well as those who had participated in the 9-state forum, his third brother's potential and frame of mind were also elite. Thinking from that perspective, Yi Futian knew that his third brother should go for it. "Okay, I'll go and take a look this time," Gu Donglu replied. He hoped that he would be able to help his little brother after he came back. Although he was now a magi, it was still hard for him to make an impact in the sacred war. "Okay." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He was not worried about his third brother. In reality, it had always been his third brother taking care of him. "Yu Sheng will not go. Third brother, go and ask around to see if anyone wishes to go with you." Yi Futian transmitted a message to him again. People from all the holy lands in the 9 states and Xia Qingyuan were here. Yu Sheng's life spirit naturally could not be revealed. As such, he and Yu Sheng would not participate in Xia Qingyuan's test. As for the others, he would leave it up to them to decide. Although this test might be dangerous, it was inevitable on their path of cultivation. As many experts stepped out one after another, Gu Donglu also stepped forward and walked towards the lapis lazuli pagoda. Many people's gaze landed on Gu Donglu. They were not familiar with this person, but as the first person to step out from the Baron State, they all wanted to see if he could light up the lapis lazuli pagoda. Of course, they looked forward to seeing Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's performance. At that moment, they did not know that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had no plans to step out at all. Chapter 883. Gu Donglu walked to the bottom of the lapis lazuli pagoda and also felt a strong attracting force. His spiritual will seemed to move out of his control. The lapis lazuli pagoda spun as it let out a dazzling light. Gu Donglu walked to the bottom of the lapis lazuli pagoda and also felt a strong attracting force. His spiritual will seemed to move out of his control. The lapis lazuli pagoda spun as it let out a dazzling light. In an instant, 9 words surrounded an illusory figure that was surrounded by light, rushing into the lapis lazuli pagoda like an immortal's shadow. The 9 words let out a dazzling light, causing a zhang to light up on the lapis lazuli pagoda. Next, Gu Donglu retracted his strength, and a strong light sank down as his life spirit returned to his body. He then stepped out of the lapis lazuli pagoda's radius. As more people took the test, the people after them had started to figure out some of the workings of the pagoda. As such, there would not be a repeat of what had happened to Lin Shubai. Gu Donglu was evidently very composed when he went in and out. Lighting up one zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda was considered a pass, but it was not considered special. About half of those who had stepped out were able to do it. However, they did not know what the chances of passing the next examination were for those who were able to light up the pagoda. As he walked back to his position, he saw Zhuge Mingyue step forward as well. Evidently, she wanted to go too. Is second sister going too? Hua Ju saw Zhuge Mingyue step out and muttered to herself. Not long after, Zhuge Mingyue had also lit up one zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda, but she did not clear it as easily as Gu Donglu. However, she had at least gotten the right to take the test. After that, people started to step out successively from the barren state. Huang Zhuge, Yi Wuchen, Zui Qianqiu, Su Kei, and a few others were able to light up the pagoda. Moreover, they all lit up only one zhang on the pagoda. This caused many people to be surprised. Was this because of the barren state's lack of ability, or were they doing this intentionally? These fellows! Yi Futian looked at the figures that had stepped out and mumbled to himself. He did not think that they were doing this to obtain the right to enter the upper worlds, to cultivate. These fellows were probably treating the test as a means of training themselves. After all, because of the sacred war, their movements in the 9 states had been restricted. Apart from cultivation and fighting, they had no opportunity to go anywhere they wanted. Now that they could not make use of battle matrices in the sacred war, they would be of no use in battles. The sacred war would be determined purely by the strength of the elite sage, plain cultivators again. So, they needed to raise their cultivation levels as soon as possible. Beside Yi Futian, Hua Jiu looked towards him. Seeing Hua Jiu's expression, Yi Futian knew what she was thinking. He transmitted a message to her, saying, "No way." This lass, what was she going to join them for? There's second sister and third brother taking care of me. Also, Sister Yun and Phoenix will also be going. Hua Ji replied. My answer is still no, Yi Futian insisted. Hua Ji held his hand. She naturally understood that Yi Futian wanted to protect her, even if her cultivation would not progress forever. However, after all this, she knew it was not what she wanted. I am a divine, spiritual sorcerer. Moreover, I have the guidance of a saint plain divine, spiritual sorcerer. If I don't go out and explore, how will I be able to protect you in the future? Hua Jiu said jokingly. Yi Futian naturally understood that there was a saint within Hua Jiu's body. If she ever encountered serious peril, she could use a strength that far exceeded her cultivation level and could even protect the other people from the barren state. However, since the last time he nearly lost her outside the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had hoped that she would not put herself at risk anymore. It's more fitting for you to look after me. I've gotten used to having you by my side. If you leave, I won't promise what will happen. Yi Futian threatened. Hua Jiu glared at him, then broke into a radiant smile and transmitted a message to him. Sure, when I'm not around, you can do anything you want. Yi Futian looked at her, speechless. He asked, You really want to go? Master told me that the potential of a divine spiritual sorcerer is not limited to only this. If I keep staying under your protection, how am I going to help you take care of your harem in the future? Hua Ji smiled and replied. Yi Futian transmitted a message to her in a woeful tone, saying, Am I that sort of person? Yes. Hua Ji nodded seriously. Evidently he was. Can't you not go? Yi Futian asked again. Hua Ji shook her head. Then I'll go with you, Yi Futian said in a gentle voice. No need. I don't know how long I'll be gone for. Don't forget what you promised Saint Jiang about testing medicine. Hua Ji replied. Yi Futian stared at Hua Ji's beautiful eyes. There seemed to be a hint of obstinacy in her beautiful smile. Be careful, Yi Futian said in a soft voice. Okay. Hua Ji turned around and walked down, passing by Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan looked at Hua Ji in confusion. Why was Yi Futian not with her? Hua Ji similarly lit up the lapis lazuli pagoda by Wenzhong. She did not return to Yi Futian's side, but walked over to the Holy Ji Palace's group with Zhuge Mingyuan instead. Little brother. At that moment, another voice sounded. Yi Futian looked in the Barren State's direction, and the person who had transmitted the voice to him was his big brother. I'll go as well, the Sword Saint said. Yi Futian naturally understood his big brother's thoughts. Now, Hua Ji wanted to go along as well. Moreover, Gu Donglu, Yi Wuqin, Huang Zhouge, and the others were the disciples with the most outstanding potential, but their cultivation levels were not high. Gu Donglu was the one with the highest cultivation level as a magi, while the other holy lands from the 9 states would have archmages following them. Therefore, there needed to be someone to oversee them. If he and Hua Ji were both around, they would not need to worry about being schemed against. Moreover, the Sword Saint's current cultivation level was not that high either. He still relied on the demonic blade during battle, so this trip would also be training for him. Okay. Yi Futian nodded in reply. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhou Huang and Zhou Ye also went to participate in the test. They did not want to miss out on the opportunity. As such, the sacred war would probably die down for a period of time. He also planned to cultivate in seclusion for some time. When the people from all the 9 states' holy lands had stepped out, several hundred of them had obtained the right to take the test. They were all geniuses from the various holy lands. However, the saints in the saint's seat understood that the test would definitely be extremely difficult. Xia Qingyuan had said that it would take several years. As expected, it would not be that easy to obtain the qualification to enter the upper worlds to cultivate. Of course, even if they could not pass, it would be good training for these people to go out and experience the outside world. As for the risk of dying, they should also experience it. It was originally a part of cultivation anyways. They guessed that Xia Qingyuan was likely to be a direct descendant of Emperor Xia, so she would not harm the 9 states' geniuses intentionally. However, they were curious about why Yi Futian did not step out. The opportunity is rare. Does Palace, Lord, you not wish to go for it? Saint Shihua smiled at Yi Futian and asked. Immediately, many people looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian also looked at Saint Shihua. He heard the other party continue to smile and ask, Previously at Shihua's Sacred Mountains 9-State Forum, I had a deep impression of Palace Lord Yi and Yusheng. Now, Palace Lord Yi has the potential to dominate your generation. Yusheng has that potential as well. Are the two of you not interested in the opportunity that Emperor Xia has offered? Many people were also curious. They had thought that Yi Futian would go. That way, during the trial, he would not have to worry about the great Zhou sacred king dealing with him. Xia Qingyuan turned around. because she was standing at the edge of the stairs, and Yi Futian's seat was the last on the saint's seats and near the stairs. The two of them were not far apart. The sacred war this time had been because of the great Zhou sacred king and Yi Futian. As such, even Xia Qingyuan knew about Yi Futian. Although she did not know much, she had heard about his outstanding potential that could be considered elite in the 9 states. Saint Xihua, you flatter me too much. Yi Futian looked at Saint Xihua and smiled, replying, In this time's test, all those with outstanding potential will be going. I will not go and join in the fun. There are still many things waiting for me to do in the Holy Ji Palace. As the palace lord, I naturally need to oversee the palace. As for Yu Sheng, his personality is rather irritable. Without me by his side, he might not listen to others. Many people had witnessed Yu Sheng's personality on the 9-state forum. Many people had ended up begging for mercy at his hands, including the people from Xihua, Sacred Mountain. I see. However, it is a pity that Palace Lord Yi and Yu Sheng will not be going, Saint Xihua continued. This trial is a special opportunity that will not appear again. Since the two of you have extraordinary potential, go to the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda and take the test and follow us. Xia Qingyuan suddenly opened her mouth and said. Yi Futian raised his head and saw a pair of endlessly deep eyes. Her flawless looks could cause anyone to fantasize. However, Yi Futian did not have time to think about it. He did not expect Xia Qingyuan to invite him personally. From Saint Xia's attitude towards her, Xia Qingyuan did not just come from the upper worlds. Her identity was also remarkable. There was an unquestionable look in her eyes, as though she had not asked them, but had merely informed them. Supervising Inspector, I have many matters that I need to attend to. I can only reject your good intentions. Yi Futian smiled. The Lapis Lazuli Pagoda was extremely bizarre. If it really extracted his life spirit, it could cause a huge commotion, especially with Xia Qingyuan's identity being unknown. He would definitely not reveal his life spirit. Xia Qingyuan raised her eyebrows. It was a very minute action that could be easily overlooked, but Saint Xia had noticed it. He looked towards Yi Futian and said, Palace Lord Yi, since the supervising inspector asks you to try it, just do it. It will only do you good. I am not evading it, but in the 9-state college, I promised to do something for Saint Jiang, Yi Futian replied. He would not forget about testing medicine. Currently, even if testing medicine was risky and caused him extreme pain, he was willing to try it. It was not just because of his promise to Saint Jiang, but also because he had the desire to do so. After all, the previous round of testing medicine caused him much pain, but he also gained a lot from it. He believed that if he could withstand this round of medicine testing, it would not be any less beneficial than the previous round. I will ask Saint Li to bring word to Saint Jiang. Saint Xia continued to persuade him. Many people had shocked expressions. Usually, Saint Xia would not persuade a younger generation person like this. However, because of one sentence from Xia Qingyuan, Saint Xia kept trying to persuade Yi Futian. This caused more people to think even more highly of Xia Qingyuan's identity. A few of the Saint Plain experts could not help thinking if she really was a descendant of Emperor Xia. Her identity was perhaps too shocking. I thank Senior for his goodwill, but Yi Futian continued. However, before he could finish a sentence, a crisp sound interrupted him. The wine glass in Saint Xia's hand had dropped to the ground, cutting him off. At that moment, the atmosphere became tense. Countless gazes looked towards Yi Futian. Everyone felt that although Yi Futian had unparalleled potential, he really failed to appreciate kindness. Evidently, the supervising inspector's identity was very special. Saint Xia had even personally spoken up, but Yi Futian did not give him any respect. The great Zhou sacred king's gaze swept across Yi Futian as he gently shook his wine glass. In reality, he did not want Yi Futian to participate in the test. After all, Xia Qingyuan had said that it might be very long and nobody knew exactly how long it would take. If he really passed the test and obtained the right to enter the upper worlds to cultivate, it would not be that easy to kill him. Palace Lord Yi experienced a huge battle not long ago. Saint Xia, you have personally helped to mediate the sacred war, but it has yet to end. As the Holy Ji Palace's leader, Palace Lord Yi must have his own troubles, Glass Saint said with a gentle tone. As the only female among the saints, coupled with her ravishing looks, she was the most suitable person to regulate the tense atmosphere. Moreover, the supervising inspector has also said that she will not force them. She only said that because of Palace Lord Ye's potential. There is no need to get angry with someone younger. As her voice landed, the repressed atmosphere lightened a little. Saint Xia's expression also relaxed, but he was still rather unhappy. We have already said that this kid does not know his manners. Why are you speaking for him? Glass Saint, the Hall of Holy Light Saint Ji said coldly. The geniuses from the 9 states are all willing to take the test. He is the only one who thinks too highly of himself. Moreover, all the people from the Holy Ji Palace who entered the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda only lit up one zhang on the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda. Are they trying to show how special they are? Today is Saint Xia's birthday banquet. He indeed has no manners, Jishin Cliff's head saint also chipped in. In the seats below, the people from the 9 states, holy lands, all looked towards the saint seats. The mood at that moment was rather subtle. They naturally understood that Saint Xia was not picking on Yi Futian intentionally. He had only invited Yi Futian to participate in the test because of Xia Qingyuan. However, Yi Futian's repeated rejections caused Saint Xia to become unhappy. The Glass Saint had spoken up for Yi Futian, likely because she valued him highly. However, Saint Ji and the Jisheng Cliff's head saint evidently had a bias against Yi Futian. In reality, not just the 2 saints, but many people had witnessed what Saint Ji had mentioned. They had felt that the Baron State's actions were a little too self-important. They had probably let the Holy Ji Palaces rise to fame within the 9 states go to their heads. Chapter 884. Yi Futian naturally felt the subtle change in the atmosphere. Previously, the Glass Saint had spoken on his behalf and relaxed the tension. But clearly, someone was not happy with him. Yi Futian naturally felt the subtle change in the atmosphere. Previously, the Glass Saint had spoken on his behalf and relaxed the tension. But clearly, someone was not happy with him. Yi Futian raised his wine cup and toasted in the direction of Saint Xia and said, "Today is the feast of Saint Xia, who has been meditating on behalf of the Holy Ji Palace. We are forever grateful. It is completely my fault for interrupting the festive mood of the banquet for such a small thing. I will drink up as a penalty." As he was speaking, Yi Futian drank the wine in the cup. Saint Xia's status in the 9 states was highly respected, lofty, and peerless. He also knew that Saint Xia was not deliberately targeting him, so there was no need to offend Saint Xia over such a trivial matter. Seeing Yi Futian's action, Saint Xia eased up a bit. Twice he had invited Yi Futian, and twice Yi Futian had refused, and his reason was clearly a pretext to evade, which naturally displeased him. Yi Futian, the reputation of the supervising inspector in the upper worlds is not less than yours in the 9 states, and within the lands of 9 states, it is hard-pressed to find people who can compete with you in your generation. Following the supervising inspector to cultivate and test together would only be good for you. Don't waste your talent. Saint Xia looked at Yi Futian and said. Yi Futian nodded. I understand, but since I have declined, I have my reason for declining. Of course, if Saint Xia and the supervising inspector wanted me to participate in the assessment, then I would go. The test at Lapis Lazuli Pagoda would not be necessary. Everyone understood that with Yi Futian's talent, the test at the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda would just be a formality, and there was no doubt about other things. In truth, Yi Futian just didn't want to expose his spirit. Indeed, such self-importance Saint Ji smiled and drank. Everyone in the 9 states must go through the test at the lapis lazuli pagoda. It seems that Palace Lord Yi thinks differently about himself than of others, said the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs. Saint Xia was being too nice about it. The sacred war between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace made the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs feel greatly threatened. He knew very well that the strength of Jisheng Cliffs was not far from that of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Previously, someone said that today is Saint Xia's birthday banquet, so why keep repeating such unpleasant talk to spoil the mood? Yi Futian's eyes now also became sharp. He did not respond to Saint Ji before because he felt that it was unnecessary. The other was in Saint Plain. There was not much power in his verbal response, so he simply chose to ignore it. However, the other party did not want to let him go so easily. Since you commented that I feel self-important, then let's just say it is so. Yi Futian continued. If both of you think that I am not qualified, the Hall of Holy Light and Jisheng Cliffs both have the most talented people in attendance today. I am an upper-level sage, so feel free to pick someone of that plane. If I am not up to par, I will resign my position as the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian's sudden aggression silenced the crowd at the banquet. He wanted to challenge both the Hall of Holy Light and Jisheng Cliffs by himself. The air now became cool, and the eyes of those from these 2 holy lands were extremely cold when they were fixed on Yi Futian. Saint Ji slightly looked up. His radiant eyes stared at Yi Futian. This genius once crushed his equals from the 4 major holy lands in the 9 states forum. The Hall of Holy Light was hard-pressed to find someone in this plane to compete with Yi Futian, and as far as Jisheng Cliffs was concerned, it would be even harder. You, Saint Ji wanted to refute. Talk is cheap. You have commented that I feel self-important and I have admitted it. If you have any questions, just send out the geniuses of the Hall of Holy Light. Yi Futian cut Saint Ji off and continued. Otherwise, feel free to enjoy the birthday banquet. There is no need to worry about me and the Holy Ji Palace. It would have been better if that last sentence was expressed in a different way. Otherwise, simple silence would have done. But Yi Futian's temper was not so mild. Among the saint seats, he was the only one who was not yet a saint. He thought that he had already made concessions towards all the saints, but if someone was going to challenge him, then he would need to return the favor. The great Zhou Sacred King was very pleased to see this conflict unfold. Although he said nothing at the moment, he was very leisurely tasting the fine wine. Truly aggressive, Saint Ji, ranked 5th on the sage and saint ranking, was someone that even he was unwilling to confront. Not to mention, Saint Ji was equally aggressive. Most of the saints in the saint seats all looked at Yi Futian with great interest. They seldom paid any attention to those of the younger generations, but Yi Futian was an exception. Today was the first time that many of them had seen a palace lord of a holy land who was not a saint, and he was indeed different. The sky saint smiled imperceptibly. It was unexpected that Saint Ji was actually rebuked by a young one today. The defiance initiated by Yi Futian was not as simple as its literal meaning. He said that if he should lose, he would forfeit the position of palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, and that was a bet equivalent to an outright challenge. If Saint Ji were to really send someone to fight, in his position, it was unlikely that even if his person from the Hall of Holy Light were defeated, that they would get off scot-free. At the very least, there would be a need to apologize. But this was clearly unacceptable to Saint Ji, so at the moment, even Saint Ji could only stare at Yi Futian in silence. The quiet atmosphere of the banquet, once again, subtly charged. Saint Ji's eyes were like a beam of light that penetrated everything, piercing into Yi Futian's eyes. That's enough. Saint Xia spoke softly, breaking the awkwardness. Saint Xia gazed deeply at Yi Futian. He finally understood the cause of the sacred war between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the holy Ji palace. Not only was the great Zhou sacred king domineering, but Yi Futian, though only a sage, was almost excessively aggressive. This was probably also the reason why some people in the holy lands of the 9 states could not stand the barren state. The legends of the past had always been the same, but Yi Futian in his present state was still a bit weaker. Too much inflexibility would only cause one an early demise. What are the thoughts of the supervising inspector? Saint Xia's gaze turned to Xia Qingyuan. Among those in attendance, only those in the Xia clan knew about the true identity of Xia Qingyuan, and he knew about it the most. Xia Qingyuan's status was definitely more terrible than those in attendance could have imagined. This was someone who lived in the close attention of others since birth, whose talent in cultivation was unparalleled in the world. If any of these cultivators of the Saint Plain in the 9 states had gone to the upper worlds in the past 10 years, they would definitely know of her. But clearly, these cultivators currently sitting in the saint seats had not. Never mind Yi Futian. One word from Xia Qingyuan could decide the fate of anyone present. Even those of the Saint Plain were of no exception, and it certainly included him. Xia Qingyuan waved a hand and put away the lapis lazuli pagoda. She did not look at Saint Xia, but instead looked at the people below and said, "Start preparing. We will leave after the banquet." Everyone looked surprised. Moving so fast, it seemed that this supervising inspector was all action, and was prepared to leave right after the banquet. As she finished, Xia Qingyuan turned and walked towards her seat. When she reached to Yi Futian, she paused and said, "I won't force you. Since you don't want to go, you don't have to go." She did not look at Yi Futian after that and continued, moving forward. Yi Futian said nothing. From Xia Qingyuan's person, he felt a cold arrogance. This was a person who was proud to the extreme. Saint Xia did not comment on the matter again. He looked at Yi Futian and secretly lamented that Yi Futian had missed an opportunity through no fault but his own. Among the people who came from the 9 states this time, there were only a few who could really pass the assessment. If Yi Futian was willing to try, he should have a chance. He might even have gained the favor of Xia Qingyuan. Suppose it could really be like that, following Xia Qingyuan to cultivate together. The title of palace, Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, would count for very little then. Even if he gave it up, it would not have mattered. Saint Xia raised his cup to those facing him. "Our business has concluded today. Everyone can now enjoy the banquet in peace. Feel free to move about and mingle without restraint." To Saint Xia, everyone raised their cups in toast and drank. The mood of the place noticeably relaxed. Many people got up to walk around and chatted. On the side of the saint seats, Yi Futian saw that Xia Qingyuan got up and left. All the saints still chatted casually. He felt that he was somewhat out of place, so he got up and walked toward the bottom of the stairs. Yi Futian went to the side occupied by the Holy Ji Palace. Hua Jiu stood with Zhuge Mingyue, Yun Shuisheng, and Phoenix. Yi Futian glared at Hua Jiu, but she seemed not to care at all. She smiled brightly at him, and there was nothing Yi Futian could say. "Second sister, I'm leaving her in your care," Yi Futian said to Zhuge Mingyue. "What? You two have been together too long, so it's hard for you to separate. I heard that you have been doing very well at 9 State College." Zhuge Mingyue smiled and seemed to suggest something. Yi Futian was confused and complained slightly. "Just exactly whose sister are you?" People such as Yun Shang, Undying Old Man, Huang Shi, Su Shang, and Zhuge Qingfeng bid everyone to watch out for their own safety. These people, who were on their way to gain experience, were almost all the top figures of the younger generation in the Barren State, and they were also the future of the Barren State. "Palace, Lord Yi," a gentle voice spoke, and Yi Futian saw a beautiful woman coming to him. It was Yu Lingshuang, and there were many young people of the Yu clan around her. "Miss Lingshuang," Yi Futian called out. "These are the people from our clan who will go to the assessment. This time they go to the trial with the people from the Barren State, and they can take care of each other," Yu Lingshuang said. She did not qualify for the trip. Yi Futian glanced in the direction of Moon Saint, and when he saw the other nod to him, he smiled and said, "Well, this is my big brother, and we can take care of each other while we are on the road." The head of the Yu clan nodded slightly to Sword Saint and then bid goodbye. It was a good idea to pay a visit to get acquainted. After all, no one knew what danger would lie ahead. Big brother and second sister, people from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, are reliable and can be trusted. If there is danger, you can try to join forces with them, Yi Futian said. Will do. Sword Saint and Juga, Mingyue, both nodded slightly. Palace Lord Yi is very thoughtful and thinks a few steps ahead. A voice said, and Yi Futian turned his attention that way and saw a group looking at them from a distance. It was the people from the Hall of Holy Light. Yi Futian simply cast a casual glance toward the person, then looked away without much attention. Unfortunately, Palace Lord Yi will not go this time, or else it would be more interesting. A young man from the Hall of Holy Light said nonchalantly. Whether he goes or not, it will still be interesting. Yi Futian paid no attention to it, but Gu Donglu looked toward the other side and spoke. GMO of the Hall of Holy Light, the young man picked up the wine cup and greeted Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu of the Holy Ji Palace, Gu Donglu responded. I remember. GMO merely smiled and didn't continue to say anything more, then looked away. Many who witnessed this scene thought that the trial this time should be very exciting. At the birthday banquet, there naturally would be no conflicts, but underneath it all, there was an undercurrent. All those in the Saint Plain had lectured the young generation that was about to go on trial. Some of them were full of expectations and wondered what the situation would be like after these people returned. Chapter 885. In the barren state at the Holy Ji Palace, a group of mighty figures appeared in the sky above the palace. In the barren state at the Holy Ji Palace, a group of mighty figures appeared in the sky above the palace. At this moment in the palace, many disciples already levitated, so as to welcome their return. Apparently, the palace had received the news. Yi Futian and his party had returned from Summer State. Since the Ice Temple, the Sovereign Family, the Alchemy City, the Juga family, and many other elite principalities had moved into the Holy Ji Palace, the number of cultivators in the Holy Ji Palace had not been the same as it was before. Not to mention that after the last battle outside the palace, there were people in the barren state who continued to join in. Therefore, looking at the sky above the palace, it was all these cultivators that welcomed the triumphant return of the heroes. Even though Yi Futian and his party had a victory, as long as the great Zhou sacred dynasty was not destroyed, there would be no triumph. However, the barren state had finally produced a saint. For many years, what the Holy Ji Palace and even the entire barren state had been expecting was finally a reality. Palace Lord of the Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dozhan, was now entering the Saint Plain. The barren state not only gave birth to its first cultivator of Saint Plain, but also possessed two great saints and was now truly a holy land. Greetings to the Palace Lord. Voices were heard calling out, and mighty figures bowed in respect one after another. Now the people of Holy Ji Palace truly admired Yi Futian from the bottom of their hearts. The young man who became Palace Lord while he was still in the noble plain had first brought to the palace a holy elder of the Saint Plain and the many cultivators from the Toonkeeper village and Chess Saint Villa, later remaining unbeaten in the sacred war instigated by the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and personally bringing Sage Dozhan to the 9-state college to make possible the first saint truly from the barren state, and the creation of Holy Ji Palace as it was today. Although the pressure of the sacred war was still there, the people of the Holy Ji Palace were full of confidence that they would certainly be victorious in this sacred war. Yi Futian nodded with a smile, and then all eyes turned to Sage Dozhan, who was next to Yi Futian. Its indomitable figure now stepped into the Saint Plain. In the future, the master will not only serve as the Palace Lord of the Battle Sage Palace, but he will also serve as the Holy Elder of the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian announced. Holy Elder was just an honorary title, because as Palace Lord he was not a saint, so the saints appearing in the barren state would be more appropriately known as the Holy Elders. Greetings to the Holy Elder. Countless people of the Holy Ji Palace bowed in respect. This was a saint. Even if Sage Dojan was not Holy Elder, they had to greet the saint. You're reading on BOXNOVEL. Thanks. Sage Dojan stood on the void looking down at the people below, his heart filled with emotions. If the old palace lord and Lu Chan could see the Holy Ji Palace today, perhaps they would be happy too. He knew that his sainthood was full of significance. To the barren state it was an encouragement. For many years, the barren state had only produced one being of the saint plane, which was him. I will still continue to cultivate at the Battle Sage Palace. Anyone at the Holy Ji Palace who is at the Sage Plane and has questions about cultivation or wants to feel the power of the saints are welcome to come and ask me at the Battle Sage Palace. Sage Dojan said, and suddenly the eyes of many showed a glimmer of light. To cultivators of Sage Plane, being saint was their ultimate dream. Although the village chief was also a saint, Yi Futian had brought him in. They were not familiar with him and dared not disturb him unnecessarily. But Sage Dojan was different. He had always been the palace lord of the Battle Sage Palace. Later, the outstanding people of the palace could be taught by saints. Then don't feel like we are bothersome. Next to him, Yu Chi spoke half-jokingly, but really he was actually somewhat jealous of Dojan. Saint Plane, who would not want to be saint? That was the plane of his dreams. In the future, he would really have to go to Dojan and ask for advice, even if he thought it was embarrassing. Many people around Yi Futian laughed, especially Sword Demon and others. They were even more familiar with Dojan. But once Dojan became saint, they were in the position of asking him for instruction. Even thinking about it was a little awkward. Are you guys going to let me return to the palace? Yi Futian said laughingly, looking at those blocking their way. Those people were stunned momentarily, and then they made way, somewhat embarrassed. Please, Palace Lord. Let it be known throughout the barren state the news of the Master's sanctification. Yi Futian's voice roared, heard throughout the Holy Ji Palace. He then walked towards the direction of Holy Sage Pavilion. Yeah, someone responded. It seemed that the Palace Lord was so pleased that he wanted to inform the whole barren state. The barren state perhaps would be causing some shocks. As they expected, the news of Sage Dojan becoming a saint caused quite a strong commotion in the barren state and shocked countless cultivators. Those principalities that had not been fighting side by side with the Holy Ji Palace felt some regrets deep down inside. They felt that they might have missed out on something. Although they could still join the Holy Ji Palace, the respect they would receive would not be the same as those who joined the Sacred War. After Yi Futian returned to the Holy Sage Pavilion, he first visited the Master, the Mistress, Lu Chenyu, Qing Xian, and the others let them know the news of Jieyu, Wuchen, and Yu Shang. Yu Shang did not follow Xia Qingyuan for the trial, but he went to the Vajra region instead. On the birthday banquet of Saint Xia, the Vajra region lord, who ranked within the top 10 of the saint and sage ranking of the 9 states, had invited Yu Shang to cultivate at the Vajra region for a period of time. This kind of display of goodwill was not refused by Yi Futian, so he had permitted Yu Shang go to the Vajra region to cultivate. Vajra region's expertise was in Buddhist power, strong and masculine, similar to the strength of Yu Shang's cultivation, but it could also be considered oppositional. However, Yi Futian believed that Yu Shang could try to cultivate both strengths and see whether it could add to his own cultivation. It was with the guarantee of the Vajra region, Lord, that he agreed to it. The top 10 ranking of the 9 states would not lower themselves just to deal with a young person, not even at Saint Xia banquet in front of other saints, so Yi Futian was very reassured. For a time that followed, the Battle Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace had been particularly festive, with many people going to the Holy Ji Palace for advice every day. Moreover, with the spread of the news, those with great accomplishments in cultivation in the barren state had continuously come to the holy Ji palace to cultivate there. This holy land in the barren state was now full of vitality. Yi Futian delegated many trivial matters to the others, while he himself was happy to get some quiet time and practiced in peace. Of course, occasionally there was the vexation from Long Linger and her various ruses. Although Long Linger was already over 20 in age, reaching the most beautiful age as a young woman, in front of Yi Futian, she still did not show any of the self-restraint of an adult and behaved like a child. However, it also added a little vigor to Yi Futian's life. When he returned this time, almost all of the most familiar people around Yi Futian had left, so, occasionally, even he himself was somewhat unaccustomed to the feeling. While cultivating in peace and quiet, time also passed unawares. In the twinkling of an eye, half a year had already passed, and the holy Ji palace had gradually returned to the tranquility of the past. On a quiet ancient mountain peak of the holy Ji palace, Yi Futian sat cross-legged with eyes closed, cultivating. The surrounding heaven and earth were enveloped by curious rules. The wind swept gently past, lightly caressing his clothes. Not far from Yi Futian there sat a figure, feeling the air coming from Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes slowly opened, and the air that pervaded around the body disappeared. He stood up and felt the wind blowing on him. He walked to the edge of the cliff. His thoughts seemed to be pulled into the distance. It had been half a year. He wondered where Jehu and the others were, and how was the trial going. Since entering the cottage, whether it was brother, sister, or Jehu as well as others, there was always someone around, especially Yushang, who almost never left his side. And now that all of them had gone, he would sometimes feel lonely by himself. Behind him, a figure walked over and put a coat over his shoulders. Yi Futian reached out and saw the quiet figure put his coat on him. Yi Futian looked down at the woman in front of him. She seemed to be always so quiet, to the point that she seemed non-existent. As if she felt the gaze from Yi Futian, the woman looked up slightly, her silvery eyes revealing stunning beauty. She diverted her gaze and did not look into Yi Futian's eyes. "Lulan, you have been with me for 10 years. Yi Futian asked in whisper. Lulan Xue had been following him since the beginning of the cottage, and in a blink of an eye it was now more than 10 years. Lulan Xue nodded lightly. Yi Futian, feeling emotional, asked, "These days you were cultivating alongside me because I wanted to let you feel the atmosphere of the rules and how it is so you can comprehend. In the future you will understand when the time comes." The Celestial Empress had always hoped that Lulan would have a sage future. You will be that. The Celestial Empress that he talked about was naturally referring to the mother of Lulan Xue, the Celestial Empress of Lulan. Lulan Xue was still just nodding. Yi Futian did not say much. Wait until she reached the sage plane, then she would be considered as a stronghold in her own, right besides the holy lands and principalities of 9 states, and her mentality would also change. And by then, she should know how to choose her own life. Palace Lord. At this moment, a voice called out, and Yi Futian looked in its direction and saw 2 beautiful women who looked quite alike. Only their temperaments were slightly different. The woman on the left appeared more naive. These 2 were sisters, Xiang Jiqin and Xiang Jian. The people of Fire Emperor Palace had already moved into the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Xiang Jian was the wife of Li Futu and had always been at the Holy Ji Palace. When he saw the looks of the pair, Yi Futian knew that Xiang Jian was probably only accompanying her sister. "What is it?" asked Yi Futian. Xiang Jiqin evaded Yi Futian's gaze, but Xiang Jian said, "We have some questions regarding cultivation that we would like to ask the Palace Lord." "Very well," Yi Futian nodded. "Come over and sit down." Xiang Jian dragged Xiang Jiqin to come this way, and then the 2 asked some questions about cultivation, all of which Yi Futian answered one by one. Compared to the noble plane, it means to feel more of everything between heaven and earth, mentality, spirit, and comprehension of the power of the world, and to be one with it to give birth of rules. But just how can we get out of that step? Everyone's way of cultivation is different, and so are their mentalities. I feel to become a sage, it is essential to first understand oneself. Only then could one clearly understand the power between heaven and earth and thus integrate with it. Yi Futian said, "Many thanks to the palace lord." Xiang Jiqin said, "Not at all. Are there any other questions?" Yi Futian asked. Xiang Jiqin shook her head. "Then go back and concentrate on cultivating." Yi Futian reminded them. Xiang Jiqin lowered her head slightly and stood up. "Well, the palace lord, we will bid you goodbye." "Go then." Yi Futian laughed. As the two turned to leave, Xiang Jiqin took a few steps, then took a deep breath and turned to bow slightly toward Yi Futian. "I am sorry for what happened back then." "I have already forgotten it," Yi Futian said with a smile. Right now, he was already the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. How could he care about the conflicts between them back then? They were young and stubborn. It was best to let the past be gone with the wind. Somehow seeing Yi Futian smile, Xiang Jiqin felt it was all a little hard to bear. Turning around, she pulled Xiang Jian to walk away. Her beautiful eyes were slightly moist. Everyone had to pay for the decisions of their youth. Once upon a time, Daozong Palace had 4 great beauties: Yun Shuisheng, Phoenix, Huajiu, and her. Now, since Huajiu was already Yi Futian's wife, there was no need to say anything further. Yun Shuisheng and Phoenix were also friends of Yi Futian, and they had both already entered the sage plane. Their talents were outstanding, and now there was only her, dim and lackluster. Moreover, that small and weak youth who had just entered the Holy Ji Palace was now already shining brightly, illuminating the entire barren state and becoming the faith of countless people. Xiang Jian silently sighed in her heart. She had also heard from her sister about the conflict between her and Yi Futian, and even if there was once resentment and hatred, when such a true legend appeared in one's world, watching him progress step by step to where he is today, how could one not ruminate on what was in the past? But even if she encouraged Xiang Jiqin to bravely pursue and take the opportunity now that Huajiu was now absent, she understood that in reality, even with a pretty face, her sister would still not have a chance. After all, there were too many outstanding beauties at his side. At this moment, there were 2 people coming their way to this side and passed them by. Brother Futian. Behind him came the sound of Long Linger's bell-like voice, and then Yi Futian's voice was heard, full of smiles. "Linger, you come again to bother your brother." "I am only concerned that you will be lonely alone, so I came. You see, I also brought a great beauty, like Sister Jiqiu, who is very understanding." Long Linger pointed to Mu Jiqiu and smiled. "I only have some questions about cultivation." Mu Jiqiu said, somewhat tongue-tied, looking at Longling. "Jiqiu, forget about her." Yi Futian smiled. As they mindlessly chatted, the sound drifted with the wind into the ear of Xiang Jiqin in the distance, which made her even sadder. Obviously, Yi Futian treated her differently than Longlinger and Mu Jiqiu. Even though Yi Futian had said that all was forgotten and now only treated her as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, that sense of distance was an undeniable fact laying in front of her. Perhaps she should never had unrealistic fantasies.